I accepted the ranger position at Glacier National Park for the same reason most people take jobs they know will break them. I was running from something worse. 3 months after my divorce finalized, I sat in a studio apartment in Helena, staring at rejection letters from every suburban park district in Montana. The Glacier posting appeared on a Friday: remote station, winter-spring rotation, wilderness experience required, solitude mandatory. That last line should have warned me. The superintendent who hired me, a weathered man named Vincent Hardwick, met me at the station hub in late September. His handshake felt like grabbing a pine branch. "You'll be at Kipokeno Station," he said, sliding a laminated map across his desk. "Old Blackfeet name. Means where the spirits weep. Don't let that spook you. Half the landmarks around here have ominous names." The station sat 12 miles from the nearest maintained road, accessible only by a hiking trail that turned treacherous after the first snow. A cabin, a small ranger station, and Kipokena Lake, a body of water so remote it didn't appear on tourist maps. Previous ranger requested transfer mid-season. Hardwick continued, not meeting my eyes. Said the isolation got to him. "You seem stable enough." I wasn't, but I needed this. The hike-in took 6 hours with my pack. The trail cut through old-growth forest where Douglas firs blocked out the afternoon sun, creating a permanent twilight. I passed 2 other hikers heading out, a couple from Minneapolis who barely acknowledged me. Their faces looked drawn, eyes moving constantly to the tray line. Kipokeno Station appeared suddenly, a clearing carved from the forest. The cabin was log construction, probably 70 years old, with a newer ranger station attached by a covered walkway. Solar panels lined the roof. A propane tank squatted beside the structure like a metallic toad. 50 yards downslope, Kipokeno Lake reflected the overcast sky, its surface perfectly still. The silence hit me first. Not peaceful silence, the absence of sound. No birds, no insects, just the whisper of wind through pine needles. Inside, the cabin smelled of old coffee and something else, something organic and faintly sweet like fruit beginning to turn. The previous ranger had left in a hurry. A half-eaten can of beans sat on the counter, fuzzy with mold. Coffee still sat in the pot, turned to black sludge. A logbook lay open on the desk, the last entry dated 3 weeks prior. Something wrong with the elk. Counted same herd 3 times today, same animals, same formation, same movements, exact. I flipped back through the log. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic over the final week. Notes about routine patrols gave way to single-line observations. Tracks circling cabin, too big for wolf. Then the calls at night aren't elk. And finally, 2 days before the ranger left, they're learning to sound human. I closed the logbook and unpacked. That first night, I kept the lights on. The radio crackled to life at dawn. Hardwick's voice emerged through static. "Settling in okay?" "Fine," I lied. I'd slept in 2-hour intervals, jolting awake at every creak of the cabin settling. "Cabin's well stocked." "Good. We've got a situation. 2 hikers overdue. Wallace Brennan and his son Kevin, 12 and 16 years old. Father and son trip. They filed a route plan for the Kipokeno Loop. Should have been out yesterday." I checked the map. The loop trail circled the lake and branched into several spurs, about 15 miles total. Easy terrain for experienced hikers. "I'll start searching at first light," I said. "Already is first light where you are?" Hardwick paused. "Previous ranger mentioned anything unusual?" "Just that the elk were acting strange." Another pause. "Yeah, about that. If you see any wildlife behaving oddly, keep your distance. We've had reports all season." "What kind of reports?" "The kind that sound crazy until you see it yourself." Hardwick out. I gathered my pack water, first aid, emergency blanket, flares, radio, sidearm. The morning air felt wrong. Too cold for late September, and that silence persisted. I'd worked in forests for 8 years. There should be morning sounds, ravens calling, squirrels chattering, wind in the branches. Nothing. The trail around Kipokeno Lake was well maintained but showed signs of recent passage. Boot prints in the mud, fresh enough that water still seeped into the depressions. Adult and child-sized. I followed them east, where the loop trail branched toward a series of alpine meadows. 3 miles in, I found the first sign of trouble. A backpack lay in the middle of the trail, upright and neatly positioned. Not dropped. Placed. I approached carefully, scanning the tray line. The pack belonged to Wallace Brennan, according to the name tag. Inside, sleeping bag, cooking gear, food supplies, nothing missing except the owner. The boot prints continued past the pack, but something was wrong with the gait. The father's prints showed a normal walking stride. The son's prints were too far apart, as if he'd been running or leaping. I followed them for another 100 yards until they stopped at a game trail leading into thick underbrush. That's when I heard it. A voice from the forest, a child's voice. Dad, Dad, where are you? I froze. The voice came from the wrong direction, deeper into the forest, away from the main trail. Kevin? I called. Kevin Brennan? Silence. Then again, Dad, Dad, where are you? The exact same inflection. The exact same pause between words. Like a recording. Kevin, this is Park Ranger. Can you tell me where you are? The voice moved. It came from my left now, at least 100 yards away. Dad? I drew my sidearm. Every instinct screamed to retreat to the cabin, but 2 people were missing. I keyed my radio. Base, this is Kipokina Station. I found evidence of the missing hikers, but situation is developing. I'm hearing possible calls for help, but they sound... I struggled for the right word. Wrong. Static answered me. I checked the radio. Full battery. Strong signal. But Hardwick's voice didn't return. The child's voice called again, further away now. Dad? Dad, where are you? I made a decision that probably saved my life. Instead of following the voice, I returned to the main trail and continued along the planned route. The boot prints reappeared after half a mile, both sets, walking normally. They led to a small clearing where someone had attempted to make camp. Wallace Brennan sat with his back against a tree. I knew he was dead before I reached him. The skin had a waxy quality, and his eyes stared at nothing. No visible wounds, no signs of violence. He just sat there, looking up at the canopy, mouth slightly open. The boy was nowhere. I checked for a pulse anyway. Nothing. The body was cold but not stiff, dead less than 12 hours. I searched the clearing. The tent was pitched but never slept in. A fire had been started but not lit. All their gear remained, except one item. The boy's sleeping bag was gone. I radioed again. Still static. I took photos, marked the location on my GPS, and began searching in a widening spiral pattern. That's when I found the tracks. Not boot prints. Something else. They emerged from the forest floor 30 feet from the body. Deep impressions in the soft earth. Barefoot tracks, but wrong. The heel was too far back, the toes too long, splayed wide, and the size easily 14 inches from heel to longest toe. They approached Wallace Brennan's body, circled it twice, then headed toward the lake. I followed them for 10 minutes before they vanished. Not faded, not obscured. They simply stopped at a flat rock as if whatever made them had ceased to exist. The child's voice called from the trees behind me. Dad? Dad, where are you? I ran. Back at the cabin. I locked every door and window. The radio continued spitting static. I tried for an hour to raise Hardwick or any other station. Nothing. According to my equipment, I was transmitting fine. Nobody answered. Outside, dusk gathered between the trees. The lake reflected the dying light, and I saw something that stopped my breath. Figures on the far shore. 3 of them. Standing at the water's edge in a perfect line. Too far to make out details, but their silhouettes were wrong. Arms too long. Heads too large. They stood motionless for perhaps 5 minutes. Then they raised their arms in unison, pointing across the water, pointing at my cabin. I closed the blinds and checked my ammunition. 15 rounds. The cabin had a shotgun in the closet, the previous Rangers I assumed. I found it loaded with slugs, 20 additional shells in a box. Night fell completely. I sat at the desk with every light blazing, the shotgun across my lap, and opened the previous Ranger's logbook again. I read from the beginning this time. The first entries were routine. Weather observations, wildlife counts, maintenance notes. Then in mid-August, hiker reported missing on North Trail. 28-year-old male, found him 3 days later, sitting under a tree like he'd decided to take a rest. Coroner said heart failure. Guy was a marathon runner. 2 weeks later, another one. Elderly woman. Day hike, found her by the lake. Same condition, just sitting there, no trauma, no explanation. Early September, the elk are wrong. I've been watching a herd of 6 cows and a bull for 3 days. They move in patterns, exact patterns, same route around the lake, stop at the same spots, eat from the same patches of grass. When I tried to get closer, they all turned to look at me, simultaneously, stood frozen for maybe 5 minutes, then went back to the pattern, started over from the beginning. Same route, same movements. A week before the Ranger left, I saw them tonight. 3 of them, standing in the lake, water up to their waists, facing the cabin. They stayed there for hours. When I shined my spotlight on them, they didn't react. They look human from a distance. Up close, something is wrong with the proportions. Their limbs bend at too many points. I think they know I'm watching them. I think they want me to know. The final entry. The boy who called for his father. I found the father's body this morning, sitting by the trail. No trauma, The boy is still calling. I can hear him every night now, getting closer. But I found his sleeping bag today, empty deep in the forest where nobody would camp. There's something inside it. It's not him. I'm requesting immediate transfer. I won't stay here after dark again. I set down the logbook as something scraped against the cabin wall. A long, slow scrape like fingernails on wood. It moved from the front of the cabin toward the window beside the desk. I gripped the shotgun and waited. The scraping stopped at the window. Through the closed blinds, I sensed something on the other side. Waiting. Then a child's voice, clear as day, inches from the glass. "Dad, Dad, where are you?" I aimed the shotgun at the window but didn't fire. Somehow I knew that's what it wanted. It wanted me to open the door, to come outside, to acknowledge it. The voice moved around the cabin, repeating the same phrase at each window. "Dad? Dad, where are you?" This continued for 3 hours. I sat frozen, barely breathing as it circled the cabin again and again. Sometimes the voice came from ground level, sometimes from the roof. Just before midnight, it stopped. I remained at the desk until dawn, when the radio finally crackled back to life. "Kipokina Station, this is Base, come in." I grabbed the radio. "Base, this is Kipokona. I found Wallace Brennan's body. The boy is still missing. We have a serious situation here." "What kind of situation?" I looked at the window where the voice had called from. In the morning light, I could see scratches in the wood. 4 parallel lines, too deep to be made by human fingernails. "I don't know how to explain it," I said, "but I'm not alone out here." Hardwick arrived by helicopter 2 hours after dawn. The noise of the rotors shattered the oppressive silence, the first loud sound I'd heard since arriving at Kipokina. I met him at the clearing behind the cabin that served as an emergency landing pad, grateful for the presence of another human being. He climbed out with 2 other rangers I didn't recognize. Both were armed with rifles in addition to their sidearms. That told me everything about how seriously they were taking my report. "Show me where you found the body," Hardwick said without preamble. I led them back along the trail, retracing my steps from the previous day. In daylight, with 3 other people, the forest felt almost normal. Jays called from the upper branches. A squirrel scolded us as we passed. The ordinary sounds of wilderness that had been absent before. "You're hearing birds now," I said to Hardwick. Should I not be? There were none yesterday. Complete silence. He exchanged glances with the other rangers. The younger one, who'd introduced himself as Gregory Worth, said, "That's what the others reported before." "Before what?" Nobody answered. Wallace Brennan's body remained where I'd found it, slumped against the tree in that grotesque pose of artificial rest. The other ranger, an older woman named Adelaide Cross, photographed everything while Hardwick examined the surrounding area. "You said you heard the boy calling," Hardwick said. "Something calling," I corrected. It used the boy's voice, but it wasn't right. Same phrase repeated exactly, same inflection every time. "Show me where the tracks were." I led them to the spot where I'd found the inhuman footprints. In daylight, with multiple witnesses, I expected validation. Instead, I found nothing. The ground showed no prints at all. The soft earth that had held those impossible impressions now appeared undisturbed, covered in a thick mat of pine needles. "They were here," I insisted. 14-inch bare feet, wrong proportions. Adelaide knelt and brushed away needles. Ground's disturbed underneath. Something was here. She looked up at me. "But these fill in fast. The forest covers things up." "In 12 hours? "Sometimes faster than that." We searched for Kevin Brennan for 6 hours. The 4 of us spread out in a grid pattern, moving systematically through the area where his father had died. We found nothing. No clothing, no gear, no signs of passage. It was as if the boy had been lifted from the earth without touching it. At one point, Gregory stopped at the edge of a ravine and called us over. "Look at this." A sleeping bag lay at the bottom of the ravine, partially hidden under deadfall. The fabric was shredded, torn from the inside. But there was no blood, no signs of struggle. Just the methodical destruction of the bag, as if something had clawed its way out. "That's Kevin's," I said, recognizing the distinctive blue color from the camping permit photo. Hardwick climbed down and examined it with gloved hands. When he emerged, his face had gone pale. "There's hair inside, but it's not human hair." He showed us. Coarse dark strands, each about 6 inches long, with an oily texture. They didn't match anything in standard wildlife guides. Too thick for deer, too fine for bear, wrong texture for elk. Adelaide photographed everything. "We need to get this to a lab." As she said it, we heard the voice. All of us this time. "Dad, Dad, where are you?" It came from upstream, perhaps 200 yards away. Gregory unslung his rifle. Kevin Brennan, can you hear me?" "This is Park Service. We're here to help you." The voice called again. Same words, same tone. It moved laterally, now, parallel to our position but maintaining distance. "It's doing what you said," Hardwick muttered to me, playing back the same recording. "That's not a recording," Adelaide said. "Listen." The voice had changed, still a child's voice, but different words now. "Help me. Please help me. I'm lost." "Kevin, stay where you are," Gregory shouted. "We're coming to you." He moved toward the voice. Hardwick grabbed his arm. "Wait. There's a kid out there." "That's not a kid." The voice came again, closer now. "Help me. Please help me. I'm lost." But underneath the words I heard something else. A wet, rasping quality, like someone speaking through a mouthful of mud. Adelaide raised her rifle. "Something's wrong with that." The underbrush ahead of us rustled. Gregory took a step forward, rifle ready. "Kevin, I'm a park ranger. I need you to show yourself slowly." The thing that emerged from the trees was not Kevin Brennan. It stood upright but wrong. The proportions were almost human. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but everything was slightly distorted. The arms hung too low, the legs bent backward at what would be the knee. Its skin had a grayish quality, mottled like tree bark, and its face attempted human features but couldn't quite manage it. Eyes too large and too far apart, a mouth that stretched too wide, no nose, just 2 slits above the mouth. It opened that mouth and spoke in Kevin's voice. "Help me. Please help me. I'm lost." Gregory fired. The shot caught it in the chest, punching through with a wet sound. It staggered backward but didn't fall. No blood emerged from the wound. Instead, a thick dark substance oozed out, viscous as tree sap. It turned and loped back into the forest with a jerky, unnatural gait. Within seconds, it had vanished into the undergrowth. We stood frozen for perhaps 10 seconds. Then Adelaide said, "What in God's name was that?" "Not gods." Hardwick replied quietly. "Old gods, maybe. The kind that were here before us." Back at the cabin, Hardwick pulled out a folder I hadn't seen before. Inside were incident reports dating back 40 years, all from this region of Glacier National Park. "We get about 3 or 4 of these a year," he explained. "Hikers go missing. We find them dead, always the same way. No trauma, just sitting or standing somewhere, like they decided to stop. Medical examiners find nothing wrong, heart's healthy, no toxins, no pathogens, they just die. You've known about this for 40 years. I felt anger rising. We've suspected, but what were we supposed to do? Tell people there's something in the forest that kills them in ways we can't explain? Close thousands of acres based on folklore? He spread photos across the table. Dead hikers in various poses, all with that same empty stare. The Blackfeet tribes warned us about this area. They called it Kipokina, where the spirits weep for a reason. They said the land here is thin, that things can cross over from somewhere else. Adelaide leaned against the wall, rifle still in hand. "I've worked this park for 15 years. I've seen things I can't explain. Elk walking in perfect circles for hours. Wolves standing in formation like they're waiting for orders. And those things in the forest." She gestured toward the window. "We call them mimics, because they copy. They learn sounds and voices and behaviors, but they're getting better at it." "Better how?" I asked. 5 years ago, they could only repeat short phrases. Now they're stringing sentences together, learning to respond. Whatever they are, they're studying us. Gregory checked his rifle magazine. "The Blackfeet say they're Wendigo, hunger spirits, but not the kind from traditional stories. These are older, from before humans named them." "I don't care what they're called," I said. "There's a kid out there, maybe still alive." Hardwick shook his head. "If Kevin Brennan is alive, he's not human anymore. That thing we saw, that was Kevin, or what's wearing him." "You can't know that." "The sleeping bag," Adelaide said quietly. "Something shed hair inside it. Coarse, dark hair that doesn't match any animal in this region. The bag was torn from the inside, and the father died sitting against a tree, exactly like the others. Whatever happened to Kevin happened fast, probably the first night. These things take people and—" She struggled for words. "Hollow them out, use them." I thought of the voice calling in the dark. "Dad? Dad, where are you?" A child's terror repeated endlessly. Not a recording, a lure. "We need to leave," Hardwick said. "All of us, tonight." "What about the boy?" "The boy is gone. We'll send a recovery team with proper equipment, more personnel, but staying here with 4 people is suicide." As he spoke, the light outside began to fade. I checked my watch, only 4 in the afternoon, but shadows gathered between the trees with unnatural speed. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in as many minutes. Adelaide noticed it too. "That's not right. We should have 3 more hours of daylight. Hardwick went to the window. The forest is closing up, that's what we call it. When they're active, the forest itself changes, light doesn't penetrate right, sound moves strangely, time feels wrong. We need to go now, Gregory said, moving toward the door. A voice stopped him. Multiple voices, actually, coming from every direction around the cabin. Dad, where are you? Help me. Please help me. I'm lost. Why did you leave me? I'm so cold. Please don't make me go back there. Child voices, dozens of them, some using words I'd heard before, others pleading with phrases that sounded real, desperate, all of them just slightly wrong, spoken in the same wet, rasping tone I'd heard from the mimic. Hardwick grabbed the radio. Base, this is Hardwick. We need immediate extraction from Kipokina Station. Emergency authorization. Static answered him. He tried again. Same result. The radio functioned, lights showed full power and strong signal, but nothing came back except dead air. They're jamming us somehow, Adelaide said. Or the forest is. Gregory checked the satellite phone. This too, everything's working but nothing connects. The voices outside grew louder. Now they were pounding on the walls. Not hard, gentle, almost tentative tapping, like children asking to be let in. Everybody stay calm, Hardwick said, though his hands shook as he checked his rifle. They've never breached a structure before. We're safe as long as we stay inside. What about the helicopter? I asked. We all turned to look out the back window toward the landing pad. The helicopter sat in the clearing, maybe 200 yards away. Between us and it, figures moved in the darkening forest. 3 of them at first, then 5, then more than I could count. They emerged from between the trees, tall, misshapen things that walked upright but wrong. Some were more human than others. Some still wore clothing, tattered and stained. I realized with horror that those might have once been people, hikers who'd gone missing over the years, now reduced to these shambling mimics that had forgotten how to be human. We're trapped, Gregory whispered. The tapping continued around the cabin. The voices never stopped. They called out names, probably pulled from missing person reports. They begged and pleaded and cried. If you didn't see them, if you only heard the voices, you might believe they were real children needing help. That's how they got you. That's what had happened to Wallace Brennan. He'd heard his son calling and gone to find him, found something else instead, something that wore his son's voice like a coat. I wondered if some part of Kevin remained inside the thing we'd seen, if consciousness persisted while the body transformed into something other. The thought made me physically ill. We wait for dawn, Hardwick decided. They've always been nocturnal. When the sun rises, they'll retreat. We can make it to the helicopter then. That's 8 hours from now, Adelaide said. You got a better idea? None of us did. We secured the cabin as best we could, pushed furniture against doors, checked every window latch. Gregory found additional ammunition in a storage locker. Adelaide discovered an old journal belonging to a ranger from the 1970s. She read passages aloud. October 15th, 1974. The elk again today. 6 cows and a bull. They've been walking the same path around the lake for 3 days now. When I tried to drive them off, they stopped and stared at me. All of them simultaneously. Their eyes didn't look right. Too aware. Too focused. I had the distinct impression they were studying me. October 18th, 1974. Found a hiker's body today. Jane Holloway, age 42. She was sitting on a rock overlooking the lake. Appeared to be watching the sunset. But when I got closer, I saw she'd been dead for at least a day. Coroner couldn't determine cause. Her husband said she'd been in perfect health. October 21st, 1974. I can't shake the feeling I'm being watched. Not by animals. Something else. The Blackfeet guide who brought supplies last week refused to stay after dark. Said the land here is sick, that it eats people. I'm starting to believe him. October 23rd, 1974. They're in my dreams now. 3 figures standing in the lake. They call to me, in voices I almost recognize. Last night I woke up standing at the cabin door with my hand on the latch. I don't remember getting out of bed. I'm requesting transfer. The journal ended there. Adelaide checked the ranger roster from that year. The ranger's name had been Douglas Webb. He'd transferred to Yellowstone in November 1974, died in his sleep 6 months later. No explanation. Heart failure, the report said. Age 34. They follow you, Adelaide said quietly. Even if you leave, they mark you somehow. That's a comforting thought, Gregory muttered. The night deepened. The voices outside continued their awful chorus. Sometimes they would all stop simultaneously, leaving a silence so complete it hurt. Then they'd start again, trying new phrases, new names, new strategies. Around midnight, they changed tactics. One voice separated from the others. It spoke in a woman's voice, clear, calm, rational. "This is Ranger Adelaide Cross. Open the door, that's an order." We all looked at Adelaide. She'd gone white. The voice continued. "This is Ranger Adelaide Cross. We have a medical emergency. Open the door immediately." "It's using my voice," she whispered. "How is it using my voice?" "They've been listening," Hardwick said. "Learning. Probably recording us all day." The mimic tried several variations. Adelaide Cross to base, requesting immediate assistance. Then, more desperately, "Please, someone help me. I'm hurt." When that didn't work, it moved to Hardwick, then Gregory, then me. Each time, the voice was perfect, the inflection matched, the breathing patterns correct. If I hadn't been looking at the real Hardwick standing beside me, I would have believed the voice outside was his. "They're getting better," Gregory said. "Much better than last season." "They're evolving," Hardwick agreed, "or being directed by something with intelligence, something that understands us well enough to manipulate us." At 3 in the morning, something heavy hit the roof. We heard footsteps up there, not human footsteps. Too many joints bending, too much weight distributed wrong. The thing crossed the entire roof twice, then stopped directly above us. A child's voice drifted down through the ceiling. "Why won't you help me? I'm scared. It's dark out here. Please let me in. I promise I'll be good." The ceiling creaked under its weight. Dust filtered down from the beams. I trained my shotgun upward, tracking the movement. The thing shifted position, and I heard that wet, rasping sound again, like something breathing through fluid. "If it comes through the roof," Gregory started. "We shoot until it stops moving," Hardwick finished. But it didn't come through. After perhaps 20 minutes, the footsteps moved back across the roof and disappeared. The child's voice faded into the distance, still calling, "Please help me. I'm so scared. Why won't anyone help me?" We made it to dawn. Barely. When the first light touched the eastern sky, the voices stopped. The oppressive presence around the cabin lifted like fog burning off. Within minutes, bird calls resumed. Normal forest sounds returned. We packed quickly and moved toward the helicopter in a tight formation, weapons ready. The clearing appeared empty, but I could feel eyes watching from the forest. The mimics hadn't left. They just retreated to wherever they went when daylight came. Hardwick fired up the helicopter while the rest of us kept watch. As the rotors spun up, I saw movement at the tree line. 3 figures standing in shadow, watching, learning. We lifted off and I watched Kipokina Station shrink below us. The lake reflected the morning sun like polished obsidian. The cabin stood alone in its clearing, waiting for the next ranger who would be desperate or foolish enough to take the posting. I wondered how long before the mimics learned to fly. The debriefing lasted 6 hours. Federal agents I'd never seen before asked questions about everything: the timeline, the voices, the creatures, my mental state. They recorded every word, took blood samples, made me describe the mimic's appearance a dozen times until they were satisfied. I hadn't exaggerated any details. "You understand this information is classified," the senior agent said. His name tag read Morrison. "What you saw at Kipokina Station is subject to federal oversight under the Wilderness Protection Act of 1983. "I've never heard of that act," I said. "That's intentional." They showed me photographs, dozens of them, dead hikers from across the western United States, all sitting or standing in peaceful poses, all with that same empty stare. The images dated back to the 1920s, grainy black and white photos of bodies discovered in remote areas of Glacier Yellowstone Olympic National Forest. "We've been tracking these incidents for a century," Morrison explained. "The pattern is always the same. Remote locations, unexplained deaths, witnesses reporting unusual wildlife behavior, or strange sounds, and occasionally, direct contact with what you've termed mimics." "How many have died?" "Officially, 347. Unofficially, probably twice that. Many incidents go unreported. Hikers who simply vanish, bodies never found." Adelaide sat across from me in the conference room, looking as exhausted as I felt. Gregory had been separated for individual questioning. Hardwick was nowhere to be seen. "What about Kevin Brennan?" I asked. "His mother deserves to know what happened." Morrison's expression didn't change. "Kevin Brennan died of exposure in Glacier National Park. His body has been recovered. The family will receive closure." "That's a lie." "That's the official statement. The alternative is telling his mother that her son was transformed into something inhuman that may still be walking around wearing his memories. Which truth would you prefer she hear?" I had no answer for that. They released us at midnight with warnings about confidentiality agreements and federal prosecution. A government car drove me to a hotel in Kalispell. I was suspended from duty pending psychiatric evaluation. Standard procedure, Morrison assured me. Nothing personal. I didn't sleep. Every sound in the hotel, ice machines, footsteps in the hall, voices from adjacent rooms made me reach for a weapon I no longer carried. At dawn, I gave up and went to the lobby for coffee. Adelaide sat in a corner booth, looking equally haunted. I joined her without asking. Hardwick told me something, she said without preamble, before they separated us, about the Blackfeet legends. I'm listening. They don't call them Wendigo. That's Algonquin. Wrong tribe. The Blackfeet call them Nitoquasiks. It translates roughly to hunger that thinks. They're not ghosts or demons. They're older than that. Older than humans entirely. What are they? According to the stories, they're what was here before us. Before mammals. Before anything warm-blooded walked the earth. The land remembers things, even after they should be extinct. And in certain places where the barrier is thin, she paused, choosing words carefully. Those memories can become physical again. That's insane. Is it? You saw them. We both did. You shot one and it barely noticed. Because they're not really biological, they're geological. Echoes of something ancient, given form by the forest itself. I wanted to argue. Wanted to dismiss it as stress-induced delusion. But I'd seen that thing emerge from the trees. Seen its impossible anatomy. Heard it speak in Kevin Brennan's stolen voice. Hardwick told me one more thing, Adelaide continued. The Blackfeet won't go near Kipokina. Haven't for generations. They say that's where the Nitoquasiks are strongest because that's where the veil broke. Something happened there a long time ago. Something that opened a door that can't be closed. When? Nobody knows. Before white settlers arrived, certainly. Maybe centuries. Maybe millennia. The land itself is infected, and it's spreading. Spreading how? She pulled out a map and unfolded it on the table. Red X marks dotted the wilderness areas of Glacier Park. These are all confirmed incidents in the last 50 years. Notice the pattern. The marks radiated outward from Kipokina Lake like ripples in water, starting dense near the lake, then spreading wider each decade. 10 years ago, these incidents stayed within 5 miles of Kipokina, Adelaide explained. Now they're occurring 15 miles out. The infected zone is growing. In another decade, it'll reach tourist areas, popular trails, places where thousands of people hike every year. Why doesn't the government just close it? They can't. Think about the panic if they admitted there are creatures in the national parks that can't be killed, that transform humans into mimics, that spread like a disease. The tourism industry would collapse. Property values around every wilderness area would crash. And for what? They can't stop it. They've tried. Controlled burns, clear cutting, poisoning the watershed. Nothing works. The forest regenerates. The mimics return. She refolded the map. So they contain information, classify incidents, pay off families, and sacrifice rangers like us to monitor the situation. That's what we are, monitors. Canaries in the coal mine, they station someone at Kipokina every season. Wait to see how long we last. Document what we observe. Most rangers request transfer within a month. The ones who don't, she didn't finish. The ones who don't end up like Douglas Webb, I said. Dead 6 months later from unexplained heart failure. Adelaide nodded. The mimics mark you. Somehow. Touch your mind and leave something behind. Then eventually, they call you back. Some rangers resist. Some don't. But they all hear the calling, even far away from the park. As if summoned by her words, I heard it. Faint, distant. So quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it. Dad? Dad, where are you? I jerked upright, scanning the hotel lobby. Empty except for a bored desk clerk watching television. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere. Adelaide grabbed my wrist. You heard it. How? I hear it too. Every day now. Not as often as at the station, but it's there. In quiet moments, when I'm alone. Her grip tightened. Hardwick hears it constantly. He's been marked for 15 years. He can't leave Montana anymore. If he tries, the calling gets so loud he can't function. So he stays, managing the park, sending new rangers into that forest because that's all he can do. We have to tell someone. Tell them what? That we're hearing voices? They'll commit us. Morrison made that clear. Either we stay quiet, or we're declared mentally unfit, institutionalized, and who's going to believe us? We don't have proof. The mimics don't show up on thermal imaging. Cameras malfunction around them. They're perfectly designed to avoid documentation. Then what do we do? Adelaide released my wrist and stood. We survive. We ignore the calling. We live our lives as normally as possible and hope the mark fades. She didn't sound convinced. Some rangers manage it, others end up dead or missing. We'll find out which group we're in soon enough. She left. I sat in the booth drinking coffee that had gone cold, listening for voices that weren't there but might be. 3 days later, I received a letter, no return address, postmarked from Browning, Montana, the Blackfeet Reservation. Inside was a single handwritten page in careful script. Ranger, I heard about what happened at Kipakoina. My name is Leonard Two Feathers. My grandfather was a tribal elder who knew the old stories. He died in 1986, but before he passed, he told me things about that place. Things the tribe doesn't speak of openly. If you want to understand what you saw, meet me at the Browning Library, tomorrow at noon. Come alone. The Nitaquassix can track those who speak of them. The fewer people who know, the safer we all are. Leonard. I should have ignored it, should have thrown the letter away and tried to forget everything that happened at Kipokina Station. Instead, I drove to Browning. The library was a small building on the edge of the reservation. Leonard Two Feathers waited at a back table, a man in his 60s with gray braids and weathered features. He studied me as I approached, eyes sharp despite his age. You have the mark, he said before I even sat down. I can see it. See what? The shadow they leave, it clings to you like smoke. Most people can't perceive it, but those who know the old ways can. He gestured to the chair. Sit, we don't have much time. I sat. Your letter said your grandfather knew about Kipokina. My grandfather was the last keeper of certain stories. Stories the tribe stopped telling after the white man came. Not because they weren't true, but because speaking of some things gives them power. He pulled out a worn leather journal. He wrote some of it down before he died. Made me promise to keep it hidden unless someone who'd been marked came looking for answers. He opened the journal to a page marked with a feather. The text was in English, but peppered with Blackfeet words I didn't recognize. The Nitaquassix are old, Leonard began. Older than mammals, older than the ice. They existed when the world was different, when the sun was weaker and the air was poison. They ruled this land for millions of years. What are they? The closest English word would be predator, but that's inadequate. They hunted, yes, but not for food. They hunted consciousness. They consumed awareness itself, devoured the thoughts of other creatures and wore their patterns like clothing. He turned a page, showing a crude drawing. It depicted creatures similar to what I'd seen, vaguely humanoid but wrong. When the world changed, when the climate shifted and mammals rose, the Nitaquassix couldn't adapt. Their food source, the cold-blooded creatures they'd hunted, died off. So they retreated, went dormant, sank into the earth like seeds waiting for proper conditions. But they're not dormant now. No, because something woke them. My grandfather didn't know what. An earthquake, perhaps, or mining that disturbed the deep places. But around 1850 they began to emerge near what you call Kipokina Lake. At first they were weak, barely physical. But they learned. They consumed the consciousness of animals, elk, bears, wolves, learned to mimic their forms. Then they moved to humans. Leonard nodded. Humans provided something better. Language, complex thought, the ability to plan and deceive. Each person they consumed made them smarter, more adaptable. Your Kevin Brennan wasn't the first child they've taken, won't be the last. I felt sick. Can they be killed? They're not alive in the way you understand. They're more like a disease, an infection of consciousness that wears flesh as a disguise. You can destroy a body they inhabit, but the infection itself retreats into the earth, into the trees, into the water. Then it builds a new body. He closed the journal. The only solution is fire, complete burning. But the forest protects them. It's become part of their network. So there's no hope. I didn't say that. Leonard's expression grew stern. My grandfather wrote of a ritual, a way to close the veil, to force the Nitaquassix back into dormancy. But it requires going to the source, to the exact point where they first emerged. Where is that? Kipokina Lake, at the deepest point. The tribe sent warriors there once, in the 1890s. Only one returned, and he was mad. But before he died, he said he saw it, the wound in the world where the Nitaquassix crawl through. He said it looked like a mouth. A mouth in the earth. I remembered the sleeping bag torn from the inside. Kevin's voice calling eternally for his father. The way the mimics moved, jerky and purposeful, like puppets controlled by something beneath. What would the ritual involve? Leonard hesitated. Blood, fire, and a willing sacrifice. Someone marked by the Nitaquassix who still has enough of their own consciousness to choose. The sacrifice has to be voluntary, has to be someone the forest has touched but not claimed. His eyes bore into mine. Someone like you. I stood abruptly. I'm not killing myself to seal some mystical breach. Then more people will die. Every season, every year, more victims. The infection spreads. Eventually, it'll reach cities. Imagine these things learning to mimic your family, your friends. Imagine them spreading across the continent, wearing human faces, consuming human minds. Is your life worth preventing that? You do it then, you know the ritual. I'm not marked. It has to be someone they've touched, someone they've fed from. He stood as well. I know what I'm asking. My grandfather died performing a lesser version of this ritual. He burned himself alive trying to contain them. It didn't work because he wasn't marked. But you, he trailed off. I left without another word, drove back to Kalispell in a daze. That night, I heard the voices clearly for the first time since leaving Kipokina. They called my name now. Not just generic pleas for help. My actual name spoken in voices I recognized. My ex-wife, my dead father, friends from childhood. The mimics had somehow accessed my memories, pulled out the people I'd loved and lost, and were using their voices against me. They called until dawn. Morrison came to see me a week later. I'd spent that week in the hotel room, barely sleeping, jumping at every sound. The voices grew stronger each night. During the day, I caught glimpses of figures in my peripheral vision, tall, wrong shapes that vanished when I turned to look directly. You're deteriorating, Morrison said without preamble. Adelaide Cross has already checked herself into a facility. Says she can't handle the voices anymore. Gregory Worth is on administrative leave. And Hardwick, he paused. Hardwick tried to drive to Seattle 3 days ago. Made it as far as Spokane before he collapsed. The calling was so loud he couldn't think. They found him in his car, bleeding from the ears. What do you want from me? The truth. Can you still function? I laughed. A brittle sound. I hear dead people calling my name every night. I see things that shouldn't exist standing in my hotel room. Last night, I woke up with my hand on the doorknob trying to leave. I don't remember getting out of bed, so no, I can't function. Morrison nodded as if expecting this. There's a protocol for marked individuals. We've been refining it for decades. Medication can help, antipsychotics primarily, though they're only partially effective. Isolation from triggers is crucial. You need to stay away from forests, from wilderness areas. No camping, no hiking. Urban environments seem to weaken the calling. For how long? Some rangers go 5-10 years before the mark fades. Others never escape it. Douglas Webb tried for 6 months before it killed him. The mimics don't let go easily. There might be another way, I said, and told him about Leonard Two Feathers and the ritual. Morrison listened without interrupting. When I finished, his face had gone gray. That's suicide. It's a choice, which is more than most marked rangers get. We've studied indigenous folklore extensively. There's never been any evidence that rituals have any effect on the mimics. The Blackfeet avoid Kipokina because people die there, not because of mystical breaches in reality. Then why do the mimics exist at all? You said yourself you've been tracking them for a century and can't stop them. Maybe the Blackfeet are right. Maybe there is something at the bottom of that lake. And maybe walking into their territory while marked is exactly what they want. Have you considered that? The calling, the voices. What if it's all designed to lure you back? You'd be delivering yourself directly to them. I had considered that, thought about little else for days. But the alternative was years of slowly losing my mind, hearing voices, seeing shadows, until I ended up like Hardwick trapped in Montana, unable to leave, slowly consumed by the mark until it killed me. I'm going back, I said. If you do, you're fired. No support, no backup. If you die there, and you will, it'll be ruled suicide or accidental death. The government won't acknowledge any of this. I know. Morrison stood. For what it's worth, I hope you're wrong about the ritual. I hope there's no mystical solution, because if there is and you fail, we're back to square one with no options. He moved to the door, then stopped. But if you're right, if you succeed, the Park Service owes you more than it can ever repay. He left. I had 3 days before the voices would drive me to madness. I needed to prepare. Leonard met me at the library again. This time he brought supplies, bundles of sage, cedar bark, a knife with a bone handle, and a clay vessel filled with what looked like oil. The ritual is simple in theory, he explained. You must reach the breach, anoint yourself with sacred oil, speak the words of binding, then fire. That's it? The words are crucial. They're in the old language. You must speak them perfectly, with intent, with sacrifice. The Nitoquai Six will try to stop you. They've been feeding on marked rangers for generations. They know what happens if someone succeeds. He handed me a paper with phonetic spellings. Memorize these. Practice until the pronunciation is perfect. I spent the next day practicing, speaking strange syllables that felt heavy on my tongue. The language was guttural, primal, like something spoken before humans had modern vocal cords. Each repetition made my head ache, as if the words themselves carried weight. That night, the voices reached a crescendo. Every person I'd ever known seemed to call to me. They begged, they pleaded, they threatened. Around midnight, I heard my father's voice, dead 15 years, speaking clearly from the corner of the room. "Come home, son. I'm waiting for you. Come home." I looked, nothing there. But the voice persisted. "It's time. Come back to Kipokinau. Come home." I checked out of the hotel at dawn and drove to Glacier. The park was officially closed for the season, but I knew the access routes. By afternoon, I stood at the trailhead leading to Kipokinau Station. The hike-in felt different this time. The forest welcomed me. Birds sang. Squirrels chattered. Sunlight filtered through the branches, dappling the trail. It felt safe, peaceful, wrong. They wanted me to come back. I reached the cabin as dusk fell. The structure stood exactly as I'd left it. Door closed, windows intact, solar panels gleaming. I half expected to find it destroyed, reclaimed by forest. Instead, it waited like a patient predator. Inside, nothing had changed. The logbooks remained on the desk. My supplies sat where I'd left them. Even the coffee pot still held the sludge I'd abandoned. It was as if time had stopped the moment we'd evacuated. I set up in the main room, laid out the ritual supplies, checked my equipment, confirmed the words one more time. According to Leonard's instructions, I needed to perform the ritual at midnight at the deepest point of Kipokinau Lake. I had 4 hours. The voices started as soon as the sun set. They came from every direction, hundreds of them now, all the people the mimics had consumed over the years, all speaking at once. The cacophony should have been overwhelming, but underneath the chaos I heard a pattern. They were coordinating, working together. "Don't do this," my father's voice said. "Come with us instead. You'll understand everything. No more pain, no more fear. We can show you wonders," my ex-wife added. "The forest remembers everything. You could too." "Think of what you could become," another voice urged. "What you could learn. The Nido Quo 6 aren't your enemies. They're the next step in evolution." Beautiful lies. Tempting lies. They understood human psychology perfectly. Now, after consuming so many minds, they knew exactly what to offer. At 11:30, I gathered the ritual supplies and left the cabin. The voices fell silent as I stepped outside. For a moment, the forest held its breath. Then they emerged. Mimics surrounded the cabin, dozens of them. Some wore human clothing, tattered and old. Some moved on 4 legs, others on 2. All watched me with those 2 large eyes, faces attempting human expression but failing. In the darkness, illuminated by my flashlight, they looked like fever dreams made flesh. They parted as I walked toward the lake, formed a corridor, allowing me passage. Their heads tracked my movement with eerie synchronization. I heard the wet, rasping sound of their breathing, if it could be called breathing, more like wind through hollow places. Kipokinau Lake reflected the moon, its surface perfectly still. At the shore, I stripped to my waist and anointed myself with the sacred oil. It smelled of cedar and something else, something ancient that made my skin prickle. I spoke the first words of the ritual, and the oil began to burn, not painfully, but with a cold fire that seemed to sink into my flesh. The mimics reacted immediately. They surged forward, no longer maintaining the corridor. But they didn't attack. They surrounded me in concentric circles, calling out in 1,000 voices. The sound was deafening. Every human emotion, every plea, every threat, layered into a wall of noise. I waded into the water. It was ice cold, but I barely felt it. The oil coating my skin created a barrier, a bubble of warmth that moved with me. I spoke the second set of words, and the water around me began to glow faintly, bioluminescent algae responding to something in the ritual. The lake bed dropped off steeply. 20 feet from shore, I couldn't touch bottom. I swam toward the center, speaking the words between strokes. Behind me, the mimics wailed. Some entered the water, but they moved slowly, as if the lake itself resisted them. At what I judged to be the deepest point, I treaded water and spoke the third portion of the ritual. The words came easier now, flowing from my mouth with a power that felt beyond me. The lake responded. The water beneath me moved, shifted. A current from below, cold enough to freeze, rose up and swirled around me. In the moonlight, I saw something deep down, a darker patch in the darkness. It widened as I watched, a hole in the lake bed, or in reality itself. That was the breach, the wound, the mouth Leonard's grandfather had described. I could see things moving in it, not mimics, older things, larger things. The Nido Quo 6 were juveniles, small fragments of something vast. The true entities waited below, patient and ancient, feeding on the consciousness that leaked through the breach like blood from a cut. I spoke the final words, the ones that required sacrifice, the ones that would seal me to this place, make me part of the binding. As the last syllable left my lips, I ignited the lighter I'd brought. The flame touched the oil on my skin and I became fire. The pain hit instantly, overriding the magical protection. I screamed, and the scream became part of the ritual. Agony offered freely, consciousness burning bright enough to be seen from the deep places. I sank, still burning, the impossible fire continuing even underwater. The breach below rushed up to meet me, or I fell toward it. Perspective became meaningless. The mimics on shore shrieked, a sound like metal tearing. The vast things in the deep recoiled from the light of my burning. I saw, in that moment of clarity before death, what Leonard's grandfather had understood. Consciousness was the barrier. Human awareness, offered voluntarily in sacrifice, could seal the wound because consciousness was what the breach fed on. My burning mind created a patch, a temporary closure. It wouldn't last forever, maybe decades, maybe centuries, but it would give humanity time. I hit the breach still screaming, still burning, and I woke in a hospital in Kalispell. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No voices, no calling, no shadow figures at the edge of vision. My mind felt clean for the first time in weeks, scoured empty of the mark. Morrison sat in a chair beside the bed. He looked older than I remembered, gray hair where it had been dark, new lines around his eyes. "How long?" I managed. My throat felt raw, voice barely a whisper. 3 weeks. They found you on the shore of Kipokina Lake. Severe hypothermia, burns covering 60% of your body. He gestured at the bandages covering my arms. "You should be dead. The doctors can't explain how you survived." The ritual. We don't know if it worked. The mimics haven't been observed since that night. Could be coincidence, could be seasonal, or, he paused, it could be you actually did something. I tried to sit up, pain lanced through my torso, and Morrison gently pushed me back down. "Easy. You're still healing." The burns were strange. Doctors said they looked more like frostbite than fire damage, and there are marks. He pulled back the bandage on my right arm, revealing intricate patterns of scar tissue, whorls and spirals that almost looked deliberate. They're on most of your body, like you were branded with something. I remembered the cold fire, the oil burning with ancient power. What about the others? Adelaide, Gregory? Adelaide checked out of the facility 2 days after you went back. Said the voices stopped. Gregory reported the same thing. Hardwick, Morrison's expression softened. He's free, can leave Montana. The calling is gone. So it worked. Appears so. Which opens uncomfortable questions. If indigenous rituals can affect these things, what else have we been wrong about? How many people died because we dismissed folklore as superstition? He stood, moved to the window. The Park Service is quietly consulting with tribal elders across the country, gathering information about other problematic sites. There are more Kipokanas out there, places where the barrier is thin. You want to seal them all? We want to try, but the ritual requires someone marked, someone willing to sacrifice themselves. We can't exactly recruit for that position. I understood. The ritual wasn't a solution but a stopgap. Each breach needed its own sacrifice, and eventually, volunteers would run out. How long before Kipakana reopens? I asked. It won't. The entire area has been designated federal wilderness. No access. The official story is dangerous wildlife, bears primarily. Tourists will be redirected to other areas. We're monitoring constantly. If the mimics return, he didn't finish. They will return. The breach is sealed, not closed. Sealed things can be opened again. Morrison nodded slowly. Leonard Two Feathers said the same thing. The binding you created might last decades or centuries, but it's not permanent. Eventually something will wear it down. Erosion, time, or the Netoquosics themselves working from the other side. Then someone will have to do it again. Yes. We sat in silence for a moment. Outside, Kalispell went about its business. Cars passing, people walking, ordinary life continuing in ignorance of the thin places where ancient horrors waited. I saw them, I said finally, the real ones, down in the deep. The mimics are nothing, juveniles, fragments. The true Netoquosics are. I struggled for words adequate to describe what I'd glimpsed in that moment between life and death. Vast, patient. They've been there for millions of years. They can wait millions more. That's a comforting thought. It should be, because it means they're slow. They think in geological time. That gives us an advantage. We can adapt faster. Respond to breaches as they open. Seal them before the infection spreads. I met his eyes. but it means constant vigilance, forever. Morrison's expression was grim. We're establishing a new division. Officially, it's environmental hazard assessment. Unofficially, it monitors thin places, trains personnel in both modern science and indigenous practices. You'd be a valuable asset. I'm done, I said. I gave enough. I know, but think about it. You survived something that should have killed you. You have knowledge and experience nobody else has, and, he gestured at the scars on my arm, you're marked in a different way now. The ritual changed you. Leonard thinks you might be immune to future marking by the Nitoquo-6, that you could enter thin places without being corrupted. I need to heal first. Of course, no pressure. Just consider it. After he left, I lay in the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling. The scars covering my body ached with a deep, persistent pain that narcotics barely touched. But the silence in my mind was worth it. No voices, no calling, just my own thoughts, clear and uninterrupted. I wondered if Kevin Brennan had experienced a moment of clarity before the transformation took him completely. If some part of his consciousness persisted in the mimic that wore his shape, if he knew what he'd become. I wondered how many others were trapped that way, conscious but imprisoned in flesh that no longer obeyed them, forced to call out in mimicry, luring others to the same fate, an eternity of awareness without control. That night, I dreamed of the deep place, the breach, not the nightmare I expected, but something else. In the dream, I stood at the edge of the wound, and it spoke to me, not in words but in concepts, images, emotions compressed into pure meaning. It showed me the world as it had been, warm seas full of strange life, the land barren and hostile, and the Nitoquo-6, vast intelligences that consumed and replicated consciousness across millions of years. They were apex predators in a sense humans couldn't comprehend. They didn't hunt bodies, they hunted minds. When the climate changed and their food source vanished, they retreated into dormancy. But intelligence like theirs didn't die. It waited, adapted. And when humans arrived, creatures whose minds were bright and complex and delicious, they woke. The breach wasn't accidental, it was deliberate. An experiment. A test to see if this new form of consciousness could sustain them. And it could. Human minds provided more nourishment than anything in their evolutionary past. We were the perfect prey. My sacrifice had interrupted the test, closed the feeding ground. But there would be others. The Nitoquo-6 were patient. They could afford to wait for the binding to weaken, could afford to probe other thin places. They had time and quantities humans couldn't imagine. I woke sweating despite the hospital's air conditioning. The dream felt less like imagination and more like communication, as if something vast had noticed my sacrifice and wanted me to understand the scope of what I faced. Recovery took 3 months. Physical therapy for the burns, psychological evaluation that I somehow passed despite everything. Morrison visited weekly, always with the same offer. Join the new division, help monitor the thin places, use my experience to save lives. I always said no, until the day Adelaide came to see me. She looked better than the last time I'd seen her. The haunted expression was gone, replaced by determined focus. Morrison told me you're refusing the position. I'm done fighting monsters. You can't be done. None of us can. She sat in the visitor's chair. I went back to Kipukoneo last week. With Leonard and a team of researchers, we found something. She pulled out a photograph. It showed the lake shore, the cabin in the background, and in the foreground carved into a boulder that hadn't been there before, a message in English. Thank you. 2 words. Simple, impossible. The mimics left that, Adelaide said, or something controlling them. After you sealed the breach, after the binding took hold, they carved this and then vanished, every single one, like they were released. Released from what? Enslavement. Leonard thinks the true Nitoquo-6, the vast ones you saw, were controlling the mimics, using them as tools to gather consciousness. When you closed the breach, you cut that connection, freed them. She leaned forward. What if the mimics weren't the enemy? What if they were victims, humans and animals transformed and enslaved by something worse? The thought chilled me. Kevin Brennan calling for his father, not because the mimic wanted to lure victims, but because some fragment of Kevin's consciousness remained, crying out the only way it could, and my sacrifice had somehow freed him. That doesn't change anything, I said. The breach will reopen. The cycle will continue. Not if we stop it. Not if we find every thin place and seal them permanently. Leonard says there's a master ritual, something that could close all the breaches at once, but it requires knowledge from multiple tribes, gathered carefully over years, and people willing to explore the thin places to understand them. People like me. People like us, she corrected. I'm joining Morrison's division, Gregory already has. Even Hardwick, though he's staying administrative, we need you too. I looked at the scars on my arms, the whorls and spirals that marked me as something other, something that had touched the deep places and returned. If I do this, I said slowly, I want full authority. No more sacrificing rangers as canaries. No more classified cover-ups that leave families without answers. We do this right or not at all. Adelaide smiled. Morrison said you'd say that. He's already authorized it. Welcome to the Thin Places Division. 6 months later, I stood in a different forest. Olympic National Park, Washington. Another thin place, smaller than Kipokina, but growing. Leonard stood beside me, along with Adelaide and a Quileute elder named Peter. We'd been tracking incidents here for 2 months, missing hikers, strange wildlife behavior, reports of voices in the trees. The breach is new, Peter said, pointing to a section of old-growth forest where the trees grew twisted and wrong. Maybe 5 years, but it's active, feeding. We'd learned a lot in 6 months. How to detect thin places before they became crises. How to monitor breach activity without triggering the Nitoquama 6. How to work with indigenous tribes who'd been protecting these sites for generations, mostly ignored by the government. And we'd learned the scope of the problem. There were hundreds of thin places across North America, some dormant for centuries, some actively feeding. And every year, climate change and human encroachment awakened more. We need to seal this one before it grows, Adelaide said. Do we have a volunteer? We'd refined the ritual, made it less fatal. The binding no longer required death, just intense suffering and the willingness to bear the mark. I'd done it twice more since Kipokina. Gregory once, Adelaide once. We rotated, nobody sacrificing too often. I'll do it, I said. That night, I waded into a cold stream deep in the Olympic forest, anointed myself with sacred oil, spoke the words of binding in a language older than the trees, and burned. The pain never got easier, but the afterward did. The moment when the breach sealed and I felt consciousness retreat, felt the thin place stabilize, felt the forest breathe easier. When I crawled from the stream, new scars adorned my body. More whorls, more spirals, a map of sacrifice written in my flesh. Peter helped me to my feet. The forest is grateful, he said. The spirits are quiet now. For how long? Long enough. That became our mission statement. Long enough. We couldn't stop the Nitoquama 6 forever. But we could buy humanity time. Years, decades, maybe centuries. And maybe if we worked hard enough, if we learned enough, we'd find a permanent solution. A way to close all the breaches at once. A way to push the ancient intelligences back into the deep places where they belonged. Until then, we patrolled the thin places. Monitored, sealed, sacrificed. The work never ended. The thin places multiplied. But we were no longer helpless, no longer ignorant. We'd learned to fight back against an enemy as old as the earth itself. And sometimes in quiet moments I stood at the edge of sealed breaches and felt something. Gratitude, maybe. From the mimics we'd freed. From the forest itself. From consciousness defending consciousness against the hunger that walks. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep going. To keep burning. To keep the deep places sealed. For now. For as long as we could. Forever, if we were lucky. I'm from Nevada, where the desert stretches endlessly and the casinos promise dreams they rarely deliver. My father spent 20 years at the Luxor dealing blackjack, and I swore I'd never follow that path. But life has a way of cornering you. After my wife left and took half of everything, I found myself staring at medical bills from my daughter's emergency appendectomy. Add the mortgage, the truck payment, and the child support, and I was drowning. That's when I met Frank at a veterans bar in Reno. He was older, maybe 60. With the kind of weathered face that spoke of years spent outdoors. We got to talking about Iraq, about the things we'd seen, and eventually about what came after. When he learned about my situation, he slid a business card across the bar. No name, just a phone number and a single word. Retrieval. Government work, Frank said quietly. Off the books. They need people who know how to handle themselves in difficult terrain, who won't ask too many questions. The pay is $15,000 per assignment, cash. Usually takes a week, maybe 2. I should have walked away. Instead, I called the number the next morning. 3 days later, I was on a military transport headed to Michigan's Upper Peninsula with 5 other men. That's where I met the team that would become something between brothers and strangers. Our handler was a man named Mason, mid-40s, built like he'd been carved from granite, with eyes that had seen things he'd never discuss over beers. He briefed us in a facility that didn't officially exist, 20 miles from the nearest town. You're here for missing persons retrieval, Mason explained, spreading a map across the steel table. Over the past 18 months, 43 people have vanished in designated wilderness areas across 5 states: Michigan, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. Local authorities investigate, find nothing, case goes cold. That's where we come in. What makes these different from normal disappearances? Asked Aiden, a former Marine with a Tennessee drawl and a scar that ran from his left ear to his jaw. Mason's expression didn't change. The pattern, the locations, the condition of the few bodies we've recovered. He paused. And the stories that survivors tell, when we're lucky enough to find one alive. Hunter, a barrel-chested man from Montana who'd served 3 tours in Afghanistan, leaned forward. What kind of stories? The kind that suggest these aren't ordinary search and rescue operations, Mason replied. The kind that made 5 previous teams quit. The kind that got 2 men killed in Oregon last winter. The room fell silent. You'll work in pairs, Mason continued. James and William will cover the Michigan zone. John and Robert will take Pennsylvania. Charles and Thomas will head to Wisconsin. Edward and George will handle Oregon. The rest of you will rotate as support and backup. You find evidence, you report it. You find survivors, you extract them. You encounter anything you can't identify or explain, you document it and withdraw. Is that clear? We nodded, but I could feel the tension. Whatever we were walking into, it was something the government couldn't acknowledge publicly. Mason assigned me to work with a man named Logan, a former Army Ranger who'd grown up hunting in the North Carolina mountains. We'd be covering the Pisgah National Forest, where 6 hikers had disappeared over the past 4 months. That first night in the barracks, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about my daughter Emma, wondering if this money was worth whatever price I might pay in the woods. But $15,000 would cover 2 months of bills and buy me breathing room. Just one assignment. Get in, find whoever's missing, get out. I had no idea that some debts can't be paid with money. And some things that go missing were never meant to be found. Logan and I flew into Asheville and drove 3 hours into the mountains. The Pisgah National Forest sprawled across 500,000 acres, a wilderness of ancient hardwoods, granite peaks, and valleys so deep that cell phone signals died within minutes of leaving the main roads. Our target area was a section known locally as the Black Creek Watershed, 30 square miles, where 3 of the 6 missing persons were last seen. The other 3 had vanished from nearby areas, but witness reports and recovered belongings suggested movement patterns that converged on Black Creek. Mason had provided us with files, but they raised more questions than they answered. Sarah Chen, a 28-year-old nature photographer from Charlotte, had been camping alone near the Looking Glass Rock Trail. Her tent was found intact, her camera and phone still inside, food untouched. No signs of struggle. She'd simply walked away in the middle of the night, wearing only her sleeping clothes. 2 weeks later, Marcus Webb and his teenage son disappeared while fishing near a place called Sliding Rock. Their truck was parked at the trailhead, fishing gear laid out on the tailgate like they'd just stepped away for a moment. Search teams found Marcus's baseball cap 3 miles into the forest, but nothing else. The most disturbing case was Brooke Summers, a local woman who'd lived in these mountains her entire life. She'd gone out to check her property line and never came back. Her husband found her rifle leaning against a tree, fully loaded with her tracking device still clipped to her belt. The device showed she'd walked 17 miles in a straight line through terrain that should have been impassable, then stopped transmitting. Logan and I set up a base camp at an abandoned ranger station that Mason's people had renovated for our use. Solar panels, satellite communications, weapons locker stocked with enough firepower to start a small war. Whatever they expected us to find, they wanted us prepared. You ever work anything like this before? Logan asked on our first night as we sorted through our gear. Iraq was strange sometimes, I said. Villages where everyone had disappeared. Blood trails that led nowhere. Locals who'd talk about gin in the desert. You believe in that stuff? I thought about the question. I believe that there are things we don't understand, and I believe that people don't just vanish without a reason. Logan nodded slowly. My grandfather used to hunt these mountains. He told me stories about things he'd seen. Animals that weren't quite right, places where sound didn't carry the way it should. He said the Cherokee had abandoned certain valleys, long before white settlers arrived, and they had their reasons. What reasons? They had a word for it, translated roughly to the hungry shadow, said it lived in the deepest forests, that it wore the shape of what you loved most, that it called you with familiar voices until you followed it into the dark. I wanted to dismiss it as folklore, but I'd seen the files. I'd read the interviews with the few survivors from other zones. A hunter in Wisconsin who swore his dead wife had called him through the trees. A teenager in Oregon who'd followed her missing dog for 3 days before a search team found her, 40 pounds lighter and unable to speak for a week. The next morning, we headed into the forest. The trail started easy. Well-maintained path through pine and oak, the November air crisp and clean. But within 2 miles, we left the marked trails behind, following GPS coordinates to Sarah Chen's last known location. That's when I noticed the silence. In any forest, there's always sound. Birds, insects, wind through the leaves. But here, the deeper we went, the quieter it became. Not a peaceful quiet, a waiting quiet, the kind that makes the hair on your neck stand up. You feel that? Logan asked, his voice low. Yeah. We found Sarah's campsite without trouble. The tent was still standing, though weather had begun to take its toll. Logan examined the ground while I checked inside. Everything was exactly as described: camera, phone, sleeping bag, even her car keys. On the phone, I found dozens of photos from the day she disappeared, beautiful shots of the forest at sunset, the play of light through autumn leaves. Then the last few photos, taken after dark. Trees, just trees. But something about them was wrong. The flash had caught something in the background of each shot, something that seemed to move from frame to frame. Not an animal, not a person. A shape, tall and impossibly thin, standing just at the edge of the light. Logan, you need to see this. He came to look over my shoulder and I watched the color drain from his face. That's not, he started. A sound cut him off. A voice, distant but clear, carrying through the trees. Help me. Please, someone help me. It was a woman's voice, desperate and afraid. It was also coming from deeper in the forest, from a direction where no trails existed. Logan grabbed my arm. Don't. Someone's out there. Listen to the voice. Really listen. I did. And then I heard it. The wrongness. The voice was too clear for the distance, too perfect in its desperation, and underneath it, like a second track playing just out of sync, something else. A sound like wood scraping on wood, like branches rubbing together in the wind. We need to go, Logan said. Now. But I was already looking past him, into the darkening forest. The sun was setting fast, and between the trees I could see shapes. Tall shapes, moving.
We ran.
Back at the ranger station, Logan and I spent the night going through the files again, this time looking for patterns we'd missed. We weren't the only ones finding strange things. A message came through from Charles and Thomas in Wisconsin. They'd found one of their missing persons, a man named Wade Fisher, who'd vanished 3 weeks earlier. He was alive, but barely. They'd discovered him in a ravine 30 miles from where he'd disappeared, suffering from severe malnutrition and exposure. He kept repeating the same phrase, "It wasn't my mother. It wore her face, but it wasn't her." Wade's mother had died 6 years earlier. From Pennsylvania, John and Robert reported discovering a pattern in the disappearances. Every victim had last been seen near water streams, lakes, beaver ponds, and in each location they'd found strange markings on trees, not animal damage, deliberate cuts, forming symbols that neither man recognized. Mason set up a video conference call with all teams. "We've had anthropologists examine the symbols," he said, his face tight with stress on the screen. "They match descriptions from multiple indigenous cultures across North America. Different tribes, different time periods, but the same basic warnings: hungry spirit, skinwalker, forest deceiver." "You're telling us we're hunting something supernatural?" Edward asked from Oregon. "I'm telling you that for centuries, people who lived in these forests knew to avoid certain areas. They had rules. Don't go out alone at night. Don't answer if you hear your name called from the trees. Don't follow voices or lights deeper into the woods." When white settlers arrived, they dismissed these warnings as superstition. But the disappearances didn't stop. They just got reclassified as accidents or animal attacks. "The Wendigo," Logan said quietly. Mason nodded. "That's what the Algonquin tribes called it. Other cultures had other names, but the description is consistent. Something that hunts in the deep forest, that mimics human voices and appearances, that drives its victims to exhaustion before it feeds. The mythology suggests it was once human, twisted by starvation and cannibalism into something else." "Mythology," Aiden said, skepticism clear in his voice. 3 months ago, we recovered footage from a trail camera in Oregon," Mason continued. "I'm sending it to you now." The video appeared on our screens. Nighttime footage, the grainy green of infrared. For 15 seconds, nothing but trees and darkness. Then something passed in front of the camera. It moved on 2 legs, but it was too tall, too thin. Its limbs bent at angles that weren't quite right. And its face, what should have been its face, was a pale blur that seemed to shift and change even in the static image. The video cut off. "We've got similar footage from 3 other states," Mason said. "Different locations, same thing. Whatever this is, it's real. And it's been feeding in these forests for a very long time. Your job is to find the missing people, but more importantly, we need to understand what we're dealing with. How it hunts, where it goes, how to stop it. You want us to be bait, Hunter said flatly. I want you to be smart and careful. But yes, we need information, and the only way to get it is to go into its territory. After the call ended, Logan and I sat in silence for a long time. My grandfather told me one more thing about the hungry shadow, Logan finally said. He said it never stops. Once it's targeted you, it will follow you for days, wearing you down, calling to you with voices you trust until you're too tired to resist, and then it takes you to its lair, some deep place in the forest where it keeps its victims alive for as long as possible. Why would it do that? Because fear makes the meat taste better. I thought he was joking, but his face was deadly serious. We're going to need help, I said. Logan nodded. There's someone I know, lives about 40 miles from here. He's Cherokee, a traditional practitioner. If anyone knows how to deal with this thing, it'll be him. We found the man Logan knew. Ryder was his name, living in a cabin so remote we had to hike the last 2 miles. He was in his 70s, lean and weathered, with eyes that seemed to look right through you. Logan explained what we were facing, and Ryder listened without interrupting. When Logan finished, the old man was quiet for a long time. You're talking about the wheat chug, Ryder finally said. That's our word for it, the terrible one, the ice heart. He got up and pulled a leather journal from a shelf. My grandfather wrote about it, and his grandfather before him. There are stories going back hundreds of years. He opened the journal, showing us drawings and notes in a language I couldn't read. The Weequahic hunts in winter and late fall, when the forest is dying and food is scarce. It was once human, but it gave in to the hunger. Now it's something else, not alive in the way we understand, but not dead either. It exists in the spaces between, feeding on fear and flesh. How do we stop it? I asked. Ryder looked at me with something like pity. You don't. You can only avoid it. There are old ways, protective ceremonies, but you'd need days to prepare, and even then, he shook his head. The best thing you can do is leave these mountains and never come back. People are missing, Logan said. We have to try. Then you'll need this. Ryder went to a chest in the corner and pulled out a pouch of dried herbs and a small carved stone. Burn the herbs if you're being hunted. It won't stop the Weequahic, but it might confuse it long enough for you to escape. The stone, keep it close. It belonged to my grandfather. He said it saved his life once, but he never told me how. We thanked him and left, but his words followed us back through the forest. The Weequahic doesn't just kill, it transforms. Every person it takes, it adds to itself. It learns their voice, their face, their memories. The more it feeds, the more human it becomes. That night I lay awake thinking about Sarah Chen, Marcus Webb, his son Brooke Summers. How long had they been kept alive? What had they endured? And what would be wearing their faces when we finally found them? The break came 3 days later. Mason's technical team had been analyzing satellite imagery and found an anomaly, a heat signature in a valley 15 miles from Sarah Chen's campsite. It was too large and too consistent to be a campfire, and too deep in the wilderness to be hikers. Logan and I geared up at dawn. Along with standard supplies, we packed the herbs Ryder had given us, weapons, and enough ammunition to fight a small army. Mason authorized backup teams from Hunter, Jace, and Colton to follow at a distance, ready to extract us if things went bad. The hike in took 8 hours. The valley wasn't on any map. A deep cleft between 2 ridges, choked with old-growth forest so dense that the canopy blocked out the sun. The temperature dropped 20 degrees as we descended, and that waiting silence closed around us like a fist. We found the first body half a mile from the heat signature. He was hanging from a tree, 10 feet off the ground, wrapped in what looked like leather straps. But as we got closer, I realized it wasn't leather. It was skin, human skin, dried and cured, wrapped around and around until it formed a cocoon. Jesus Christ, Logan whispered. The face was visible, preserved by the cold. Marcus Webb. He'd been missing for 3 weeks, but his body looked like it had been there for months. His eyes were open, and there was something carved into his forehead. The same symbol we'd seen on the trees. We found 4 more bodies in the next half mile, all suspended from trees, all wrapped in that horrible leather. Sarah Chen, Wade Fisher's brother, who'd been missing from Wisconsin. 2 men from Oregon that Edward and George had been searching for. But no Brooke Summers, no Marcus's son, no sign of several others. The heat signature was coming from a cave at the base of a cliff. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough to squeeze through, but beyond it I could see a faint red glow. We should call for backup, Logan said, but his voice lacked conviction. We both knew that if anyone was still alive in there, they might not survive long enough for backup to arrive. I went in first, rifle ready, flashlight cutting through the darkness. The passage opened up after 20 feet into a chamber that took my breath away. It was huge, easily 100 feet across, with a ceiling lost in shadow above, and it was full of them. Cocoons. Dozens of them, hanging from stalactites like some nightmare version of a spider's lair. Some were old, the leather dried and cracking. Others looked fresh. And some were moving. Logan grabbed my arm, pointing. In the center of the chamber, near a natural fire pit where flames burned without fuel, something crouched over a body. It was 8 feet tall, skeletal thin, with limbs too long and joints that bent backward. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over protruding bones, and where its face should have been, there was a constantly shifting blur, features forming and dissolving, one face after another. I recognized them. Victims. All the missing people. Their faces cycling across the creature's head like a slideshow of horror. It hadn't noticed us yet. It was too focused on its work, carefully wrapping another body in strips of skin, its movements almost gentle. The boy, Logan breathed. Marcus's son was in one of the cocoons near the wall. I could see his chest moving. Still alive. We had seconds to make a decision. I pulled out the herbs Ryder had given us and handed them to Logan. When I move, light these, and be ready to run. Before he could argue, I stepped into the chamber and fired 3 shots into the ceiling. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature's head snapped toward us, and for just a moment I saw its true face beneath the shifting masks, something ancient and hungry, with too many teeth and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. Then it screamed. The sound wasn't anything that should come from a throat. It was the crack of breaking ice, the howl of wind through dead trees, the cry of 100 voices all screaming at once. Every cocoon in the chamber began to thrash and writhe. Logan lit the herbs and acrid smoke filled the chamber. The creature recoiled, its movements suddenly jerky and confused. That gave me time to reach Marcus's son. I cut him free with my knife, catching him as he fell. He was barely conscious, so light I could carry him easily. Starved. How long had he been here? Go, I shouted to Logan. We ran for the entrance, but the creature was faster. It dropped from the ceiling directly in our path, and up close I could see that it wasn't just wearing the victims' faces. It had taken parts of them, grafted them onto itself. A patchwork horror of stolen humanity. Logan fired his rifle, but the bullets passed through it like it was made of shadow. It reached for us with hands that had too many fingers, and I saw frost spreading across the cave floor from where it stood. I threw the carved stone Ryder had given me. It struck the creature in what should have been its chest, and light exploded outward. Not bright light, dark light, if that makes any sense. The absence of light that somehow illuminated. The creature shrieked and staggered backward, clawing at the stone where it had embedded itself. We didn't wait to see what happened next. We ran through the passage, out into the forest, Logan ahead of me carrying the boy, both of us expecting at any moment to feel those 2 long fingers close around our necks. But nothing followed us. We made it back to the rally point, where Hunter, Jace, and Colton were waiting. Hunter took the boy, and we all moved fast, getting as much distance between us and that valley as possible. Behind us I heard a sound like a tree falling, then another, then a dozen more, all crashing down at once. The forest was collapsing in on itself. Marcus Webb's son, his name was Axel, spent 2 weeks in a hospital before he could speak coherently. When he finally did, his story matched what we'd suspected. The creature had called to him in his father's voice, led him deep into the forest, kept him alive in that cave while it slowly fed on his fear. It showed me things, Axel said, his voice hollow. Memories. Not mine. The memories of everyone it had ever taken. Hundreds of people, going back decades, maybe centuries. All of them still alive inside it, screaming. Mason debriefed us extensively. The satellite showed that the valley had collapsed in on itself the night we escaped. The cave system completely buried. Whether the creature was dead or simply trapped, no one could say. They found 2 more survivors in Wisconsin, 3 in Oregon. All of them told similar stories. All of them would need years of therapy to even begin processing what they'd experienced. The government officially classified the operation as a success. Missing persons recovered. Threat neutralized. Files sealed. We all got our $15,000 plus hazard bonuses. I paid off half my medical debt and put the rest in a college fund for Emma. But money couldn't pay for what I saw in that cave. Some debts can't be settled with cash. The faces still come to me in dreams. All those people it had taken, all those voices it had learned to mimic. Sarah Chen, Marcus Webb. Dozens more whose names I'd never know. Mason called me 3 weeks after we returned. There's another assignment, he said. Minnesota. 4 people missing near the Canadian border. Similar pattern. I thought about it. I thought about Emma, about the bills that would keep coming. about the fact that I was good at this horrible work. I thought about all those people still out there, trapped in places the government refused to acknowledge, being hunted by things the world had decided didn't exist. "I'll need Logan with me," I said. "Already arranged. And I want to talk to someone first." I drove back to North Carolina and hiked out to Ryder's cabin. He was sitting on his porch when I arrived, like he'd been expecting me. "The stone," I said. "What was it?" "Something my grandfather made," Ryder replied. "He said you have to give the hungry spirits something they want more than flesh. The stone contains a piece of him, his memories, his essence. When the Weichu touched it, it got what it had always been searching for, humanity. For just a moment it remembered what it was before the hunger took it." "Did it kill it?" "No. Things like that can't die, they just sleep for a while. But the cave collapsing? That might hold it for a generation, maybe two, long enough for people to forget again, to stop believing in monsters." "How many of them are out there?" Ryder's expression was grave. "How much wilderness is left in the world? How many dark places where people still vanish? That's your answer." I thought about the files Mason had shown me. Disappearances in every state, thousands of missing persons cases that never got solved. How many of them were really accidents or people running away, and how many were something else? "Why me?" I asked. "Why did I survive when so many others didn't?" "Because you were afraid," Ryder said simply. "But you didn't let the fear control you. The Wakerage feeds on fear, but it respects courage. That's why it let you take the boy. In its twisted way, it was honoring a worthy opponent." I left his cabin as the sun was setting, hiking back through the forest. In the trees around me, I could hear normal sounds. Birds settling for the night, squirrels gathering late-season nuts, wind through the branches. The forest was alive again, the waiting silence gone. But I knew it was temporary. I knew that deeper in the wilderness, in places where even hunters feared to go, the hungry things were still waiting, still calling, still wearing the faces of the people we'd loved and lost. Mason had said there was work in Minnesota. After that, probably Montana, Alaska, the Pacific Northwest. A lifetime of dark forests and darker things that lived in them. A lifetime of people who needed someone stupid or desperate enough to go looking for them. I thought about quitting. I thought about finding a normal job, spending time with Emma, trying to forget everything I'd seen in that cave. But I also thought about Axel, alive and recovering, because Logan and I had been willing to go into the darkness. I thought about the families who'd gotten closure, even when that closure was a body wrapped in leather hanging from a tree. Someone had to do this work. Someone had to remember that monsters were real, that the old warnings weren't just folklore, that the wilderness kept its own hungry gods. I called Mason back. "Minnesota," I said. "When do we leave?" 3 days. There's a briefing packet coming to your secure email. 4 missing college students on a camping trip. Last seen near the Boundary Waters. We've got reports of voices in the forest." "There's always voices in the forest," I said. "That's what we're counting on," Mason replied. "Because you're one of the few people who knows not to answer them." I hung up and looked out at the Nevada desert, so different from the North Carolina mountains. But I knew that even here there were wild places. Even in the desert things went missing. Different creatures maybe, different folklore, but the same ancient hunger. The world was bigger and stranger than most people wanted to believe. And someone had to stand between the darkness and the light, between the monsters and the mundane. I'd taken this job because of debt, because I was desperate, because I had no other choice. But now I stayed because of duty, because I'd seen what lived in the deep forests, because I knew that if people like me didn't go into those dark places, the hungry things that lived there would eventually come out. My phone buzzed with the briefing packet. I opened it and started reading about the Boundary Waters, about 4 college students who'd gone camping and never came back, about locals who reported hearing laughter in the trees at night, young voices, playful and inviting, calling hikers deeper into the wilderness. I packed my gear, weapons, supplies, and the new carved stone that Ryder had pressed into my hand as I left his cabin. "This one's yours," he'd said. "Made it last night. Might help, might not, but it's better than facing the hungry spirits with nothing." In 3 days, Logan and I would fly to Minnesota. We'd hike into country so remote that cell phones were useless and GPS satellites struggled to maintain lock. We'd search for 4 people who probably didn't want to be found, who were probably already hanging in cocoons in some hidden cave, being slowly consumed by something that wore their friends' faces. And if we were very lucky, very brave, and very careful, we might bring someone home alive. The desert wind picked up outside my window, carrying with it the smell of sage and distant rain. Tomorrow I'd call Emma, hear her voice, remind myself why this mattered. But tonight I let myself feel the weight of what I'd become, a hunter of things that shouldn't exist, a guardian of boundaries that the world had forgotten, a soldier in a war that would never end and could never be won. The hungry spirits were always out there, waiting in the dark places, and now I was always going to be the one who walked into that darkness, knowing full well what was waiting. That was the real debt I'd taken on, not the $47,000 in medical bills, but the weight of knowledge, the burden of seeing, the responsibility of being one of the few who stood between the everyday world and the horrors that lived just beyond the tree line. I closed the briefing packet and started preparing for Minnesota. The voices were calling, and this time, I knew exactly what would answer them. I took the ranger position at Glacier National Park for the same reason most people run toward isolation. I was escaping something louder. 3 years as a search and rescue coordinator in Seattle had left me hollow, worn thin by the weight of families waiting for news that never improved. The mountains had always been my refuge, and when the posting came through for a seasonal position at the remote northeastern sector of the park, I didn't hesitate. The job description mentioned a cabin near Kiowa Lake, minimal contact with other personnel, and the kind of solitude that either heals you or breaks you clean in half. The posting was mine by late March, and I arrived during the last gasps of winter, when snow still choked the high passes and the forest held its breath between seasons. The superintendent who briefed me, a weathered man named Gordon with 40 years in the service, spent less time on protocol and more time studying my face, as if measuring whether I'd last until autumn. The Kiowa sector isn't like the main valleys, he told me, spreading a topographic map across his desk. You'll be the only presence in 100 square miles. The cabin's got solar panels and a radio, but weather can knock out communications for days at a time. You'll do wellness checks on the backcountry sites, maintain the trails, and handle any emergencies that come through. Last ranger lasted 2 seasons before requesting transfer. Why'd he leave? I asked. Gordon folded the map with deliberate care. Said the quiet got too loud. I should have pressed him on that, but I was too eager to leave the noise behind. The cabin sat on the eastern shore of Kiowa Lake, accessible only by a 9-mile trail that wound through old-growth hemlock and cedar. The trees in this part of the park were ancient, their trunks wide enough that 3 people couldn't link hands around them. Moss grew thick on the north sides, and the understory remained dim even at midday, the canopy so dense it filtered sunlight into a greenish twilight. The cabin itself was a solid structure, built in the 1940s by the Civilian Conservation Corps. Single room, wood stove, a covered porch overlooking the lake. The previous ranger had left it clean but impersonal, as if he'd been careful not to leave any piece of himself behind. I spent my first week settling in, learning the rhythms of the place, how the wind came up every evening around 7, how the loons started their calls before dawn, how the forest fell into a particular kind of silence around midday that felt less like peace and more like held breath. The name Kiowa wasn't historical to the area. According to the records I'd read, a surveyor in the 1880s had named it after spending time with a Kiowa guide farther south, though no one remembered the guide's actual name or why the surveyor chose to honor him here, hundreds of miles from Kiowa territory. The local Blackfeet had their own name for the lake. Something Gordon had mentioned meant where the faces watch, but it had been scrubbed from official maps decades ago. My first call came on a Thursday in early April. A hiking group, 4 college students from Montana State, had missed their scheduled check-in at the northern trailhead. Their itinerary had them camping near Broken Spine Ridge, a granite formation about 15 miles northeast of my cabin. I gathered my pack, loaded with emergency supplies and a first aid kit that I'd learned to use like a second language, and started up the trail as afternoon shadows stretched long between the trees. The forest changed as I gained elevation. The hemlocks gave way to lodgepole pine, and the air thinned enough that I could taste snow in it despite the calendar insisting spring was here. I made good time, reaching the ridge by early evening. Their campsite wasn't hard to find, 2 tents pitched near a seasonal stream, gear scattered in the organized chaos of young people who hadn't yet learned that nature demands tidiness. But no people. I called out, my voice swallowed by the trees. The tents were closed but not secured. Inside, sleeping bags lay rumpled, personal items still in place. A camp stove sat cold beside a half-eaten bag of trail mix. I checked the perimeter, looking for prints, for any sign of which direction they might have gone. The ground was soft from recent snowmelt, and I found tracks easily enough. 4 sets heading northwest, away from the trail, deeper into the backcountry. That's when I noticed the other prints. They were large, impossibly large, pressed deep into the mud near the stream, barefoot, human-shaped but wrong in the proportions. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced, and the stride length suggested something taller than any person I'd ever met. I'd heard the stories, of course, every ranger has. The old-timers loved to spook newcomers with tales of things in the woods, creatures that walked the line between animal and something else entirely. I'd always filed those stories under the same category as ghost tales around campfires, entertaining fiction to pass the time. But kneeling there in the mud, measuring the print with my hand, I felt the first cold thread of doubt work its way into my certainty about the world. I followed the tracks. Professional protocol said I should radio this in, wait for backup, but darkness was coming fast and 4 people were out here somewhere, possibly injured or lost. The prints led through a dense section of forest where the pines grew so close together I had to turn sideways to squeeze between them. The human tracks continued, but they'd changed. No longer purposeful hiking but running, stumbling. I found a torn piece of someone's jacket snagged on a branch, then a dropped water bottle, the signs of panic. The prints, both human and other, led to a clearing I'd never seen on any map. The trees formed a rough circle around an open space maybe 50 feet across. In the center stood what I can only describe as a structure, though calling it that feels too generous. Someone, or something, had lashed together branches and saplings into a cone shape, crude but deliberate, about 12 feet tall. Hanging from the branches were objects, pieces of cloth, animal bones, tangles of what looked like hair. The 4 students sat at the base of this structure, backs against it, staring at nothing. They didn't respond when I called out, didn't react when I approached. I checked each of them, pulses normal, pupils responsive, no signs of injury, but they were somewhere else, their minds gone to a place I couldn't reach. It took me 20 minutes to get them on their feet, to guide them like sleepwalkers back toward the trail. We moved slowly through the darkening forest. None of them spoke. Behind us I heard movement in the trees, something large pacing parallel to our path. I kept my flashlight trained on the trail ahead, refusing to shine it into the forest because I was terrified of what might look back. The sound followed us for miles, never coming closer but never falling behind, a presence that felt less like curiosity and more like assessment. We reached the cabin after midnight. I got the students inside, started the fire, wrapped them in blankets. One by one they came back to themselves, blinking as if waking from surgery. The first one who could speak, a young woman named Beth, grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "It was watching us," she said, "from the trees. We tried to run, but it followed us to that place and we couldn't move anymore. We just sat down and it kept watching and we couldn't remember how to leave." "What was watching you?" I asked. She looked at me with eyes that had seen something she'd spend the rest of her life trying to forget. "I don't know. It was tall and it moved wrong, and when it breathed it sounded like wind through a cave. We could smell it, like wet dog and something rotten underneath." I radioed for evacuation at first light. A helicopter came and took the students out, along with my report that attributed their state to possible hypothermia and exhaustion. The official story, the one that fit into boxes on forms. Gordon called me that evening on the radio. "You wrote hypothermia," he said. "That's right." A long pause. The last ranger found one of those structures, took photos, sent them down. We told him the same thing we're telling you. There's a reasonable explanation for everything in the woods. Animals make strange formations. People get disoriented. The mind plays tricks in isolation. "And what's the unreasonable explanation?" I asked. "That you start looking for transfer opportunities," Gordon said, and ended the call. I should have listened. Should have recognized that moment as the door closing on any pretense that this job would be what I'd hoped for. Instead I stayed, telling myself I'd come here to face difficult things, that running again would only prove I was still broken. That night, I sat on the cabin porch and watched the lake. The water was black glass, reflecting nothing, and somewhere in the trees behind me, branches cracked under weight that shouldn't exist, and I understood what Gordon meant about the quiet getting too loud. The weeks following the incident settled into a routine that felt like negotiation. I worked my patrols during daylight, maintained the trails, documented wildlife. At night, I stayed in the cabin with the fire burning, and the door barred. I told myself this was normal caution, standard procedure for living alone in bear country. But bears don't arrange bones in patterns. Bears don't build structures from fresh-cut saplings that weren't there the day before. I found 3 more of the formations during my rounds in late April, each one carefully constructed in clearings that seemed to appear overnight, places I'd swear I'd hiked past a dozen times without seeing. The designs varied slightly, some cone-shaped, others more like lean-tos, but all featured the same decorations: bones, cloth strips, braided grass. In one I found a child's shoe, weathered but not ancient, hanging from twine made of what looked like sinew. I photographed everything, logged coordinates, wrote detailed reports that I knew would be filed away and forgotten. Gordon stopped responding to my radio calls about the structures after the second report. The silence from headquarters felt like complicity, as if acknowledging the strangeness would give it power they weren't willing to grant. May brought hikers back to the back country. I spent more time checking permits, advising on bear safety, playing the role of competent ranger who definitely wasn't sleeping with a knife under his pillow. Most groups came through without incident, but twice I encountered hikers who changed their plans mid-trip, cutting their journeys short. When I asked why, they'd get a particular look, sheepish and frightened at once, and mention feeling watched, or hearing something following them after dark, or finding their campsite rearranged while they slept. One couple, experienced backpackers from Wyoming, showed me photos they'd taken. They'd set up a trail camera hoping to catch wildlife. Instead, they captured something else. The images were blurred, shot at night with infrared. In the first few frames, nothing unusual. Then a shape at the edge of the frame, too tall to be a bear, too broad to be a person. In subsequent images, it moved closer to their tent, its gait strange and loping. The final photo showed it standing directly in front of the camera, and though the details were unclear, I could make out what might have been a face, elongated with features that suggested human origin but wrong in their arrangement. We left at dawn, the husband told me, packed everything in 10 minutes and just got out. Whatever that is, it didn't want us there. I filed the photos with my reports, added them to the evidence that no one wanted to examine. That night I pulled out everything I'd collected. Photos, measurements, witness statements. Spread across my small table, they formed a pattern. The structures appeared in a rough circle around the lake, each about 3 to 5 miles apart. The sightings clustered in the same areas, and all of it oriented around the northwestern quadrant, where the forest grew oldest and the maps showed blank spaces labeled with the ominous term unsurveyed terrain. My training said there were explanations. Large animals, certainly. The grizzly population in this sector was healthy, and bears were capable of remarkable intelligence. People saw what they expected to see, especially in stressful situations. Pattern recognition was a survival instinct that often generated false positives. Every mysterious occurrence could be rationally explained if you tried hard enough. But training also taught you to trust your instincts, and mine were screaming that something in these woods was operating with intention. The call came through on a Wednesday afternoon. A solo hiker, a woman named Vanessa who'd registered for a 3-day trek along the northern rim, had triggered her emergency beacon. The signal placed her about 12 miles northeast, in the rough terrain near where I'd found the students. I grabbed my gear and headed out immediately, radiating her position to Gordon with an estimated return time of 18 hours. The trail was familiar. Now, my legs knowing its rhythms. I made good time, reaching the beacon's coordinates by early evening. Found her pack first, set neatly beside a deadfall as if she'd stopped for a rest. Then her boots, placed side by side 20 feet farther up the trail. Then her jacket, folded carefully on a flat rock. This was wrong. Hypothermia victims sometimes undressed in the final stages, a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing, but the organization here suggested deliberation, not delirium. I called her name, my voice echoing through the columns of pine. Nothing answered except wind. I followed the trail of discarded items, socks, shirt, belt, each piece removed and placed with care, leading deeper into the forest, away from any established path, toward the unsurveyed zones. The sun was setting, shadows pooling between the trees like spilled ink. I should have turned back, called for proper search teams with dogs and thermal imaging, should have followed every protocol designed to keep rescuers safe. Instead, I kept walking, drawn forward by a horrible certainty about what I'd find. The clearing appeared without warning, the trees simply stopping around a space that felt carved from the forest. In its center stood the largest structure yet, a towering assemblage of branches and bones that reached 20 feet high, and circling it, moving in a slow, deliberate dance, was something that made my mind rebel against comprehension. It walked upright, but its proportions were wrong, too tall, limbs too long, covered in what might have been dark hair or might have been something else entirely. Its movements were fluid and jerking at once as if its joints bent in ways that shouldn't be possible. And the smell hit me. That wet dog and rot scent the student had described, so strong it made my eyes water. Vanessa stood at the base of the structure, naked and swaying slightly, her arms raised above her head. She wasn't alone. 2 other people I didn't recognize flanked her, a man and a woman, both showing signs of long exposure, dirt-caked skin, matted hair, that hollow look of starvation. They swayed in unison, their eyes fixed on the circling thing. I should have run. Every animal instinct I possessed was screaming at me to turn and flee, to get away from this place that felt like a wound in reality. But I was a ranger, trained to help people in crisis, and 3 human beings were clearly in danger. I stepped into the clearing. The creature stopped moving, turned its head toward me with a slowness that felt like amusement. For the first time I saw what might have been its face, a nightmare suggestion of features beneath hair and shadow, with eyes that reflected my flashlight beam in a way that made them look almost human but not quite, the way a mask looks almost right but triggers some deep evolutionary warning. It made a sound, Not a growl or roar, but something closer to speech. If speech could be filtered through a throat that wasn't shaped for human language. The syllables were wet and grinding, and underneath them I could almost hear words, as if it were trying to communicate in a tongue it had learned by listening but not by understanding. The three people turned to look at me in perfect synchronization. Vanessa's face was slack, her pupils dilated to black pools, but she smiled, and that was somehow worse than anything else. "It called us here," she said dreamily. "It's been calling for so long. We finally heard." The other woman giggled, a high childish sound. "It wants to show us how to be quiet, how to stop being so loud in our heads." "Don't you want to be quiet?" The creature took a step toward me. Its foot, if you could call it that, pressed into the soft earth with a sound like a sigh. Up close I could see details I wished I couldn't. The hair that covered it wasn't uniform but patchy, revealing skin underneath that looked weathered and scarred. Its hands, hanging at its sides, had fingers that were too long and too many, 7 or 8 digits curving like claws. I raised my radio, my hand shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. "I have hikers in distress," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Need immediate extraction." It moved faster than anything that large should move. One moment it was 15 feet away. The next it was close enough that I could feel heat radiating from its body. The radio flew from my hand, smashing against a tree. Its face came close to mine, and I saw that what I'd thought were eyes were actually empty sockets, the reflected light coming from something deeper inside its skull. Then it breathed on me, and the world tilted. The smell wasn't just physical. It carried something else, something that wormed into my thoughts like a living thing. I felt my certainty about reality beginning to fray at the edges. The clearing seemed to expand and contract simultaneously. Time became elastic. I could hear my own heartbeat slowing as if my body was forgetting how to sustain itself. And underneath it all, a voice not heard but felt, whispering that I could stay here, that I could be quiet, that all the noise and pain I'd run from could finally stop if I just gave in to the silence. I don't know how long I stood there. Seconds or hours, impossible to tell. But something in me, some stubborn core that had survived 3 years of failed rescues and grief, refused to let go. I thought of the students I'd pulled out, of Gordon's warning, of every person who'd ever depended on me to bring them home, and I forced my hand to my belt, to the flare gun I carried for emergencies. I fired it straight up without aiming. The flare burst red against the darkening sky and the creature recoiled as if burned. It made that grinding speech sound again, louder now, angry, but it stepped back. The three people collapsed as if strings had been cut, and the spell, if that's what it was, broke enough that I could move again. I grabbed Vanessa first, the closest one, and dragged her toward the tree line. She was dead weight, unconscious or catatonic. The creature watched but didn't pursue, content to let me struggle with my burden while it circled back to the other two. I knew I couldn't save them all, knew I had to choose. It was the kind of choice I'd spent 3 years in Seattle learning to hate. But I made it anyway, hauled Vanessa into the trees and ran, half carrying and half dragging her through the forest as darkness completed its fall. Behind us, that grinding voice rose in what might have been laughter or might have been a territorial call. Either way, it followed us through the night, never quite catching up but never letting us forget it was there. We reached the cabin at dawn. I got Vanessa inside, locked everything and collapsed on the floor with my radio, called in every emergency code I knew, demanded extraction, reinforcements, someone to go back for the other two. Gordon's voice came through the static, tired and old. "There's a helicopter coming for the hiker," he said, "and for you, your rotation's being terminated early. Pack your things." "There are 2 more people out there," I said. "We have to—" "There's nothing out there but forest," Gordon interrupted. "You're exhausted, probably hypothermic. The hiker will confirm that once she's examined. You did good work getting her out. Now it's time to leave." "You know that's not true," I said. "You know what's in these woods." "I know that rangers who see too much don't last," he said quietly. "I know that some places aren't meant for people, and I know that if you go back into those trees I'll be filing paperwork for a recovery mission instead of a transfer." The helicopter came at noon, a Sikorsky making its loud mechanical way over the forest canopy. They loaded Vanessa on a stretcher. She was awake but not responsive, staring at the cabin ceiling with that same empty expression the students had worn. The EMT who checked her vitals gave me a concerned look and asked if I'd been exposed to anything toxic. "Carbon monoxide maybe, or contaminated water." "Something like that," I told him. They wanted me to fly out with them. Gordon's orders were explicit: get me out of the sector immediately, have me evaluated by medical personnel, begin whatever bureaucratic process ended with my reassignment to a desk somewhere far from the backcountry. But I couldn't leave, not with 2 people still out there, not without answers to questions that had been growing since my first night in the cabin. I told them I needed to secure the cabin, catalog my gear, Official procedures that couldn't be rushed. The pilot wasn't happy, but he had a schedule to keep and a patient who needed transport. He gave me a radio frequency for pickup and a deadline, 48 hours or they'd send a team to extract me by force. After the helicopter disappeared over the ridge, I stood on the cabin porch and looked at the forest. Really looked at it, trying to see past the beauty of sunlight on pine needles to whatever truth lived underneath. The trees stood silent, keeping their secrets the way they'd kept them for thousands of years before the first ranger station was built, before the first European drew a map and declared the wilderness known. I'd spent my entire career believing in the rational world, in the primacy of evidence, and the reliability of sensory experience. But that belief had cracks now, fault lines spreading through my certainty. I'd seen something in that clearing that shouldn't exist, and the fact that it existed anyway meant the world was stranger and more hostile than I'd been trained to accept. The old maps were in a filing cabinet in the cabin, hand-drawn surveys from the 1920s before aerial photography made cartography precise. I spread them across the table, comparing them to modern topographics. The discrepancies were small but consistent, areas marked on the old maps as a void or taboo ground that appeared as blank space on newer versions. Someone had deliberately erased those warnings, cleaned up the maps to make the wilderness look more knowable, more safe. One notation caught my attention. In the northwestern quadrant, where the creature's territory seemed centered, someone had written in careful script, "Blackfeet informant reports ancient feeding grounds. Beings who walk on two legs but are not men. They take the lost ones. Do not approach after dark." Feeding grounds. The phrase made my stomach clench. I thought about the two people I'd left behind, about how they'd looked malnourished, feral, kept alive for some purpose I didn't want to imagine, and I thought about other disappearances over the years, the hikers who vanished without trace, whose searches were called off after weeks of finding nothing. How many of them had ended up in that clearing? How many were still out there, held in whatever thrall the creature used to keep its prey compliant? I had to go back. Every professional instinct said this was suicide, that one person alone couldn't accomplish anything against something that had been hunting these woods for longer than the park existed. But I'd built my identity on helping people, on being the one who didn't give up when things got hard. If I abandoned those two now, what did that make me? I spent the afternoon preparing, loaded my pack with everything that might give me an edge: flares, an air horn, a can of bear spray, though I doubted that would be effective. I brought rope, duct tape, emergency blankets, food and water for 4 people. And I brought fire, as much as I could carry. Road flares, a propane torch, lighter fluid. I'd noticed the creature recoiled from the flare's red light. Maybe fire was a weakness. Maybe it would give me enough advantage to get those people out. Or maybe I was deluding myself and preparing for my own vanishing. I left the cabin at 3 p.m., giving myself maximum daylight for the hike to the clearing. The forest felt different now, aware of my passage in a way it hadn't before. Birds went quiet as I approached. Small animals crashed away through the undergrowth with what seemed like urgency rather than normal caution. And several times I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shapes that vanished when I turned to look directly. The trail was longer than I remembered, or maybe I was moving slower, reluctant to reach my destination. Twice I found myself stopping, my body refusing to continue forward while my mind screamed warnings about territorial predators and tactical disadvantages. But each time I thought about those two people probably still standing in that clearing, caught in whatever nightmare the creature projected, and I forced myself to keep moving. The sun was low when I reached the tray line around the clearing. I stopped there, concealed by the last row of pines, and observed. The structure still stood, though it looked larger than before, as if it had grown overnight. New additions hung from its branches, strips of cloth I recognized from Vanessa's gear, and other items I tried not to identify. The ground around it was churned and muddy, marked with those 2 large footprints. But the clearing was empty. No creature circling. No people standing in ritual dance. Just wind moving through the structure's ornaments, making them rustle and click. I waited 20 minutes, watching for movement, trying to decide if the emptiness was genuine or a trap. Eventually, I had to accept that caution would only burn daylight. I couldn't spare. I stepped into the clearing, every nerve screaming danger. The structure was even more disturbing up close. The bones weren't all animal. I could identify what looked like human femurs, a skull wedged between branches with eye sockets that seemed to track my movement. The smell was overwhelming, rotten musk so thick it coated my throat, and carved into many of the branches were symbols, crude pictographs that hurt to look at, as if they carried meaning my brain couldn't process without damage. A sound behind me. I spun, raising the propane torch. The creature stood at the clearing's edge, having approached with impossible silence. In daylight, I could see details I'd been spared before. Its skin, where visible through the patchy hair, was gray and weathered like old leather. Its proportions suggested something that had once been human but had changed over time, adapted to a life that required things people weren't meant to do. And its face. God, its face was the worst part. Features that were almost recognizable but rearranged, as if it had learned to mimic human appearance from a badly damaged photograph. It made that grinding sound again, and this time I heard words underneath the noise. Fragmented, ancient, spoken in a tongue I didn't know but somehow understood anyway. It was telling me to leave, that this was its place, its hunting ground, that I was trespassing on territory that predated any human claim to these mountains. "Where are they?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "The two people who were here. Where did you take them?" It tilted its head, and I saw intelligence in that movement, awareness of me as something more than prey. Then it gestured toward the structure with one too long arm, and I understood. The people weren't gone. They were part of it now, incorporated into the assemblage of bones and offerings, rendered down to their essential components, and woven into this monument to something I couldn't name. The horror of that understanding must have shown on my face because the creature made a sound that might have been laughter. Then it started walking toward me, slow and purposeful, savoring my fear. I triggered the propane torch, the flame roared to life, blue, white, and loud, and the creature stopped. I advanced, swinging the torch in an arc, and it backed away but didn't flee. Testing me, I realized, seeing how much threat I actually represented. The standoff lasted for seconds that felt like hours. My hand was cramping around the torch's trigger, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might tear itself apart. The creature watched with those hollow eyes, and I could feel it assessing, calculating, deciding whether I was worth the effort of killing. Then it rushed me. Not the slow stalk, but a sudden explosive charge that closed the distance before I could react. A massive hand, paw. Whatever it had, instead of human appendages, swatted the torch away, and I was falling, the ground slamming into my back hard enough to knock the wind out. The creature loomed over me, and I could see into its mouth now, see teeth that were too long and too sharp, see a throat that went down and down into darkness. I fumbled for the bear spray on my belt, got the canister up and discharged it directly into the creature's face. It recoiled with a shriek that sounded almost human, almost like pain. I scrambled backward, grabbed one of the road flares from my pack and lit it. The flare's red light made the creature stumble back farther, and I understood it wasn't fire that hurt it specifically, but light. Bright, harsh light that exposed it, that made it visible and therefore vulnerable. I lit 3 more flares and threw them around the clearing, creating a perimeter of red illumination. The creature retreated to the edge of visibility, pacing and agitated. I could hear it making sounds now that weren't language, weren't anything but rage and frustration. And I realized something fundamental. This thing didn't want to leave the clearing. It was bound here somehow, tied to this place and the structure it had built. That's why it lured people here instead of hunting them across the forest. That's why it needed them to come willingly into its territory. "You can't leave, can you?" I said, backing toward the tree line while keeping the flares between us. "You're trapped here. This is your prison as much as your hunting ground." It screamed then, a sound that carried rage and loneliness and hunger that went deeper than physical need. The sound of something that had been alone for so long it had forgotten what connection meant, that knew only taking and consuming and the endless cycle of luring prey to feed whatever twisted existence it maintained. I ran, plunged back into the forest and sprinted through the darkening woods, branches tearing at my face and pack, roots trying to catch my feet. Behind me the creature howled, a sound that echoed through the mountains and sent every living thing fleeing in terror, but it didn't follow, couldn't follow, was bound to that clearing by rules older than human presence in these mountains. I made it back to the cabin after midnight, bleeding and exhausted and shaking with adrenaline crash, spent the rest of the night barricaded inside, listening to sounds in the forest that might have been wind or might have been something else. When dawn finally came, I packed my essentials and hiked to the pickup coordinates. The helicopter arrived on schedule. Gordon was on board personally, along with 2 other rangers I didn't recognize. They looked at me the way you look at someone who's been places you can't acknowledge exist. "You went back," Gordon said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah. And?" I thought about the clearing, the structure, the creature that paced its perimeter like a prisoner in a cell it had built itself. About the people I'd failed to save, whose remains were now part of something I couldn't explain in any report that would be believed. "There's something in the northwestern quadrant," I said. "Something that's been there longer than the park, longer than the first humans crossed the Bering Land Bridge, probably. It takes people. Not many, not enough to be obvious, but over time the numbers add up. And it can't be stopped because it's part of the ecosystem now, woven into the forest as deeply as the roots of the oldest trees." Gordon was quiet for a long time. Finally, "That going in your official report?" "No," I said. "My official report will say I encountered aggressive grizzly, possibly rabid, and recommend that sector be closed until further notice." That's the right call, Gordon said. But off the record, this isn't the only place. Every big wilderness has spots like this. Places where the rules are different. Most rangers never see them. The ones who do either learn to look away or they don't last. You lasted longer than most. The helicopter lifted off, carrying me away from Kiowa Lake and the cabin in the watching forest. I looked down as we flew over the northwestern quadrant, saw the clearing from above, just a small bare spot among endless trees, innocent and unremarkable. But I knew what lived there, what waited for the next lost hiker, the next person who wandered too far from established trails. They closed the northwestern sector 2 weeks later, officially for grizzly management. The trails were allowed to grow over. The warning signs emphasized bear danger and encouraged hikers to stick to approved areas. And the forest reclaimed its secrets, growing thick around the clearing where something old and hungry continued its patient waiting. I took a desk job in Helena, coordinating search and rescue from an office with fluorescent lights and coffee that tastes like cardboard. It's loud here, full of noise and people and the kind of chaos I thought I wanted to escape. But I've learned that some silences are worse than any amount of noise, that there are things in the quiet spaces that have been waiting far longer than human civilization has existed, and they'll still be waiting long after we're gone. Sometimes at night I dream about the clearing, about the structure growing larger, adding to itself piece by piece, about the creature pacing its boundaries, calling to the lost ones in languages that hurt to hear, and I wake up grateful for the traffic sounds outside my window, for the neighbor's dog barking at 3 a.m., for every loud, messy, complicated sound that reminds me I'm still in the human world. But I wonder about the next ranger who takes that posting, whether they'll see the structures, whether they'll hear the grinding almost speech in the darkness, whether they'll make the same choice I did, to look away and survive, or whether they'll be one of the ones who can't resist the call of the deep woods. Because the forest is always patient, and it's always hungry, and sooner or later someone will wander into that clearing and become part of the silence that watches from between the trees, waiting for the next curious soul who ventures too far from the light. The eviction notice came on a Tuesday, taped to my apartment door in Detroit like a verdict. 3 months behind on rent, and the property management company had finally lost patience. I sat on my second-hand couch staring at the document until the words blurred together, wondering how I'd gone from 2 years of community college to this 28 years old, drowning in student debt from a degree I never finished, working double shifts at a warehouse that paid just enough to choose between groceries and utilities. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Is this Warren Mitchell? The voice was crisp, official. Who's asking? My name is Curtis Brennan. I'm calling on behalf of the Department of Interior's Special Operations Division. Your military service record indicates you might be suitable for a contract position. I'd done 4 years in the Army, mostly logistics and supply chain work at Fort Campbell. Nothing glamorous, nothing that should have interested anyone from the federal government. I'm listening. The position involves search and recovery operations in remote wilderness areas. Difficult terrain, extended deployments. The pay is $65,000 annually, plus hazard compensation and housing allowances. $65,000. I was currently making $32,000. What's the catch? Curtis paused. The work is classified. You'd be required to sign extensive non-disclosure agreements. In the missing persons cases we handle, they fall outside standard parameters. Outside standard parameters, how? That's something we discuss in person. Are you interested in an interview? I looked at the eviction notice again. When and where? 3 days later, I sat in a windowless office in a federal building in downtown Detroit. Curtis Brennan turned out to be a man in his 50s with iron gray hair and the bearing of someone who'd spent decades in uniform. Across from him sat a woman who introduced herself as Hazel Porter, late 30s, with sharp eyes that seemed to catalog every detail. The Department of Interior manages 480 million acres of federal land, Curtis began, sliding a folder across the table. National parks, forests, wildlife refuges. Every year, approximately 600,000 people are reported missing in the United States. The vast majority are found within hours, but a small percentage vanish in our wilderness areas under circumstances that don't fit conventional explanations. I opened the folder. Missing persons reports, dozens of them. Different locations, different dates, but similar details. Experienced hikers, favorable weather conditions, searches that turned up nothing. Local law enforcement handles most cases, Hazel continued. Park rangers coordinate searches, but when certain patterns emerge, when the disappearances cluster in specific areas, when the search parameters don't make sense, cases get flagged to our division. What kind of patterns? Curtis exchanged a glance with Hazel. Disappearances in areas with historical significance. Locations tied to indigenous folklore, colonial-era accounts of strange occurrences. Places where the missing are found when they're found, with gaps in their memory, or not found at all despite exhaustive searches of confined areas. You're telling me the government has a department that investigates supernatural disappearances? We investigate unexplained disappearances, Hazel corrected. What we find in the field doesn't always have supernatural explanations, but it doesn't always have conventional ones either. We need people who can operate in extreme conditions, follow protocols, and maintain operational security. Your military background, your financial situation, your lack of strong family ties, you're exactly the profile we look for. The bluntness stung, but she wasn't wrong. My parents had died in a car accident when I was 19. No siblings, no spouse, no kids. The warehouse wouldn't miss me. Detroit wouldn't miss me. What happens if I say yes? 2 weeks of training at a facility in West Virginia, Curtis said. Then you're assigned to a team, 5-person units, typically. You'll deploy to priority areas, establish field bases, coordinate with local authorities, and conduct search operations. Most deployments last 2 to 4 weeks. And if we find something unexplained, you document it. You follow extraction protocols. You report to command. Curtis leaned forward. Warren, I'm not going to lie to you. This work is dangerous. People on our teams have been injured. 2 have died in the last 5 years. 1 from exposure, 1 from a fall. But the pay is real. The benefits are comprehensive, and you'd be helping families get answers about their missing loved ones. I thought about the eviction notice, about the warehouse, the fluorescent lights, the endless conveyor belts of other people's purchases, about waking up at 40 still living paycheck to paycheck, still trapped in the same cycle. Where do I sign? The training facility was tucked into the Monongahela National Forest, a collection of utilitarian buildings surrounded by thousands of acres of dense woodland. For 2 weeks I learned things the Army had never taught me. Wilderness tracking techniques that went beyond standard land navigation. How to recognize territorial markers that weren't on any map. Protocols for documenting anomalous findings. Communication procedures for when standard equipment failed. They taught us about predator behavior, not just bears and mountain lions, but patterns of movement that suggested intelligence and intention. About microclimates and localized phenomena that could disorient even experienced outdoorsmen. About the psychology of isolation and how the mind could play tricks after days in deep wilderness. My training cohort was small, just 4 of us. There was Eugene Park, former Marine, quiet and methodical, Nora Chen, ex-Air Force pararescue, whip-smart and unflappable, and Doug Reeves, who'd been a sheriff's deputy in Montana before taking this job. We bonded quickly, the way people do when they're all running from something and running toward the same uncertain future. On the last day, Curtis gathered us in a briefing room. You're being assigned to Team 17, he said, pulling up a map on the screen. Your team leader is already in the field. Henry Aldrich, 15 years with the division. He's requested immediate support for a developing situation in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Michigan. Less than 6 hours from Detroit. Something in my chest tightened. Curtis continued. 4 hikers have vanished in the Ottawa National Forest over the past 3 months. The last 2 disappeared within a week of each other. Local searches have found no trace, no gear, no tracks, nothing. But there are historical precedents in this area. Logging camps abandoned in the 1890s, reports of missing workers. Ojibwe oral traditions about something in the deep forest that doesn't like to be disturbed. What exactly doesn't like to be disturbed? Doug asked. Curtis's expression was grim. That's what you're going to find out. You deploy tomorrow at 0600. Pack for cold weather and extended operations. And remember your training. If something feels wrong, trust that instinct. Your job is to observe, document, and survive, in that order. That night, lying in my bunk, I stared at the ceiling and wondered what I'd gotten myself into. Outside, the forest was alive with sounds, wind through the trees, the distant call of an owl, something rustling through the underbrush. Normal sounds, natural sounds. But I couldn't shake the memory of something one of our instructors had said during a night exercise. The forest has rules we didn't make. Learn them fast or don't come back. Tomorrow, I'd find out what she meant. The helicopter dropped us at a Forest Service staging area just after dawn. The Ottawa National Forest stretched out in all directions, nearly 1 million acres of old-growth timber, swamps, and rivers that looked black as oil in the early light. The air was sharp with the smell of pine and the kind of cold that promised snow before the week was out. Henry Aldrich met us at the landing zone. He was maybe 50, built like a tree stump with a weathered face and eyes that missed nothing. He shook hands with each of us, his grip testing. "Welcome to the asshole of nowhere," he said. "Let's get you oriented." The base camp was a collection of heavy-duty tents arranged in a defensive perimeter, with equipment lockers, a communications hub, and a topographical map table under a weatherproof canopy. 2 Forest Service rangers stood nearby, looking uncomfortable. Henry dismissed them with a nod. "Here's the situation," he said once they'd left, pointing to marked locations on the map. First disappearance was September 14th. Michael Hammond, 34, experienced backpacker. He was doing a solo trek on the North Country Trail. Checked in with his wife by satellite phone on day 3. Said he'd be at Bond Falls by nightfall. Never made it. Search teams covered 40 square miles. Nothing. He moved his finger. October 7th, married couple, the Johnsons, both in their 50s. They were camped at a designated site near Lake Superior. Another couple found their tent the next morning. Coffee pot still on the camp stove, sleeping bags unzipped, all their gear present. The Johnsons, gone. No signs of struggle, no blood, no tracks leading away from the site. "How do 2 people vanish from a campsite without leaving tracks?" Nora asked. "That's the question." Henry's jaw tightened. The last 2 were the worst. November 2nd and November 8th. Both solo hikers, both experienced. The second one, Marcus Webb. We found his pack. It was hung in a tree, 20 feet up, with all his supplies intact except for food. No climbing gear nearby, no way he could have put it there himself. And it was hung directly over a game trail, like something wanted us to find it. "Something," Eugene repeated. Henry looked at him steadily. "There are patterns here that don't fit standard predator behavior. No bear drags gear into trees and leaves it. No human abductor operates this cleanly in terrain this rough. And the locals won't talk, won't even come into this section of forest. The Ojibwe Reservation to the east, they've got their own name for this area, calls it the Hungry Pines. Take that however you want." He rolled up the map. "We're establishing a patrol grid. 2-person teams, 8-hour shifts, overlapping coverage. Standard protocol, GPS tracking every 30 minutes, visual confirmation when possible, radio check-ins every hour. If your equipment starts acting up, if you lose orientation, if you see or hear anything that doesn't fit, you call it in immediately. Understood?" We nodded. "Good. Doug and Nora, you take the eastern quadrant. Eugene and Warren, you've got the area around where we found Webb's pack. I'll maintain base camp and coordinate with the wider search effort. Questions?" "What exactly are we looking for?" I asked. Henry's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Wish I could tell you. Sometimes we find the missing alive. Sometimes we find remains. Sometimes we find signs that something big moved through an area. Trees marked, territorial behavior. And sometimes," he trailed off then shook his head, "sometimes we don't find anything at all, and that's the worst outcome. Because then we know whatever took them is still out there, and we've got no way to predict where it'll surface next." Eugene and I set out an hour later, packs loaded with cold weather gear, emergency supplies and equipment I'd never seen outside the training facility. Night vision optics with infrared overlays, audio recording devices that could detect subsonic frequencies, even small drones for aerial reconnaissance. The October forest was beautiful in a harsh way, hardwoods dropping the last of their leaves, evergreens dark against the overcast sky, everything silent except for the crunch of our boots on frost-stiff ground. Eugene hadn't said much since we'd landed. He moved through the forest like water, barely disturbing the underbrush, his eyes constantly scanning. Former reconnaissance Marine. I remembered. He'd probably seen things overseas that made this look tame. The GPS led us to the coordinates where Marcus Webb's pack had been found. The tree was immediately obvious, a massive white pine with lower branches that started 15 feet up. I craned my neck, trying to imagine how anyone could have reached those branches without gear. "Help me check the perimeter," Eugene said. We worked outward in a spiral, examining the ground for any signs of disturbance. The forest floor was thick with needles and fallen leaves, but here and there I spotted depressions that might have been prints, except they were wrong somehow, the spacing off, the depth inconsistent. "Look at this," Eugene called. I joined him at the base of a cluster of birch trees. Something had stripped the bark in vertical lines, gouging deep into the wood. The marks were parallel, evenly spaced, like claw marks, but far too large. "What do you think made that?" I asked. "Nothing that's supposed to be in Michigan." Eugene pulled out a measuring tape. The gouges were spaced 8 inches apart and they extended 7 feet up the trunk. Bear claws are what, 3 inches apart maximum? And no bear stands that tall. "So what are we looking at?" He didn't answer immediately, just took photographs and made notes in his field journal. Henry said there are historical reports from this area. Logging camps that shut down overnight. Workers who disappeared. The indigenous people have stories about... About what? Eugene glanced around as if making sure we were alone. About things that wear the shape of men but aren't. Things that walk upright on 2 legs but move through the forest faster than anything human. The Ojibwe call them by different names depending on the region. Wendigo, sometimes, or just the hungry ones. "You believe that?" I've seen enough weird shit in my life to keep an open mind. He checked his watch. Radio check-in is in 10 minutes. Let's get a wider perimeter established before dark. We worked methodically, marking our route with GPS waypoints and documenting anything unusual. I found more trees with those deep gouges, always at the same height, always in the same vertical pattern. Eugene discovered what looked like a game trail, except the spacing of the impressions suggested something that walked upright, and the depth suggested something heavy. The radio check-in came and went without incident. Henry confirmed that Doug and Nora's sector was quiet. The weather forecast called for clear skies overnight, temperatures dropping to the low 20s. As the light began to fade, Eugene and I found a defensible position, a small clearing with good sightlines, backed by a rock formation that would prevent anything from approaching from behind. We set up motion-activated cameras in a perimeter around the site and established a watch rotation. "I'll take first shift," Eugene said. "Get some sleep, it's going to be a long night." I tried. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the forest settle into darkness. Without the sun, the temperature plummeted. My breath steamed in the air. The silence was absolute. No birds, no wind, nothing. That's when I heard it. A sound like wood rubbing against wood, slow and rhythmic. It came from somewhere to the north, deeper in the forest. I sat up, pulse quickening. "Eugene?" "I hear it." The sound continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped. Silence rushed back in, heavier than before. "What was that?" I whispered. Eugene had the night vision optics pressed to his face, scanning the darkness. "I don't know, but whatever it is," he lowered the optics, his expression grim. "It's big, and it's moving this way." The sound came again 20 minutes later. That slow, deliberate scraping like massive branches being dragged across tree trunks. But it was closer now, and with it came something else, a smell, sharp and organic, like wet fur and rotting leaves, but underneath it something chemical, almost medicinal. Eugene had his rifle unslung, though I noticed he kept his finger off the trigger. Standard protocol I remembered from training. Never fire unless you've positively identified a threat. In this darkness, that was easier said than done. "Should we call it in?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "Not yet. Could just be a moose or elk moving through heavy timber." But his body language said he didn't believe that. Neither did I. The scraping moved in an arc around our position, maintaining distance. Whatever it was circling us, staying just outside the range of our equipment. I pulled out the thermal imaging monoculars and scanned the tree line. At first, nothing. Just the cold signature of the forest. The faint heat halos around tree trunks that had absorbed sun during the day. Then, movement. A heat signature that was wrong. Too tall, too narrow. It disappeared behind a cluster of pines before I could get a clear look. "I saw something," I whispered. "Thermal signature, northwest, maybe 50 yards out." Eugene shifted position, bringing his optics to bear. We waited. The forest had gone completely silent. No insects, no small animals, nothing. Like everything that lived here had suddenly decided to hide. The smell grew stronger. My eyes watered. Then came a sound I'll hear in my nightmares until I die. A vocalization that started as a low groan, almost subsonic, and rose into something between a howl and human speech. It had syllables, rhythm, like language, but no language I'd ever heard. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, bouncing off the rock face behind us. "Call it in," Eugene said. "Now." I fumbled for the radio. "Base, this is Eugene and Warren. We have contact, unknown entity approximately 50 yards from our position. Requesting immediate backup." Static. Then Henry's voice, tight with tension. "Copy that. Describe the contact." "Large heat signature, bipedal movement pattern. Vocalizations that don't match any known wildlife. It's circling our position. Do not engage unless directly threatened. I'm dispatching Doug and Nora to your coordinates. ETA 20 minutes. Can you hold position?" I looked at Eugene. He nodded. "Affirmative. We're behind cover with good sight lines. Stay on the radio. And Warren, whatever happens, do not follow it into the forest." The transmission ended. Eugene and I pressed our backs against the rock formation, weapons ready, watching the darkness. The circling stopped. The smell faded slightly. For a moment, I thought maybe it had left. Then the cameras started triggering. 3 of the motion-activated units went off in rapid succession, their infrared lights strobing the darkness. I caught glimpses, impossibly long limbs, something that moved in a sideways loping gait, too fast for the sensors to properly track. It was playing with our perimeter, testing our defenses. "What the hell is that?" I breathed. Eugene's jaw was clenched, something that shouldn't exist. The 4th camera triggered. This time, the thing paused directly in frame for perhaps 2 seconds. The night vision capture would be analyzed later by specialists who would spend hours arguing about what the footage showed. But in that moment I saw a figure, easily 8 feet tall, covered in matted hair that might have been fur or might have been something else. The limbs were wrong, too long, joints that seemed to bend in multiple directions. The head was vaguely canine, but the eyes caught the infrared light and reflected it back, green and intelligent. And the hands, God, the hands had fingers that ended in dark curved claws, the same claws that had stripped bark from those birch trees. Then it was gone, melting back into the darkness. "Did you?" I started. "Yeah." Eugene's voice was steady, but I could see his hands shaking. "I saw it." The radio crackled. "Warren, Eugene, this is Doug. We're 10 minutes out. Status?" "It's still here," Eugene reported. "Hasn't approached within 30 yards, but it's definitely aware of us. Displaying what looks like curiosity or testing behavior." "Copy. We've got eyes on your thermal signatures. There's something else moving in your area, northeast quadrant, another large contact." My blood went cold. "How many of these things are there?" "Unknown," Doug said. "But you've got at least 2 confirmed. Their weight. The second signature is moving fast, closing on your position from..." The rock face behind us exploded with sound. Something massive had climbed up the far side and was now directly above us, breathing heavily. I could hear claws scraping on stone. Small rocks and debris rained down. Eugene and I rolled away from the formation, bringing our weapons up. The thing, because it was definitely a thing, not an animal, dropped down with impossible grace, landing between us and our equipment. In the dim light of our headlamps, I saw it clearly for the first time. It stood on 2 legs, hunched but still towering over us. The body was humanoid in the worst possible way, familiar enough to trigger recognition, alien enough to trigger revulsion. The fur was sparse and patchy, revealing gray-white skin underneath. The face was elongated, the jaw distended, filled with teeth that looked broken and regrown multiple times. But the eyes were the worst part. They were human eyes, aware. "Don't move," Eugene whispered. The creature's head swiveled toward him, nostrils flaring. Then it did something I wasn't prepared for. It spoke. The voice was ruined, pushed through a throat not meant for human speech, but the word was unmistakable. "Hungry." It took a step forward. I could see old scars on its torso, marks that might have been tattoos once, before the transformation, if that's what this was, before whatever had made it into this. "We don't want to hurt you," Eugene said, though his rifle remained trained on the creature's center mass. The thing's mouth twisted into something that might have been a smile. Too late. Was hurt. Was changed. Now. It took another step. Hungry. Always hungry. The second creature dropped from the trees to our left, cutting off that escape route. This one was larger, older maybe, its features even more distorted. It made that same groaning vocalization, and the first creature responded in kind. Communication. They were coordinating. My radio crackled. "We've got visual," Doug's voice came through. "Taking positions." The crack of a rifle shot shattered the night. The larger creature screamed, a sound of rage more than pain, and wheeled toward the source of the shot. Eugene and I used the distraction to fall back toward our equipment. More shots, controlled bursts from Doug and Nora's positions. The creatures were fast, unbelievably fast, but they were also cautious. They'd been shot before, I realized. They knew what guns could do. The first creature, the one that had spoken, locked eyes with me one more time before retreating into the darkness. "This is not over," it managed, the words barely comprehensible. "You are in our forest now." Then they were gone. Both of them vanished into the trees with barely a sound. Doug and Nora reached our position 30 seconds later, both breathing hard. "Everyone intact?" Doug demanded. Eugene nodded, though his face was pale. "They were right on top of us. If you hadn't fired when you did..." "Did that thing speak?" Nora interrupted. "I heard something over the radio." I nodded, not trusting my voice. My hands were shaking, adrenaline crashing through my system. Nora's expression was grim. "Then Henry needs to hear about this immediately. Because if those things were people once..." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't have to. "If those things were people once, then whatever was happening in the Ottawa forest wasn't just about finding the missing. It was about stopping them from becoming something worse than dead." Henry called for immediate extraction after our report. 40 minutes later, we were all back at base camp, sitting under harsh LED lights while he debriefed us. The recording equipment had captured everything, the vocalizations, the creature's broken speech, the thermal imagery of their coordinated approach. Henry played it back 3 times, his expression growing darker with each replay. "This confirms the worst-case scenario," he finally said. What you encountered weren't cryptids or unknown wildlife, they were the missing. The words hung in the cold air. I thought about the thing's eyes, the way it had looked at me, the old scars on its torso, the tattoos. Someone's son, maybe. Someone's husband. What happened to them? Eugene asked. Henry pulled up a file on his laptop, historical records, faded newspaper clippings, anthropological reports. The Ojibwe have stories about Wendigo, creatures born from desperation and hunger. Most anthropologists treat it as metaphor, a cultural expression of the dangers of greed and isolation. But there are documented cases, medical reports from the 1800s and early 1900s of people who suffered what was called Wendigo psychosis, intense paranoia, feelings of being starved no matter how much they ate, violent behavior. Some killed and consumed human flesh. You're saying this is some kind of disease? Nora asked. I'm saying there's something in this forest that causes a transformation. We don't know if it's environmental, a fungus, a parasite, or something else entirely. But the pattern is consistent. People go missing in specific areas with historical significance. Sometimes they're never found, but sometimes, he gestured at the thermal images frozen on the screen, sometimes they become what you saw tonight. The one that spoke said it was changed, I recalled. That it was hurt first. Physical trauma might be a trigger, Henry mused. Extreme stress, injury, exposure, any combination could make someone susceptible. But here's what we know for certain. Once the transformation begins, it's irreversible. The missing don't come back, and the things they become are dangerous, to themselves and anyone else in their territory. So what's our mission now? Doug asked. Same as always, find the missing before they complete the transformation. And if they've already changed, Henry's expression was hard. We document it, we report it, and command decides whether to authorize termination. The word termination settled over us like a shroud. These weren't monsters in the abstract. They were people who'd made the mistake of hiking in the wrong part of the forest at the wrong time. He brought up a map with her planned route highlighted. It cut directly through the area where we'd encountered the creatures. She's military, Henry added. Or was, Marine Corps combat medic, 2 tours in Afghanistan. If anyone has the survival skills to last out there, it's her. But we need to find her fast before she becomes like them, Eugene finished. Henry nodded. I'm authorizing a night operation. Full team deployment, maximum firepower, extraction protocol. If we find her alive, we get her out immediately. If we find signs she's transforming, we document and withdraw. If we encounter hostiles, he paused, authorized to use lethal force in self-defense only. I need to be very clear about that. These things were people. They might still have some fragment of awareness. We don't kill unless there's no other option. We geared up in silence. Extra ammunition, medical supplies, emergency beacons. The weight of what we were about to do pressed down on all of us. I thought about the creature's eyes, the desperation in that single word, hungry. How long did it take, I wondered, before the person was gone completely, before only the hunger remained? We entered the forest at 0200 hours, moving in a tight formation with Henry on point. The October night was crystalline and cold, our breath fogging in the beams of our headlamps. The forest felt different now, not just dangerous, but aware, like it was watching us, waiting. Jennifer Morrow's last known position was a ridge overlooking a series of beaver ponds. We approached cautiously, scanning for heat signatures, for any sign of recent activity. The thermal imaging showed nothing but the ambient cold of the forest. There, Nora whispered, pointing. A backpack lay abandoned on the ridge, partially hidden under fallen leaves. Henry approached carefully, checking for traps or signs of the creatures. The pack was Jennifer's military issued, her name stenciled on the side. He opened it methodically. Sleeping bag still here, he reported. Food supplies, water purification, first aid kit. She left in a hurry, or she was taken. Taken how? I asked. There's no drag marks, no signs of struggle. Eugene was examining the ground near the tree line. Look at this. We gathered around. There, pressed deep into the soft earth, was a boot print. Human size that matched what Jennifer would wear. But next to it, something else. Long impressions like someone had dropped to all fours. And then the tracks changed. Became those elongated prints we'd seen before, heading deeper into the forest. She's transforming, Henry said quietly. Timeline suggests she's been out here 36 hours. That's longer than any of the others survived before changing. Maybe her military training is helping her resist, Doug offered. Or maybe it's just prolonging the inevitable. Henry stood, decision made. We follow the trail, stay tight, watch each other's backs. She might still be conscious enough to respond to us. The tracks led us down into a ravine where the pines grew so thick that almost no light reached the forest floor. The smell hit us before we found her, that same wet fur and chemical scent, but mixed with something else now. Blood, fear, sweat, human desperation. Jennifer Morrow was crouched at the base of a massive hemlock tree, and for a moment I thought we'd arrived in time. She was still mostly human, her face recognizable, her body proportioned normally, but when she looked up at us, I saw the change in her eyes. The pupils were too dilated, the whites yellowed and bloodshot. Her hands, clutching at the tree bark, had fingernails that were growing into claws. "Stay back," she managed, her voice raw. "I can feel it, in my blood, my bones, it's changing me." Henry lowered his weapon slightly. "Jennifer, I'm Henry Aldrich, Department of Interior Special Operations. We're here to help you." She laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. "Help? Is there a cure for whatever this is? Because I've felt it for the last 2 days, eating me from the inside. The hunger. God, the hunger. I've eaten everything in my pack and I'm still starving. And the thoughts." She clutched her head. "They're not mine. They're older, angry. They want." She convulsed, a full-body spasm that left her gasping. When she looked up again, her face had changed. The jaw was extending, the teeth sharpening, the transformation was accelerating. "Kill me," she whispered. "While I'm still me enough to ask, please don't let me become one of those things. Don't let me hurt anyone." "Jennifer, listen to me," Henry said, stepping closer despite the danger. "We can evacuate you, get you to a facility where they can study this. Maybe find a way to reverse." "You can't reverse this." She was sobbing now, fully human tears running down a face that was becoming less human by the second. "I can feel the others out there calling to me. They want me to join them, to hunt with them, and part of me, God help me, part of me wants to. The hunger is so strong." Another spasm, her spine arched, bones popping audibly. She screamed, a sound that started human and ended as something else. "I'm sorry," Henry said, and I heard the weight of responsibility in those 2 words. How many times had he been in this position? How many others had he watched transform? Jennifer looked at each of us in turn, her gaze lingering on me last. "Tell my family I fought it. Tell them I didn't want this." Then she turned and ran. Not away from us, but deeper into the forest, into the territory of the things that called to her. Henry raised his rifle, tracked her movement, but didn't fire. None of us did. We watched as she disappeared into the darkness, leaving us standing in that cold ravine, bearing witness to the moment a Marine Corps combat veteran became something else entirely. "Should we pursue?" Doug asked. Henry shook his head slowly. "No, she made her choice, and we." He turned away, shoulders sagging. "We document what happened and report to command. There's nothing else we can do." But as we began the long walk back to base camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that Jennifer Morrow's transformation was just the beginning. That whatever we'd stumbled into here in the Ottawa forest was bigger than a handful of missing hikers. That we'd found the edge of something ancient and hungry, and now it knew we were here. Command shut down the operation 72 hours later. Just like that, we were ordered to pack up base camp and redeploy to a monitoring facility in Marquette, a small city on Lake Superior's southern shore. The official report would classify Jennifer Morrow as missing, presumed deceased due to environmental exposure. The creatures we'd encountered wouldn't be mentioned. The recording equipment would be sealed. The whole operation would disappear into the bureaucratic void that swallows inconvenient truths. But before we left, Henry took us to a place he'd only mentioned once during training, the archive. It was housed in a concrete bunker built into a hillside 30 miles from our operational zone, camouflaged to look like an abandoned mine entrance. Inside, temperature-controlled rooms held decades of files, photographs, and physical evidence from similar operations across the country. "This isn't just about the Ottawa forest," Henry explained as we walked past filing cabinets labeled with location codes. "Oregon, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina. Every state with significant federal wilderness has at least one area like this. Places where the missing don't stay missing, where they become something else." He pulled out a folder marked Gifford Pinchot National Forest, WA, 1987. Inside were photographs that could have been from our own operation, massive bipedal tracks, stripped tree bark, thermal images of impossibly tall figures moving through the forest, and witness statements, dozens of them, all describing similar encounters. "The pattern goes back centuries," Henry continued. "Indigenous peoples across North America have different names for it: Wendigo, Skinwalker, Kushtaka, devil dogs. European settlers reported similar phenomena but called it different things: werewolves, wood spirits, the wild man. But it's all the same, something in these forests that changes people." "Why doesn't anyone know about this?" Nora asked. "Some do. Local communities near affected areas, indigenous tribes, they know. They just don't talk about it because who would believe them? And the government." Henry's expression was bitter. We document it, we study it, we create protocols for managing it, but we don't publicize it because mass panic would be worse than the handful of disappearances each year. Handful. Eugene's voice was sharp. You told us 600,000 people go missing annually, and 99% are found within hours. Of the remainder, maybe a few hundred disappear in wilderness areas under truly unexplained circumstances. Of those, we estimate 20 to 30 undergo full transformation. Henry closed the folder. It's a tiny percentage, statistically insignificant, unless you're one of the ones who vanishes. I thought about Jennifer Morrow, about the thing that had spoken to me, that had once been a person with a name and a life and people who loved them. 20 to 30 transformations per year didn't seem insignificant at all. So what happens now? Doug asked. We just leave them out there? We monitor, Henry said. The creatures are territorial. As long as they stay in remote areas, away from population centers. Command's policy is non-intervention. We've tried containment operations before. They failed. The things are too intelligent, too fast, and they know the forest better than we ever could. And there's another factor. He pulled out a different folder, this one much thinner. Inside was a single photograph of a young girl, maybe 12 years old, standing next to a park ranger. Michigan, 1972. Search party found her wandering in the Ottawa forest after being missing for 6 weeks. No memory of what happened, but she was alive and mostly healthy. Medical examination showed signs of what the doctors called unexplained physiological changes, elevated metabolism, heightened sensory perception, minor skeletal abnormalities. She lived a normal life, died of cancer in 2019, but she had 3 children, and they all showed similar minor abnormalities. You're saying it's hereditary? Nora's voice was flat with shock. We're saying we don't understand the mechanism. Maybe it's genetic, maybe it's environmental, maybe it's something else entirely. But every few years, someone who transforms survives long enough to be found before the change is complete. They reintegrate into society, they have families, and we watch them, generation after generation, looking for patterns. The implications were staggering. How many people out there carried some dormant version of whatever caused the transformation? How many might be vulnerable if they wandered into the wrong part of the forest? Henry put the folders away. This is why the Pines Protocol exists. Why we recruit people like you. People with nothing to lose. People who can keep secrets. You've seen what's out there now. You can never unlearn it. So you have a choice. Stay with the program. Help us monitor and manage these zones. Or take a generous separation package and sign your life away to non-disclosure agreements. We stood in that cold bunker, surrounded by decades of evidence that the world was stranger and darker than most people could imagine. I thought about Detroit, about my eviction notice, about the life I'd been barely surviving before this job. I thought about Jennifer Morrow's last words, tell them I fought it. I'm staying, I said. One by one the others agreed. Eugene, Doug, Nora. We were all in, because someone had to do this work. Someone had to bear witness. Someone had to make sure that when people vanished into the wilderness, at least their families would get some kind of answer, even if it wasn't the whole truth. 6 months later, I'm writing this from a monitoring station in North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest. We've been tracking unusual activity along the Appalachian Trail. 3 missing hikers in the last 2 months, all solo trekkers, all experienced. The pattern is familiar now. Henry was reassigned to Oregon last month. Doug and Nora are in Wisconsin, investigating reports of something near the Chequamegon-Nicolet Forest. Eugene is with me, currently on patrol in the mountain zone where the last hiker disappeared. We haven't seen the creatures again, not like that first night in Michigan, but we find their signs everywhere. Stripped trees, strange tracks, game trails that lead nowhere, and sometimes, late at night when the wind is right, we hear them calling to each other across the dark forests, sounds that are almost human, almost language, almost a warning. I still live paycheck to paycheck, though the paychecks are bigger now. I'm still alone, still running from a life that never quite worked out, but I've found something like purpose in this strange, dark work. I know things now that most people never will. I've seen the places where civilization's comfortable lives break down, where the wilderness is more than just trees and animals, where people can become monsters and monsters were once people. The forest has rules we didn't make. I've learned some of them. I'm still learning others. And I know with absolute certainty that I'll never learn them all. Because the wilderness keeps its deepest secrets, and some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, only survived. My radio crackles, Eugene's voice calm and professional. Warren, I've got something. Fresh tracks, heading toward the shelter at mile marker 47. Looks like we've got another potential contact. I grab my gear, check my equipment, and head out into the cold North Carolina night. Because this is the job now. This is my life. searching for the missing before they become something else, before they join the others in the hungry pines. And knowing that sometimes, despite everything we do, we're already too late. My name is Matthew, and I've been a park ranger in the Nicolet National Forest in northern Wisconsin for 6 years. What I'm about to tell you happened over the course of 3 weeks last October, and I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what's out there. If something happens to me, if I disappear like the others, at least there will be a record. It started on a Tuesday night during my patrol of the Anvil Lake Trail area. The temperature had dropped to 38 degrees and a heavy fog had rolled in around sunset, the kind that makes your flashlight beam look solid enough to touch. I was doing a routine check of the campsites near the northern boundary, making sure everyone had proper bear containers and that fires were properly extinguished. The last campsite I checked was occupied by a family from Illinois, a couple with 2 kids, maybe 8 and 10 years old. They seemed nervous when I approached, which wasn't unusual. People get spooked in the woods at night. But the father pulled me aside while his wife was getting the kids into their tent. "There's something wrong with the dog we saw earlier," he said, keeping his voice low. "It was walking on 2 legs. I've heard a lot of strange things from campers over the years. The woods play tricks on people, especially city folks who aren't used to the sounds and shadows. I told him it was probably a bear. Black bears can stand upright, and in the fog the size difference can be hard to judge. It wasn't a bear, he insisted. It had a dog's head. A German Shepherd or something like that, but the body was wrong. Too tall, maybe 7 feet, and it was watching us from behind that big pine over there for at least 10 minutes before it walked away into the trees, on 2 legs, like a man." I checked the area he indicated with my flashlight. There were tracks in the soft earth, canine prints, definitely, but they were massive, bigger than any wolf print I'd ever seen, and wolves had been extinct in this part of Wisconsin since the 1950s, though they'd been making a comeback in recent years. But these prints were different. The stride length was wrong, too far apart. Whatever made these tracks had a gait more like a human than a wolf. I took photos of the prints with my phone and told the family I'd patrol the area throughout the night. I didn't tell them that my heart was pounding, or that every instinct I had was screaming at me to get back to my truck. Around midnight, I was parked at the Anvil Lake boat landing, filling out my patrol log, when I heard it, a howl, but not like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. It was deeper, more guttural, and it had an almost human quality to it, like someone trying to imitate a wolf but not quite getting it right. The sound came from the northeast, maybe half a mile away, in the direction of the family's campsite. I grabbed my radio and called it in to dispatch. Jenny, the night dispatcher, told me there had been 3 similar reports in the past week from different parts of the forest. 2 hikers had reported seeing a wolf-like creature walking upright, and a solo camper had packed up and left in the middle of the night after hearing something large circling his tent and making sounds like a man imitating a dog. I drove back to the family's campsite, my high beams cutting through the fog. Everything seemed quiet. Everything seemed quiet. Their tent was zipped up tight, and I could hear the father's voice inside, low and calm, probably trying to reassure his kids. I sat in my truck with the window down, listening. The forest has its own rhythm at night. You learn to distinguish between normal sounds and abnormal ones. The rustle of a raccoon in the underbrush sounds different from a deer moving through the trees. An owl's wings cutting through the air have a distinctive whisper. You learn these things when you spend enough nights alone in the woods. What I heard at 1:47 a.m. was not normal. It started as a low growl, coming from the tree line about 50 yards to the east. Then I heard something moving through the underbrush. But the movement was wrong. Too deliberate, too calculated. Whatever it was taking its time, moving slowly, like it wanted me to hear it. I turned on my spotlight, the one mounted on the driver's side mirror, and swept it across the tree line. The beam caught something about 30 yards out, standing between 2 large pines. For just a second, maybe 2, I saw it clearly. It was standing upright on 2 legs, easily 7 feet tall. The body was humanoid but covered in dark fur that looked almost black in my spotlight. The head was unmistakably canine, a long snout, pointed ears, but the eyes reflected green in my light, not the typical yellow or red you see with wolves or coyotes. The arms were too long, hanging down past where the knees would be, and the hands, if you could call them that, looked more like paws but with elongated fingers. It didn't run when my light hit it. It just stood there watching me, its head tilted slightly to one side like a dog trying to understand a new command. Then it opened its mouth, and I could see rows of teeth that seemed too large, too sharp, too numerous. It made a sound that I can still hear when I close my eyes. A low rumbling vocalization that was part growl, part words, like it was trying to form speech but couldn't quite manage it. The sound seemed to say, "Go away." Then it dropped to all fours and vanished into the darkness so quickly I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. But I hadn't. The family in the tent had heard it too. I could hear the kids crying and the mother's panicked voice asking what that sound was. I stayed there until dawn, my engine running, my doors locked, my hand on my sidearm. Park rangers in Wisconsin aren't required to carry firearms, but I'd gotten my permit after a close call with a black bear 3 years ago. I'd never been more grateful for that decision. When the sun came up, I helped the family pack their gear. They didn't ask questions and I didn't offer explanations. They just wanted to leave, and I didn't blame them. As they drove away, the father rolled down his window. "You saw it too, didn't you?" he asked. I nodded. "What the hell was it?" "I don't know," I said, and that was the truth. But I had a suspicion. I'd heard stories from the old-timers who'd worked these woods before me. Stories they'd tell after a few beers, laughing them off as folklore and tall tales. Stories about the dog man. I spent the rest of that day searching the area around the campsite. The tracks were there, clear as day in the soft earth. They showed a creature that sometimes walked on 4 legs, sometimes on 2. The gait on 2 legs showed a stride of nearly 6 feet. I took measurements, more photos, and samples of fur I found caught on low branches. The fur was coarse, dark brown to black, and longer than wolf fur. I sent everything to a friend of mine who works for the DNR, a wildlife biologist named Sarah Chen. She called me back 2 days later. "Matthew, where did you get these samples?" "Why?" "Because the DNA is unusual. It's definitely canine, but there are anomalies I can't explain. And the measurements you sent me, nothing in North America has that stride length and that body structure. Nothing that should exist."
What are you saying?
"I'm saying I don't know what you found, but it's not a wolf, it's not a coyote, and it's not a bear. Send me more if you find it. And Matthew, be careful." That night, I drove back to my cabin on the edge of the forest. I live alone, which had always been one of the perks of the job: solitude, peace. But that night, as I sat on my porch with a beer and my rifle across my lap, the solitude felt different, threatening. Around 10 p.m., I heard something in the woods behind my cabin. Movement in the underbrush. And then, clear as day, I heard it again. That same vocalization, like speech, but not quite. "Matthew." It knew my name. I went inside, locked every door and window, and didn't sleep until the sun came up. 3 days passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every sound seemed louder. I started jumping at things that had never bothered me before. A branch breaking, a crow's call, the wind in the pines. On Friday, I got a call from dispatch about a missing hiker in the Black River State Forest, about 40 miles southeast of my usual patrol area. They were asking for all available rangers to help with the search. The hiker, a 34-year-old man from Madison named Derek Foster, had been reported missing by his girlfriend after he failed to return from a solo overnight trip. His car was still at the trailhead, tent and supplies gone. I joined the search party at dawn on Saturday. There were 12 of us, rangers, sheriff's deputies, and volunteers from the local search and rescue team. We split into groups of 3 and began working a grid pattern from his last known position, a campsite near the Wildcat Mountain area. My group consisted of myself, a deputy named Rodriguez, and a local volunteer named Tom Hendricks, who'd been hiking these woods for 30 years. We took the northeastern quadrant, moving through dense pine forest and rocky terrain. Around noon, we found his campsite. The tent was still standing, but the door was ripped open, not unzipped, but torn. The fabric, shredded like something with claws, had simply ripped its way inside. His sleeping bag was gone, so was his backpack, but his boots were still there, placed neatly outside the tent. "Who takes off their boots and then leaves?" Rodriguez asked. "Someone who's running," Tom said quietly. He was staring at something beyond the tent. "Or someone who's being chased." The tracks around the campsite told a story, and it wasn't good. Human footprints, barefoot, running northeast into increasingly rough terrain. And following those prints, something else. Large prints, too large to be human, but shaped almost like human feet, except these had claw marks at the tips of each toe. We followed the trail for 2 hours, climbing steadily upward into the rocky hills that gave the area its name. The human prints showed signs of panic, erratic direction changes, stumbling, falling. There was blood on some of the rocks, not much, just spots and smears. At 2:30 p.m. we found the first piece of his sleeping bag. It was hung on a branch about 8 feet off the ground, the fabric torn and stained with dirt and blood. 100 yards further we found his backpack, or what was left of it. Something had ripped it apart, the contents scattered across a small clearing. Food wrappers, a water bottle, a paperback book with pages torn out and scattered. "He was trying to make himself lighter," Tom said. throwing things away so he could run faster. The tracks continued upward, toward a rocky outcrop that overlooked a steep ravine. We moved carefully, calling Derek's name, though by that point, none of us expected to find him alive. I was in the lead when I reached the outcrop. The view was spectacular, miles of unbroken forest stretching in every direction. But I wasn't looking at the view. I was looking at what was standing on a boulder about 60 feet away, on the far side of the ravine. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown fur that looked almost reddish in the afternoon sun. The body was humanoid but impossibly broad across the shoulders and chest. The arms were thick as tree trunks, hanging down almost to the knees. The face was flat, more human than ape, but with a heavy brow and a wide flat nose. A Bigfoot, a Sasquatch, whatever you want to call it. I was looking at one, and it was looking back at me. We stood there frozen for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. The creature didn't seem aggressive. It just watched us with an intelligence that was unmistakable. Then it turned and walked away, not running, just walking with long casual strides that covered ground impossibly fast. Within seconds it had disappeared into the tree line. "Did you see that?" Rodriguez whispered. "Yeah," I said. "What do we do?" "We keep looking for Derek." We found him 20 minutes later, at the bottom of the ravine. He'd fallen or jumped from the outcrop, landing on the rocks below. The fall had killed him. His body was broken, twisted at angles that made me look away, but what made it worse was his face. His eyes were still open, and the expression on his face wasn't pain, it was terror. Absolute, primal terror. The coroner's report would later say he'd died from massive trauma consistent with a fall from height. But it didn't mention the claw marks on his shoulders and back, the deep gouges that looked like something had grabbed him and held him. The report didn't mention those because I didn't include them in my statement. How could I? Who would believe me? We carried his body out as the sun was setting. Back at the command post, I overheard 2 of the other rangers talking about what they'd found in their search area. Massive footprints, trees with bark stripped off at heights of 8 or 9 feet, and a smell they couldn't describe, something musky and foul that had hung in the air near one particular ridge. That night, I drove back to my cabin and pulled out every book I had on North American cryptids. The Bigfoot description matched what I'd seen perfectly. Large bipedal covered in fur, human-like face but heavily built. Reports of them throughout the Pacific Northwest, but also scattered reports from Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, anywhere there were deep forests and low human populations. But the books didn't mention one thing that kept bothering me. Why had it been there? Why had it been following Derek? The track suggested it had been tracking him, hurting him maybe, driving him toward that ravine. But why? Bigfoot was supposed to be shy, avoiding humans. That's what all the researchers said. Unless something had changed. Unless something was making them more aggressive. I was still reading when I heard something outside my cabin around midnight. Heavy footsteps on my gravel driveway. Slow, deliberate, moving around the perimeter of my cabin. I grabbed my rifle and turned off all the lights, watching through the window. In the moonlight, I could see something moving. A massive shape, 8 feet tall, covered in dark fur. It walked upright, its arms swinging slightly as it moved. It stopped at my woodpile, about 20 feet from my back door, and just stood there, facing the cabin. I could feel it looking at me, even though I couldn't see its eyes. After about 5 minutes, it reached down and picked up one of the logs from my woodpile. A log that probably weighed 40 pounds. It held it in one hand like it weighed nothing, then tossed it aside like it was a stick. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the forest. The message was clear. I see you. I know where you live. I'm stronger than you can imagine. I didn't sleep that night. I requested 3 days off after Derek Foster's death. My supervisor, Gary Brennan, approved it without question. He could see I was shaken and he'd heard enough of the search team's reports to know something unusual was happening in the forest. I used those 3 days to do research. Real research. I drove to the main branch of the University of Wisconsin's library in Madison and spent hours going through archives of old newspaper reports, indigenous folklore collections, and historical accounts of the region. The Native American tribes who originally inhabited northern Wisconsin, the Ojibwe, the Menominee, the Potawatomi, they all had stories about creatures in the forest. Some of them I recognized: thunderbirds, underwater panthers, shapeshifters. But one story kept appearing in different variations across different tribes, and it made my blood run cold. The Wendigo. The descriptions varied, but the core of the story was always the same. A creature that was once human but became something else through cannibalism or possession by a malevolent spirit. The Wendigo was described as impossibly tall and thin, with skin stretched tight over bones, antlers like a deer or elk, and an insatiable hunger for human flesh. But the most terrifying part wasn't its appearance, it was its nature. The Wendigo was always hungry, always hunting, and it could mimic human voices to lure prey. The Ojibwe called it Wendigo. The accounts I found described it as a creature associated with winter, famine, and the darkest aspects of human nature. According to the stories, a person could become a Wendigo either through being possessed during times of extreme hunger or by committing the ultimate taboo, eating human flesh to survive. One account, from a French fur trader in 1792, described an encounter with a creature of impossible proportions, skeletal yet powerful, with the head of a great stag and eyes that glowed with an unholy hunger. It spoke with the voice of my lost companion, calling to me from the darkness, but when I approached, I saw it was not Pierre at all, but some demon wearing his voice like a coat. I found 14 separate historical accounts of Wendigo encounters in northern Wisconsin and Michigan's Upper Peninsula between 1780 and 1910. Then nothing. The stories just stopped. It was like the creature had disappeared, or people had stopped talking about it. Until 3 weeks ago, I found a police report from the little town of Tripoli, about 30 miles west of the Nicolet National Forest. A local man, 56 years old, had called 911 claiming that his neighbor was no longer human. The responding officers found the caller barricaded in his home, armed with a hunting rifle. He told them his neighbor, Edward Marsh, had gone missing during a hunting trip 2 weeks earlier. When Marsh returned, he wasn't the same. "He's lost at least 40 pounds, the caller had said. "His eyes look wrong, and he just stands in his backyard at night, staring at my house. He doesn't move, just stands there, for hours. Last night I heard him calling my name, but his lips weren't moving. The voice was coming from somewhere else." The police did a welfare check on Edward Marsh. They found him in his backyard, exactly as the neighbor had described. When they approached him, he ran into the woods behind his property. They never found him. That was 18 days ago. I showed the report to Gary when I got back to work. He read it, then looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You think this is connected to what you saw?" "I think something's wrong in these woods," I said. 3 different types of creatures all becoming more active at the same time. That's not a coincidence. "What are you suggesting?" "I don't know, but I think we need to close some of the more remote trails until we figure out what's going on." Gary shook his head. "You know I can't do that without evidence. Real evidence. Not stories and footprints. The tourism board would have my head." "People are dying, Gary. One person, one hiker who fell from a cliff. That's tragic, but it's not exactly unprecedented in these woods." I wanted to argue, but I knew he was right. I had no real proof, just stories, tracks, and my own experiences that sounded insane when I tried to put them into words. That night I was on patrol in the Cisco Lake area, one of the most remote sections of the forest, when I got a call from a woman camping alone at the Aliquash Lake campground. She said something was outside her tent, circling the area, and she could hear it making sounds. "What kind of sounds?" I asked. Like it's trying to talk. "It sounds like my ex-husband, but he's in Milwaukee, he can't be here." I told her to stay in her tent, keep her flashlight on, and make noise if anything tried to approach. I was 20 minutes away, and I drove faster than I should have on those narrow forest roads. When I arrived at her campsite, I found her standing outside her tent with a can of bear spray in one hand and a large hunting knife in the other. She was in her 40s, fit and capable looking, not the type to spook easily. "It left about 5 minutes ago," she said, "but it kept calling my name. In Mike's voice, my ex-husband. It knew things. It said, 'Sarah, I'm sorry. Please come out. I need to talk to you.' But Mike has never apologized for anything in his life, and he doesn't know I'm here." I searched the area with my spotlight. The tracks around her campsite made my stomach turn. They were large, maybe 18 inches long, but narrow, almost human-shaped, but the toes were too long and tipped with what looked like claw marks. The stride showed something walking upright, something tall based on the spacing, maybe 8 or 9 feet. "Pack your gear," I told her. "You're leaving tonight." "What was it?" she asked as she started taking down her tent. I thought about the Wendigo stories I'd read, about creatures that mimicked voices, about insatiable hunger, about things that had once been human. "Something that doesn't belong here," I said. I escorted her back to the main road, following her car until she was well clear of the forest. Then I sat in my truck at the campground entrance, watching the darkness, waiting. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel road, slow and deliberate, coming from the direction of the campsite. I turned on my spotlight and saw it standing about 50 yards away. It was impossibly tall, maybe 9 feet, and skeletal thin. The body looked emaciated, with skin stretched tight over prominent ribs and joints that bent at wrong angles. The head was the worst part, elongated, almost deer-like, with massive antlers that spread at least 4 feet across. But the face was human, or had been once. Hollow cheeks, lipless mouth full of yellow teeth, and eyes that reflected red in my light. It took a step toward my truck, and I could see that its limbs were too long, the proportions all wrong. The fingers on its hands, if you could call them hands, extended into claws that looked more like talons. "Matthew," it said, and the voice came from somewhere inside it, echoing and hollow. "Matthew, help me. I'm lost. Please help me." But it wasn't asking for help, it was testing me, seeing if I would respond to the lure. I put my truck in reverse and backed away slowly, keeping my light on it. It took another step forward, then another, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait that made it seem like it was gliding rather than walking. "Matthew, please. I'm so hungry, so hungry." I kept backing up until I was back on the main road, then I turned around and drove away, checking my mirrors constantly to make sure it wasn't following. But I knew, somehow, that it didn't need to follow me. It knew where I lived, just like the others did. I called Sarah Chen, my DNR biologist friend, at 3 a.m. She was not happy to hear from me at that hour, but she listened as I told her everything. The dogmen, the Bigfoot, the Wendigo, all of it. There was a long silence when I finished. "Matthew, what you're describing, it doesn't make sense from a biological standpoint. 3 different cryptids all active in the same region at the same time. That's not how cryptozoology works, even if we accept that these creatures exist. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's happening. Unless..." She paused. "What if it's not 3 different species? What if it's one?" "What do you mean?" "Shapeshifters aren't just folklore. Some animals can alter their appearance based on environmental factors. Some fungi can manipulate host behavior. What if we're looking at something we don't understand, something that can present in different forms?" "You're saying it's the same creature?" "I'm saying I don't know, but the alternative is that there's been some kind of awakening, like something has disturbed multiple species simultaneously. Has there been any unusual activity in the forest? Construction? Mining exploration?" I thought about it. There was that archaeological dig up near the tribal lands last month. University team excavating an old Ojibwe burial ground. That could be it. Many indigenous cultures have prohibitions against disturbing sacred sites for good reasons. Not supernatural ones necessarily, but ecological ones. Burial grounds were often placed in specific locations for specific reasons. "You think they woke something up?" "I think you need to talk to someone who understands the local tribal traditions. And Matthew, be careful. Whatever's happening, it's escalating." The next morning I drove to the Lac du Flambeau reservation and asked to speak with someone who knew the old stories. I was directed to an elder named Robert Whitecloud who agreed to meet with me at a small cafe on the reservation. He was in his 70s with long gray hair and weathered features that suggested he'd spent most of his life outdoors. When I told him what I'd been seeing, he didn't seem surprised. "The old ones are walking again," he said simply. "We felt it when they opened that grave. My nephew is part of that dig team. He told me they found something unusual. Bones that weren't quite right. Human-shaped but wrong. They sent them off to some lab for analysis." "What were they?" "We have stories about people who went into the forest and came back changed. The Wendigo is the most well-known, but there are others, the Machi Manitou, the evil spirits. They take different forms depending on what they need to do. Sometimes they walk as wolves, sometimes as men, sometimes as something in between. How do you stop them?" He looked at me with an expression that might have been pity. "You don't. You survive them. You respect them. You stay out of their territories. Our people learned that a long time ago. That's why we have rules about where you can hunt, where you can camp, where you should never go." "People are dying." "Yes, because they don't follow the rules anymore. Because they think the forest belongs to them." He leaned forward. "The forest doesn't belong to anyone. We just live in it, if it allows us to." "So what am I supposed to do? Just let people keep dying?" "You're supposed to understand that some things are beyond your control. The creatures you've seen, they're not attacking randomly. They're defending. That burial ground your university friends disturbed, that was a prison. A place where we trapped something a long time ago. Something that had been feeding on our people. We buried it with sacred objects, with prayers, with warnings. And now someone has broken those seals." "What was buried there?" "A Wendigo. A powerful one. A shaman who had turned, who had led others to turn with him. We killed them all and buried them together, hoping that would end it. But the Wendigo spirit doesn't die easily. It spreads, it infects, and now it's free again." I felt cold despite the warm coffee in my hands. "How do we stop it?" "There has to be a way." "Fire," he said. "Complete destruction of the body. But first you have to find it, and it won't want to be found. It'll send its servants after you. The ones you've seen, the Dogman, the Bigfoot. Those are echoes of the Wendigo, extensions of its will. They're hunting for it, bringing it prey, keeping it fed while it regains its strength. Where would it be? In the place it knows best, the place where it died. Somewhere near that burial ground. I left the reservation with more questions than answers, but at least I had a direction. I called Gary and told him I needed to take some personal time. He tried to argue, but I could hear the concern in his voice. He knew something was wrong, even if he couldn't admit it officially. That afternoon, I drove to the university and tracked down the lead archaeologist on the burial ground excavation, a professor named Dr. Elizabeth Hammond. She was reluctant to talk to me at first, but when I showed her my badge and explained that there had been incidents near the excavation site, she became more cooperative. "We found something unusual," she admitted. "The burial was much more elaborate than we expected. Multiple individuals all buried together with extensive ritual objects. And the bones," she pulled up photos on her laptop. "Look at these femurs. They're human, definitely, but the proportions are wrong, too long. And these hand bones, the phalanges are elongated, almost claw-like. We sent them to 3 different labs for analysis, and all 3 came back with the same results. Anatomically modern human, but with significant morphological abnormalities." "What kind of abnormalities?" "The kind that suggests severe malnutrition combined with unusual growth patterns. It's similar to what we see in accounts of pica and other extreme dietary conditions, but more pronounced. These people were eating something, or something was changing their bodies at a fundamental level." "When did you open the grave?" "About 6 weeks ago." "Why?" That timeline matched the first reported incidents. The Dogman sightings, the unusual Bigfoot activity, Derek Foster's death, all within 6 weeks of the excavation. "Did you remove anything from the site?" "Just the bones and artifacts. We documented everything and moved it all to the university lab for study." "You need to put them back." She stared at me. "Excuse me?" "The bones, the artifacts, everything. You need to put them back and reseal the site." "That's not how archaeology works. We have permits, protocols." "People are dying, Dr. Hammond. Whatever was in that grave, it was buried there for a reason, and now it's free." She didn't believe me. I could see it in her face, but she did promise to contact the tribal council and discuss the proper protocols for handling the remains. It was better than nothing. That night, I gathered supplies: my rifle, extra ammunition, a GPS unit, high-powered flashlights, flares, and a 5-gallon can of gasoline. If Robert Whitecloud was right about fire being the only way to stop a Wendigo, I wanted to be prepared. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. If something happened to me, if I didn't come back, at least there would be this account. I'm leaving it with Sarah Chen, with instructions to make it public if I disappear. As I write this, it's 6 p.m. on a Wednesday evening in late October. In 2 hours after full dark, I'm going back to that burial ground. I'm going to find whatever was released from that grave, and I'm going to end this. If you're reading this, I probably failed, but I have to try. I reached the burial site at 8:47 p.m. The university's excavation had been temporary. Just a few surveyed squares marked with stakes and string, now abandoned. The disturbed earth had been roughly filled in, but you could see where they'd dug, where they'd violated ground that had been undisturbed for centuries. The forest was absolutely silent. No insects, no birds, no wind. Just oppressive, waiting silence. I moved carefully through the site, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The excavation pit was about 8 feet square and maybe 5 feet deep. At the bottom, I could see where they'd found the bones. Darker soil, stained with something that time hadn't completely erased. I was examining the pit when I heard it behind me, a low growl that raised every hair on my body. I turned slowly. The Dogman was standing at the edge of the clearing, about 30 feet away. In my flashlight beam, it looked even more terrifying than I remembered. 7 feet of muscle and fur standing upright on legs that were bent wrong, its canine head tilted as it watched me with those unsettling green eyes. It didn't attack, it just stood there, watching, waiting. Then I heard heavy footsteps from my left. The Bigfoot emerged from the tree line, massive and imposing. It stopped about 20 feet from the Dogman, creating a perimeter around me. They weren't attacking. They were hurting me, keeping me here. For what? The answer came a moment later. I felt it before I saw it, a sudden intense cold that made my breath fog despite the mild temperature. Then the smell hit me, rot and decay, and something worse, something that didn't have a name. It came from the north, moving between the trees with that awful gliding motion I'd seen before, the Wendigo. But now I could see it clearly, and the reality was so much worse than any description could convey. It had been human once. I could see that in the general structure, in the shape of the skull beneath the desiccated skin. But whatever it had been, it had left humanity far behind. The body was skeletal, impossibly thin, every bone visible beneath skin that looked like cracked leather. The limbs were elongated, the joints swollen and wrong. The antlers that grew from its skull were massive, branching and complex, hung with rotting vegetation and what looked like fragments of clothing. But the face, God, the face. It still had human features, a nose, lips, eyes, but they were wrong in every possible way. The mouth was too wide, splitting the face nearly to the ears, full of teeth that were jagged and broken. The eyes were sunken, but glowed with that horrible red light, and when it opened its mouth to speak, the voice that came out was not one voice but many, layered and echoing. Matthew, you came. Good. So hungry. Always so hungry. The dogman and the Bigfoot moved closer, tightening the circle. I understood now. Robert Whitecloud had been right. These creatures weren't independent. They were extensions of the Wendigo's will, servants bound to feed it and protect it. You were buried here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. In this place. The Ojibwe trapped you here. Trapped. Yes, so long. Dark. Hungry, always hungry. But now free. Free to feed. How many have you killed? The creature made a sound that might have been laughter. Not enough. Never enough. Do you know what it's like? The hunger? It never stops. Never satisfied. Feed and feed and feed, but still hungry. Always hungry. It took a step closer and I could see that its feet left no marks in the soil, as if it weighed nothing. An impossibility for something so tall. The bones have to be returned, I said. Buried again with the proper rituals. That's the only way to stop this. Stop. More of that awful laughter. Why stop? This is freedom. This is hunger satisfied, even if only briefly. Why would we stop? We? Did you think I was alone? That I was the only one? There are 4 of us, 4 who were buried together. The others are still weak, still finding their strength. But I am strong, I am fed, and I will feed them too. 4 Wendigos. The thought was almost too terrifying to process. I reached slowly for the can of gasoline at my feet. The Wendigo saw the movement and tilted its head. Curious. Fire, it said. You think fire will stop me? Fire is a small thing. Pain is a small thing. Only hunger matters. Only the feed. Maybe, I said, but let's find out. I threw the gasoline directly at it and fired my flare gun in the same motion. The effect was immediate and horrifying. The Wendigo shrieked, a sound so loud and so alien that I dropped to my knees, hands over my ears. Flames engulfed its body, and the smell of burning flesh and something worse, something chemical and wrong, filled the air. But it didn't stop moving. It came toward me, burning, screaming, its arms outstretched. Behind it, the dogman and Bigfoot were backing away, the connection to their master apparently broken by the flames. I fired 3 shots from my rifle, aiming for center mass. Each bullet punched through the creature's chest, but there was no blood, just more of that awful smoke. It kept coming. I ran. I made it about 20 yards before I tripped over a root and went down hard. I rolled onto my back just in time to see the burning Wendigo standing over me, its massive form silhouetted against the night sky. The flames were dying down now, but the damage was done. Its body was charred and broken, pieces falling away like burned paper. It reached down with one clawed hand, and I thought this was it. This was how I died. But then something else emerged from the forest, a group of people, maybe 8 or 10 of them, moving in formation. They were chanting in a language I didn't understand, and they carried torches and what looked like ceremonial objects. Robert Whitecloud was among them. He'd brought the tribal council, the elders, the ones who still remembered the old ways. They formed a circle around the Wendigo, their chanting growing louder. The creature tried to move toward them, but it was weakening. The fire had done more damage than I'd thought. It fell to its knees, still reaching, still trying to grab someone, anyone, to feed that endless hunger. Robert approached it carefully, holding something that glowed with a soft bluish light, some kind of crystal or stone. He pressed it against the Wendigo's chest and spoke words I couldn't understand. The creature screamed one final time, and then it collapsed, the body crumbling into ash and bone and nothing. The dogman and the Bigfoot had fled. I could hear them crashing through the underbrush, heading deeper into the forest. They would probably disappear back into legend where they belonged. Robert helped me to my feet. The other 3, he said. They're still out there. Still weak, but growing stronger. We need to find them before they reach full power. How? The university still has the bones, we'll need those. And we'll need to perform the proper ceremonies, reseal the grave, trap them again. But it will take time. How much time? I don't know. Days maybe. Weeks. But we will find them, and we will put them back where they belong. That was 3 days ago. Since then, the tribal council has been working with the university to return all the artifacts and bones to the burial site. Dr. Hammond, to her credit, has been cooperating fully after I showed her photos of what happened that night. There have been no new sightings of the Dogman or Bigfoot, no missing persons reports, no strange calls from frightened campers. Whatever those creatures were, they've gone back into hiding, waiting for their masters to return. But the Wendigos are still out there. 3 of them, according to Robert, growing stronger every day, feeding on isolated campers and hikers, learning the forest, preparing. I've gone back to regular patrol duty, but everything feels different now. Every shadow could hide something. Every sound could be a warning. I carry more ammunition now, and I keep a can of gasoline and a road flare in my truck at all times. Gary still doesn't know the full story. Neither does anyone else at the ranger station. How could I tell them? Who would believe me? But I'm writing this down so that someone will know. So that if something happens to me, when something happens to me, because I know these things aren't done with me, there will be a record evidence, a warning. The creatures are real. The Dogmen, the Bigfoot, the Wendigo, they're all real. They're in these forests, in these woods, waiting, watching, hungry. If you're reading this, if you're planning to visit northern Wisconsin's forests, please be careful. Stay on marked trails. Camp in designated areas. Don't go out alone. And if you hear something in the darkness that sounds like a human voice calling your name, don't answer. Don't investigate. Just pack your gear and leave as quickly as you can. Because some things that live in the forest were never meant to be found. Some things should have stayed buried. And some hungers can never truly be satisfied. I know that now. And I know that this isn't over. The forest is watching. The creatures are waiting. And winter is coming, when the Wendigos are strongest. I'm still out here, still patrolling, still watching, but I'm not sure how much longer I can do this. How much longer before something finds me on one of these dark roads, on one of these lonely trails. If I disappear, you'll know what happened. You'll know what's out there. And maybe, just maybe, you'll believe. Stay safe, stay alert, and whatever you do, don't go into the forest alone. They're always watching, always waiting, always hungry. My name is Ezra, and I've been a ranger at the Superior National Forest in northeastern Minnesota for 11 years. I'm writing this account because what I've witnessed in these woods has convinced me that we share this wilderness with things that shouldn't exist, things that have been here far longer than we have. It started in late October 2019, during the tail end of hunting season. The aspens had already dropped their leaves, and the forest floor was carpeted in gold and rust. I was patrolling the remote northwestern section near the Canadian border, an area so thick with jack pine and black spruce that even in daylight the canopy creates perpetual twilight. I'd received a call on my radio from dispatch. Around 3 p.m., a hunter had reported finding a deer carcass that didn't look right. The coordinates placed it about 2 miles off the nearest logging road, accessible only by foot or ATV. I took my four-wheeler, following an overgrown trail that hadn't seen maintenance in years. The temperature was dropping fast. It couldn't have been more than 35 degrees, and a cold front was pushing down from Canada. The wind had that particular bite that comes before the first real snow. I remember thinking I'd need to make this quick if I wanted to get back before dark. I found the hunter waiting at the trailhead, a local guy named Carl Henderson, who'd been hunting these woods for 40 years. Carl was pale, and his hands shook as he pointed me toward the site. He wouldn't go back with me, said he'd seen enough. It's about a quarter-mile in due east, he told me, his voice tight. You'll smell it before you see it. He was right. The stench hit me when I was still 50 yards away, that sickly sweet rot of death, but mixed with something else, something musky and wrong. I've smelled plenty of dead animals in my career. This was different. The deer was a 6-point buck, probably 200 pounds in life. What was left of it hung about 7 feet off the ground, draped over a thick pine branch. The entire rib cage had been ripped open, and the spine was clearly visible. But what made my stomach turn wasn't the violence of the kill, it was the precision. The deer had been systematically opened, the organs removed cleanly, almost surgically. The heart, liver, and lungs were gone. The intestines lay in a neat pile at the base of the tree. I'd seen bear kills before. I'd seen wolf kills. This was neither. The bark on the tree showed deep gouges, 4 parallel marks that ran vertically up the trunk. I measured them with my utility knife. They were approximately 12 feet up the tree, and each groove was roughly 2 inches apart. The depth suggested incredible force. Whatever had done this was strong enough to climb while carrying a full-grown deer. I took photographs, collected samples of the hair I found snagged on the lower branches. It was coarse, dark gray, about 3 inches long. Not deer hair, not bear either. The texture was wrong, more like dog hair but thicker, almost wire-like. The ground around the tree was disturbed. The forest floor in that area was mostly pine needles over sandy soil, and I found tracks. Large tracks. Canine in shape, 4 toe pads, and a palm pad. But the size was all wrong. Each print measured approximately 6 inches wide and 8 inches long. The stride length was enormous, close to 5 feet between prints. Whatever had made these tracks was walking on 2 legs, not 4. I know what you're thinking. Dog prints, maybe a large wolf, but wolves don't walk upright, and these prints showed only 2 feet, not 4. The gait pattern was bipedal. I followed the tracks for about 200 yards before they disappeared into a rocky area where the ground was too hard to leave prints. The trail led northwest, deeper into the forest toward a section of wilderness that doesn't see visitors more than once or twice a year. I radioed in my findings, careful to keep my language clinical. Possible large predator, species unknown. Recommend closing this section until we can investigate further. Dispatch asked if I wanted backup. I said yes. By the time I got back to my truck, the sun was setting, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. Carl's truck was gone. I didn't blame him. That night, lying in my cabin at the ranger station, I couldn't stop thinking about those tracks. I've got a degree in wildlife biology. I know the fauna of this region, inside and out. Black bears, timber wolves, coyotes, lynx, bobcats, even the occasional moose or elk. Nothing, absolutely nothing in the Superior National Forest walks on 2 legs and leaves tracks like that. I pulled up the photos on my laptop, zooming in on the images. The more I looked at them, the more disturbed I became. The claw marks on the tree were too deliberate, too controlled, and there was something else I'd noticed at the scene but hadn't fully registered until now. The deer's head was missing, not torn off in a frenzy, but removed cleanly, separated at the atlas vertebra, with what appeared to be incredible precision. Around midnight, I heard something outside. The ranger station is remote. The nearest town is 40 miles away, and the nearest neighbor is a seasonal hunting cabin, about 6 miles down the road. At night, it's absolutely silent, except for the occasional owl or the wind in the pines. This sound was different. It started as a low vocalization, almost like a howl, but deeper, more resonant. It had harmonics I'd never heard in any animal call. The sound seemed to vibrate in my chest. Then it changed, becoming a series of shorter barks, aggressive and territorial. I went to the window, but the security light outside only illuminated about 30 feet of the clearing around the cabin. Beyond that was absolute darkness. The sound came again, closer this time, from the tray line maybe 50 yards out. I grabbed my spotlight and my rifle, a Remington 80-70. I keep for bear encounters, and stepped onto the porch. The temperature had dropped to the low 20s, and my breath came out in thick clouds. I swept the spotlight across the trees. For just a moment, I caught a reflection. 2 eyes, maybe 7 feet off the ground, glowing amber green in the light. They were too far apart to be a wolf or coyote, too high to be a bear standing on all 4s. The eyes stared at me for perhaps 3 seconds, then disappeared. I stood there for 10 minutes, sweeping the light back and forth, but I didn't see anything else. Whatever it was had gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my kitchen with the rifle across my lap and every light in the cabin on, listening to the sounds of the forest. Around 4 a.m., I heard something large moving through the brush behind the cabin. Heavy footfalls, deliberate and slow, then silence. When dawn finally came, I went outside to check the perimeter. In the soft earth behind the cabin, I found more tracks. The same tracks. They came within 20 feet of my back door, then circled around the cabin before heading back into the forest. Whatever had killed that deer had followed me home. Over the next week, I returned to the site with a team from the state DNR. We set up trail cameras in a grid pattern covering about 2 square miles. We collected more hair samples, took plaster casts of the tracks, and documented everything we could find. The DNR biologist, a woman named Dr. Sarah Chen, was baffled by the evidence. The hair samples didn't match anything in their database. The tracks were consistent across multiple locations, always showing the same bipedal gait pattern, always the same size and shape. Could be someone hoaxing, she said, but she didn't sound convinced. But the hair's real. Some kind of canid, definitely. The follicle structure is similar to wolf or large dog, but the pigmentation is off. We found 3 more kill sites over the next 5 days, all deer, all mutilated in the same way, hung in trees, rib cage opened, specific organs removed, head missing. The pattern was consistent, almost ritualistic. On day 6, one of our trail cameras captured something. The footage was time-stamped at 2:47 a.m. The camera was positioned along a game trail about a mile from where we'd found the first deer. For the first 30 seconds, there's nothing but an empty trail, faint starlight filtering through the canopy. Then it appears. The figure enters from the left side of the frame, moving with a fluid, purposeful gait. It's massive. I'd estimate 7 to 8 feet tall, heavily built through the shoulders and chest. The body is covered in dark fur, grayish-brown in the infrared light. The head is distinctly canine, a long snout, pointed ears that swivel independently, tracking sounds we can't hear. But it's walking upright, not hunched over like a bear, but fully bipedal, with a stride that suggests this is its natural form of locomotion. The arms are long, hanging past where human arms would end, and I can see the hands or paws have elongated fingers or digits. It stops in the middle of the frame, turns its head directly toward the camera. For 5 seconds, it stares straight into the lens. Then it opens its mouth, and even though the camera doesn't record sound, I can see the teeth, long, pointed canines that catch the infrared light. It drops to all fours and charges. The camera shakes as the creature tears it from the tree. The last frame shows a close-up of fur and teeth before the feed goes black. When we retrieved the camera the next day, we found it 30 feet from the tree, smashed and partially buried under a pile of leaves and branches. The creature had deliberately destroyed it and tried to hide the evidence. Dr. Chen went pale when we reviewed the footage back at the station. "This isn't possible," she kept saying. "This can't be real." But it was real. We had it on video. We had the tracks, the hair, the kill sites. Whatever this thing was, it was hunting in the Superior National Forest, and it knew we were looking for it. The DNR wanted to keep it quiet. No press releases, no public warnings. They were afraid of panic, afraid of vigilantes flooding into the forest with guns. They ordered us to remove the trail cameras and suspended all further investigation. But I couldn't let it go. I'd seen the footage. I'd heard that howl outside my cabin. I knew what was out there. I started doing research, digging through old reports and local folklore. That's when I found the term Dogman. Stories going back more than a century scattered across the northern United States and Canada. Witnesses describing large bipedal canines, creatures that walked like men but had the heads and bodies of wolves or dogs. Most people dismissed it as myth, as misidentification or hoaxes, but I'd seen the evidence. I knew better. The official report listed the incidents as bear activity and the footage as equipment malfunction. The case was closed. But the killings didn't stop. It was January 2021. And I'd been transferred to the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. The transfer wasn't voluntary. The DNR wanted me out of Minnesota after I'd continued investigating the Dogman sightings against their orders. They couldn't fire me without cause, so they buried me in the Pacific Northwest, as far from Superior as they could send me. Gifford-Pinchot is different from the Minnesota forests. The trees are massive here, Douglas fir, western hemlock, and western red cedar that have been growing for centuries. The understory is thick with ferns and devil's club, and the constant rain keeps everything perpetually damp. The forest floor is covered in moss that muffles sound, making the woods feel both alive and unnaturally quiet. I was assigned to the southern section near Mount Adams, a remote area that sees maybe a few dozen visitors a year. The terrain is brutal, steep volcanic slopes, dense old-growth forest, and miles of wilderness without trails or roads. It's the kind of place where you could disappear and no one would find you for months, if ever. I'd been on the job for 3 weeks when I got the call. A group of hikers had reported finding enormous footprints near the Green River, about 8 miles into the backcountry. The dispatcher sounded skeptical. "We get Bigfoot reports constantly in the Pacific Northwest, but protocol required investigation." I hiked in alone, following the Green River Trail until it petered out into game paths and thick undergrowth. The hikers had marked the GPS coordinates leading me to a clearing near a creek bed where the ground was soft mud and river silt. The prints were unmistakable. They were massive. Each one measured approximately 16 inches long and 7 inches wide at the ball of the foot. Human-shaped, 5 toes, a pronounced arch, a distinct heel. But the size put them far beyond any human. The stride length between prints was close to 6 feet, suggesting something well over 8 feet tall. There were dozens of prints, creating a clear trail that paralleled the creek heading upstream into the deep forest. Some prints were perfect impressions, showing dermal ridges, the equivalent of fingerprints in the mud. The level of detail was extraordinary. You could see the flecks of the toes, the distribution of weight, even what appeared to be hair impressions around the edges. I took measurements, photographs, and made plaster casts of the clearest prints. The depth of the impressions suggested enormous weight, easily 600 to 800 pounds. Whatever had made these tracks was built like nothing else on this continent. Following the trail, I noticed other signs. Trees had been broken at heights of 8 to 10 feet, snapped cleanly as if something very tall had walked through and pushed them aside. Large rocks had been moved, some weighing 50 pounds or more, stacked deliberately next to the creek. There were what appeared to be beds, circular depressions about 5 feet across in areas where the ferns had been flattened. and arranged almost like nests. I radioed in my findings. Unlike Minnesota, Washington State has a different attitude toward these reports. They don't officially acknowledge Bigfoot, but they don't actively suppress investigation either. I was told to document everything and report back. The trail led deeper into the forest, climbing up the slopes of Mount Adams. The terrain became increasingly difficult. Steep inclines, deadfall blocking the path, sections where I had to use my hands to climb. The tracks continued, showing no difficulty with the terrain whatsoever. Around mid-afternoon, I reached a ridge about 3,000 feet above the valley floor. The view was spectacular, endless forest stretching in every direction, Mount Adams rising above it all, its peak still covered in snow despite the season. That's when I smelled it. The odor was overwhelming, a combination of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else, something sour and organic I couldn't identify. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I'd read about this in reports, witnesses consistently describing an intense smell associated with Bigfoot encounters. I drew my bear spray and my radio, keying the mic. Dispatch, I'm at the ridge coordinates I sent earlier. There's... A sound cut me off. From somewhere above me, deeper in the forest, came a vocalization unlike anything I'd ever heard. It started as a low rumbling moan, almost subsonic, vibrating in my chest. Then it rose in pitch, becoming a high-pitched scream that echoed off the mountains. The sound lasted maybe 5 seconds, then cut off abruptly. Every bird in the forest went silent. The wind seemed to stop. I stood frozen, my finger still on the radio mic, listening. For a full minute, there was no sound at all except my own breathing. Then I heard movement. Heavy footfalls, deliberate and slow, moving through the forest above my position. Something big was coming down the slope toward me. I didn't run. Running triggers chase instincts and predators. Instead, I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the forest upslope, the bear spray ready in my hand. The footfalls stopped. Silence again. Then I saw it. About 60 yards upslope, partially obscured by a massive Douglas fir, something stood watching me. I could make out the shape, tall, at least 8 feet, covered in dark reddish-brown hair. The shoulders were enormous, the chest barrel-like. I couldn't see the face clearly through the branches, but I could see the eyes. They were watching me with unmistakable intelligence. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then it did something that sent ice through my veins. It reached out with one massive arm. I could see the hand, human-like but much larger, and grabbed a tree trunk. The tree was maybe 8 inches in diameter. The creature shook it violently, making the entire tree sway. It was a display, a warning. The message was clear. I'm bigger than you, stronger than you. This is my territory. I took the hint. Still moving slowly, I backed away down the trail, keeping my eyes on the spot where the creature stood. After about 50 yards, I turned and walked quickly back the way I'd come, fighting the urge to run. I didn't look back until I'd descended about 1,000 feet. When I finally did turn around, I saw nothing but forest. But I had the distinct impression I was still being watched, that something was following me, making sure I left. I made it back to my truck around dusk. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. That night, I called a friend from my wildlife biology program at university, a primatologist named Dr. James Richardson, who'd done field work studying mountain gorillas in Africa. I described what I'd seen, careful to keep my voice level and clinical. "You're describing behaviors consistent with a large ape," he said. "The tree shaking is a dominance display. Gorillas do exactly the same thing. The nest building, the rock stacking, even the smell. Gorillas have a very distinct odor. But Ezra, there are no large apes in North America, nothing even close." "I know what I saw, James. I'm not saying you didn't see something. I'm saying what you're describing shouldn't exist." Over the next 2 months, I returned to the area repeatedly. I never saw the creature again, but I found more evidence. Tracks, always the same size and shape, more twisted trees, broken branches, fresh nests, and once, on a tree about 9 feet up, I found a tuft of hair, coarse, reddish-brown, about 4 inches long. I sent the hair to a private lab for analysis without telling them where it came from. The results came back inconclusive. Primate hair. Species unknown. Closest genetic match. Homo sapiens, but significant variance in structure and pigmentation. Contamination suspected. They thought it was human hair that had been contaminated or degraded. But I knew better. The lab tech even noted in his report, "Sample shows unusual characteristics not consistent with any known primate species." I started researching historical accounts. The reports go back centuries. Native American tribes throughout the Pacific Northwest have stories of the Sasquatch, a giant hairy creature that lives in the deepest forests. White settlers reported sightings as early as the 1840s. Hundreds of footprint finds, thousands of reported sightings, dozens of photographs and videos. The Patterson-Gimlin film from 1967 is the most famous 16mm footage of a large bipedal creature walking across a sandbar in Northern California. Experts have analyzed it for decades. No one has ever proven it was a hoax, and the subject's anatomical proportions and locomotion are consistent with a real biological entity, not a human in a suit. In April 2021, I had my second encounter. I was patrolling a logging road near the Mosquito Lakes when I found fresh tracks crossing the muddy road. It had rained heavily the night before, and the tracks were perfect impressions. They led into the forest on the south side, heading toward a steep ravine. I followed them, marking the trail with GPS waypoints. The tracks led down into the ravine across a small creek, then up the other side. The creature had traveled maybe 2 miles, moving in a straight line toward something specific. That's when I found the elk. It was a bull, probably 700 pounds, lying in a clearing at the bottom of the ravine. The elk was freshly killed. I could tell because the blood was still bright red, not oxidized yet. The cause of death was obvious. The neck was broken, not torn or bitten, but snapped cleanly, the way you'd wring a chicken's neck, except this was a 700-pound elk. The massive strength required to do that was almost incomprehensible. A full-grown elk can fight off a pack of wolves. A grizzly bear would maul and bite it to death. But this elk had been killed with a single powerful twist of its neck. I heard movement behind me and spun around. Standing at the edge of the clearing, not 30 feet away, was the creature. In full daylight, the details were unmistakable. It stood at least 8 feet tall, possibly closer to 9. The body was covered in long, dark, reddish-brown hair, except for the face, palms, and chest, where the skin was visible, leathery and dark, almost black. The face was somewhere between human and ape, with a pronounced brow ridge, a flat nose, and a strong jaw. The eyes were dark, and they were looking directly at me with clear, focused intelligence. The shoulders and arms were massively muscled. The hands hung past its knees, and I could see the fingers, long, thick, ending in what looked like human fingernails but larger. The legs were proportionally shorter than a human's, powerfully built. We stood there, the creature and I, 30 feet apart with a dead elk between us. Neither of us moved. Then, very deliberately, the creature bent down and grabbed the elk by one of its hind legs. The massive body lifted the 700-pound animal like I would lift a bag of groceries. The creature slung the elk over its shoulder, turned, and walked away into the forest, disappearing into the undergrowth without making a sound. I stood frozen for a full minute after it left, my heart hammering in my chest. The creature could have killed me easily. I'd seen what it did to the elk, but it hadn't shown any aggression. It had simply retrieved its kill and left, making it clear that this was its territory and its food. I reported the incident that evening. The response was predictable. Skepticism mixed with bureaucratic reluctance to deal with something that didn't fit into neat categories. They filed my report and told me to stop pursuing these encounters. But I couldn't stop. I'd seen it twice now, in broad daylight. I had photographs of tracks, hair samples, documentation of kills. I knew what was out there. Whatever Bigfoot is, an undiscovered primate, a surviving member of Gigantopithecus, something else entirely. It's real. It lives in these forests, and it's been here long before we arrived. By November 2022, I'd been transferred again, this time to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness in northern Minnesota. The irony wasn't lost on me. They'd sent me back to Minnesota, though to a different forest. The BWCAW is one of the most remote wilderness areas in the continental United States, over 1 million acres of pristine forest and lakes along the Canadian border. I was assigned to the ranger station at Sawbill Lake, a lonely outpost that's only accessible by a single gravel road. During winter, I was often the only person within a 50-mile radius. The isolation was profound. No cell service, limited radio contact, just me and the forest. The first snow came early that year, in mid-October. By November, we had 2 feet on the ground and temperatures dropping below zero at night. The lakes were starting to freeze, and the forest took on that particular silence that comes with deep cold. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of ice or the wind through bare branches. I was doing a routine patrol on snowshoes when I found the first sight. The tracks were immediately wrong. They were in the snow heading northeast along the shoreline of Sawbill Lake, humanoid but elongated, each footprint measuring about 14 inches long and unusually narrow, maybe 5 inches wide. The toes were distinctly separated, splayed outward, but what disturbed me most was the stride length, over 7 feet between prints. Whatever had made these tracks was moving fast, in long, loping strides that suggested incredible leg strength, and the tracks were fresh, no more than a few hours old based on the lack of snowdrift in the impressions. I followed them for about 2 miles. The trail led away from the lake into dense forest, through terrain so thick with deadfall and undergrowth that I had to remove my snowshoes and crawl under fallen logs in places. That's when I found the camp. It had been a small campsite, probably 2 people based on the tent size. The tent was still there, but it had been shredded, not cut or torn by a knife, but ripped apart by incredible force. The poles were bent and twisted. The gear was scattered across a 20-foot radius, sleeping bags torn open with insulation spread across the snow like down feathers, a backpack ripped in half, food containers crushed. But what made my blood run cold was the blood. There was so much blood, arterial spray patterns on the snow, on the trees, frozen in dark red splashes across the white landscape. Drag marks led away from the campsite, parallel grooves in the snow where something heavy had been pulled. I radioed immediately for backup, though I knew it would take hours for anyone to reach me. Then I followed the drag marks. They led about 400 yards into the forest to a rocky outcropping. At the base of the rocks I found what remained of the campers. I've seen death before. I've seen what bears can do to humans, what wolves can do to deer. This was different. This was calculated violence. Both bodies had been partially consumed. The flesh had been stripped from the arms and legs with what appeared to be teeth marks, human-like dentition, but larger, deeper. The rib cages were cracked open, the organs gone. But what disturbed me most was the condition of the bones. They'd been broken open, and the marrow had been scraped out. The heads were missing, both of them. I found tracks all around the site, the same elongated, splayed footprints, but also other signs. Handprints in the snow near the bodies, impossibly long fingers, each print measuring about 10 inches from palm to fingertip. And there was hair, coarse, grayish-white, about 3 inches long, scattered around the area. I secured the scene as best I could and waited for backup. It took 6 hours. By the time the county sheriff and a team from the state police arrived, it was dark and the temperature had dropped to 15 below zero. The official investigation took 3 days. The victims were identified as 2 college students from the University of Minnesota. Both experienced winter campers. They'd gotten a backcountry permit for a week-long trip through the Boundary Waters. The medical examiner's initial report stated the cause of death as massive trauma consistent with large animal attack. But privately, the ME told me something different. The bite patterns are wrong, he said. They're not bear, not wolf. The dentition suggests a large primate or human, but the size is all wrong. And the consumption pattern, the preference for organs, the marrow extraction, that's not typical predation behavior, that's starvation behavior. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, whatever killed these people was hungry. Not just killing for territory or defense, but killing to eat. This was a feeding. The investigation was closed within 2 weeks. The official report listed it as a bear attack, despite the evidence clearly indicating otherwise. The families were told their children were killed by a black bear, and the area was temporarily closed to campers. But I knew what had done this. I'd researched enough by then to recognize the signs. Wendigo. The name comes from Algonquian folklore, spread across the northern regions of the United States and Canada. The Wendigo is described as a malevolent spirit or creature associated with winter, famine, and cannibalism. According to the legends, it's a gaunt, skeletal figure with ash-gray skin, sunken eyes, and an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Some stories say it was once human, transformed by starvation and cannibalism into something else, something that can never be satisfied no matter how much it consumes. I dismissed it as folklore, as cultural mythology meant to discourage cannibalism during harsh winters. But now, looking at the evidence, I wasn't so sure. Over the next month, I found 3 more kill sites, all within a 20-mile radius of Sawbill Lake. All followed the same pattern. Campers or hikers attacked at their campsites, partially consumed, heads removed. The tracks were always the same, those elongated, splayed footprints measuring 14 inches long. I started documenting everything, building a case file with photographs, track casts, and hair samples. I sent the hair to 3 different labs under false pretenses. All 3 came back with variations of the same result. Unknown primate. Genetic markers suggest extreme metabolic stress and possible mutations consistent with starvation conditions. The winter of 2022-2023 was brutal. Record cold, record snowfall. The Boundary Waters was effectively cut off from December through March. I stayed at the Sawbill station alone, maintaining the buildings and monitoring the wilderness. That's when the creature came to me. It was January. Deep winter. The temperature had been below zero for 3 weeks straight. I was in the station around midnight when I heard something outside, a scraping sound against the exterior wall of the cabin. I grabbed my rifle and spotlight, moving to the window. The security lights illuminated maybe 30 feet of clearing around the station. Beyond that was darkness. The scraping came again, closer to the door this time. Then I heard breathing, deep, labored breaths that sounded almost human but wrong, as if the lungs were damaged or diseased. I turned on the spotlight and pointed it through the window. The creature stood at the edge of the light, maybe 20 feet from the cabin. It was emaciated, skeletal. The skin was grayish-white, pulled tight over prominent bones. The rib cage was clearly visible, each rib defined under the skin. The arms were impossibly long and thin, the fingers extending like spider legs tipped with yellowed nails that curved into claws. The legs were bent wrong, as if the joints didn't work quite right, giving it a hunched, predatory stance. But the face. God. The face was the worst part. It had been human once, maybe. The skull structure was human, but sunken and distorted. The eye sockets were deep and dark, but I could see the eyes inside, yellowed and bloodshot, staring at me with desperate hunger. The mouth was open, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, stained dark with old blood. The lips had receded or been torn away, giving it a permanent rictus grin. The creature's breath came out in visible clouds in the cold air. It stank, even through the closed window I could smell it, a combination of rot and decay and something acidic. It stared at me for a long moment, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Then it opened its mouth wider and made a sound, a long, keening wail that was almost a scream, filled with rage and hunger and something that might have been anguish. I raised the rifle, aiming through the window. The creature saw the movement and flinched back, retreating into the darkness beyond the light. But it didn't leave. For the rest of the night, I could hear it circling the cabin, scraping at the walls, testing the doors and windows, looking for a way in. I stayed awake until dawn with the rifle in my hands. When the sun finally came up, I went outside to check the perimeter. The tracks were everywhere, dozens of them, circling the cabin multiple times. In the snow near the door, I found deep gouges where the creature had tried to dig or claw its way through the wood. And on the window where I'd stood with the rifle, there was a handprint in the frost, the same impossibly long fingers pressed against the glass from the outside. I took photographs of everything. I measured the tracks, collected hair samples from where the creature had brushed against the cabin wall. The evidence was irrefutable. I filed a report that morning detailing the encounter and requesting immediate assistance. The response came back within hours. I was being removed from my position, effective immediately. The report was classified as psychological distress due to isolation, and I was ordered to undergo mandatory psychiatric evaluation. They drove me out that afternoon. As we left the Sawbill station, I looked back at the forest. In the trees about 100 yards from the cabin, I saw it, the creature standing motionless among the pines, watching me leave. The psychiatric evaluation found me fit for duty but recommended I take extended leave. I refused. I knew what I'd seen and I knew what was out there. The Wendigo is real. It hunts in the northern forests during the deepest cold of winter. It was human once, perhaps, or something like human, but starvation and isolation and something else, some fundamental corruption, transformed it into what it is now, a creature of endless hunger that can never be satisfied. The boundary waters remain closed in winter. The official reason is dangerous wildlife activity. They don't specify what kind of wildlife. But I know. And now you know too. March 2024 brought me to the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest in northern Wisconsin, my fourth assignment in 5 years. The pattern was clear. The Forest Service kept moving me to remote stations, burying me in paperwork and routine patrols, hoping I'd quit or stay quiet about what I'd seen. The Chequamegon-Nicolet is strange territory, a patchwork of deep forest, boggy lowlands, and abandoned logging country. It straddles the transition zone between the northern boreal forests and the deciduous forests to the south, creating an ecological edge where different ecosystems meet. Edge habitats are always the most active, the most dangerous. Predators hunt edges. I'd been there 2 weeks when I started noticing the patterns. The reports came in scattered across my first month. Hikers seeing large shapes moving through the forest, finding tracks they couldn't identify, hearing vocalizations that didn't match any known animal. Separately, each report seemed like the usual background noise of a wilderness area, people unfamiliar with the forest misidentifying common animals or letting their imaginations run wild. But taken together, the reports formed a pattern. They clustered around a specific area, the headwaters region of the Popple River, a remote section of the forest accessible only by a network of old logging roads. The timeline showed the sightings were increasing, happening more frequently as winter ended and spring began. I pulled the historical data and found something disturbing. Every spring for the past 15 years there had been a spike in unusual activity in the Popple River area. Missing campers, unexplained deaths attributed to accidents or animal attacks, hikers reporting encounters with unknown creatures. The pattern repeated with clockwork regularity. I started investigating, making the 3-hour drive from my station to the Popple River headwaters several times a week. The area was exactly what I expected: dense mixed forest, thick understory, poor sightlines, perfect cover for large predators. On my third visit, I found the first evidence. Tracks in the mud along the riverbank, canine prints, approximately 6 inches wide, showing the distinct pattern of bipedal locomotion, dogman. The tracks were fresh, probably less than 12 hours old. 200 yards upstream, I found different tracks, massive human-like footprints, 16 inches long, with a stride length suggesting something over 8 feet tall. Bigfoot. These were even fresher, maybe 6 hours old. And then, a half-mile further into the forest, I found the third set. Elongated, splayed footprints measuring 14 inches, the toes spread wide. Wendigo. These tracks were the freshest of all, probably made within the last few hours. All 3 sets of tracks were converging on the same location, following the river upstream toward its source. I radioed in my position and findings, requesting backup. The response was predictable. Document and monitor, do not engage. Standard protocol when dealing with potential large predator activity. I followed the tracks. I know I shouldn't have. Protocol says wait for backup, don't go alone into unknown situations. But I'd been hunting these things for 5 years. I needed to know what was happening, why all 3 species were converging on the same location. The tracks led me deep into the forest, following the river for almost 4 miles. The terrain became increasingly difficult. Steep ravines, deadfall, thick undergrowth. Several times I lost the trail and had to backtrack, searching for signs. Finally, around mid-afternoon, I reached the source of the Popple River, a large natural spring that formed a pool maybe 40 feet across. The water was crystal clear, fed by underground aquifers, and even in early spring, it was flowing steadily. The area around the spring was trampled, the ground torn up by heavy traffic. All 3 sets of tracks were everywhere, overlapping and intermingling. Fresh scat indicated the creatures had been here recently. Some of it was still steaming in the cool air. And then I found the kills. Scattered around the spring were carcasses, deer mostly, but also smaller animals. Raccoons, porcupines, even what looked like a black bear, all had been killed in the distinct styles I'd documented before. The deer hung in trees with their organs removed. Dogman, the bear's neck snapped cleanly. Bigfoot, smaller animals partially consumed with the bones broken open for marrow. Wendigo. This was a feeding ground. A territory marker, a convergence point. I was setting up my camera to document the scene when I heard the first vocalization. From the forest to my north came a long howling bark, aggressive and territorial. Dogman. The sound was close, maybe 200 yards. Before the echo faded, a second call answered from the west. A deep resonant moan that rose into a high-pitched scream. Bigfoot. Also close, maybe 150 yards. And then from directly behind me, came a keening wail that raised every hair on my body. Wendigo. Very close. Maybe 50 yards. I was surrounded. I drew my rifle and my bear spray, backing toward the largest tree I could find, a massive old-growth hemlock with low branches I could potentially climb if needed. My heart was hammering, and my hands were shaking, but my training kept me focused. Stay calm, don't run, make yourself large, prepare to fight if necessary. The dogman appeared first, emerging from the forest to my north. In daylight, I could see details I'd missed in the trail camera footage from Minnesota. The gray-brown fur was matted and scarred. The ears were torn and ragged, and the snout showed old injuries. This was an old male, experienced and dangerous. It stood fully upright, maybe 7.5 feet tall, watching me with amber eyes that showed clear intelligence. The Bigfoot came next, from the west. This was the largest I'd seen, easily 9 feet tall, powerfully built, covered in reddish-brown hair. It walked on 2 legs but hunched forward slightly, its long arms swinging. When it saw me, it stopped at the edge of the clearing and grabbed a dead branch from a fallen tree. With casual strength, it broke the branch, maybe 3 inches in diameter like a twig, then tossed the pieces aside. A warning. The Wendigo was last. It emerged from the trees behind me, moving with a hunched, predatory gait. The creature was even more emaciated than the one I'd seen in Minnesota. The skin pulled so tight I could see every bone, every sinew. The eyes were wild, frantic with hunger. It stared at me and opened its mouth, revealing those terrible teeth, and began to advance. The Bigfoot reacted immediately. It charged forward, not at me but at the Wendigo, moving with shocking speed for something so large. It roared, a deep, bellowing sound that shook the air, and the Wendigo flinched back, retreating into the tree line. The dogman responded to the Bigfoot's charge by dropping to all fours and snarling, showing its teeth. The 2 creatures faced each other across the clearing, both clearly agitated, both showing aggression. And I realized what I was witnessing. Territorial dispute. This spring was important to all three species for some reason. Water source, hunting ground, some other resource I didn't understand. And they were fighting over it. The Wendigo, driven by its insatiable hunger, tried again to enter the clearing, targeting me as the easiest prey. The Bigfoot intercepted it again, grabbing a fallen log, it must have weighed 200 pounds, and throwing it at the Wendigo. The log hit the ground near the creature, and the Wendigo shrieked and retreated deeper into the forest. The Dogman watched this exchange, then turned its attention back to me. We locked eyes. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, very deliberately, the Dogman turned and walked away into the forest, disappearing into the undergrowth. The Bigfoot remained, standing at the edge of the clearing. It looked at me, then at the spring, then back at me. The message was clear: leave, this isn't your territory. I left. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the Bigfoot until I was a safe distance from the spring. Then I turned and walked quickly back the way I'd come, following my GPS back to the logging road where I'd left my truck. I didn't run, I didn't look back, but I could feel them watching me leave, ensuring I understood the boundaries. That night, I compiled my report and documentation. I had photographs of the tracks, the kill sites, the trampled ground around the spring. I had GPS coordinates, measurements, hair samples. I had witnessed all three species in the same location, interacting with each other, establishing territorial boundaries. The Forest Service response was swift and final. I was suspended pending investigation. My documentation was classified. I was ordered not to discuss my findings with anyone outside the agency. But I knew what I'd seen. These creatures, Dogman, Bigfoot, Wendigo, they're not separate mysteries, they're competing predators sharing the same ecosystem. They hunt the same territories, use the same resources, follow the same seasonal patterns, and they're aware of each other with established hierarchies and territorial boundaries. The Bigfoot is the apex predator, largest, strongest, dominant. The Dogman is the aggressive territorial hunter, more predatory, more dangerous to humans. And the Wendigo is the desperate scavenger, driven by endless hunger, taking whatever it can get. They've been here longer than us. They've learned to avoid us, to stay hidden, to operate in the deepest wilderness where humans rarely go. But they're here, they're real, and they're closer than anyone wants to admit. It's November 2024, and I'm no longer a park ranger. I was forced to resign 6 months ago after my suspension became a termination. The official reason was failure to follow protocol and unauthorized dissemination of sensitive information. The real reason was that I wouldn't stay quiet. I'm writing this from a small cabin I've rented in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, near the Hiawatha National Forest. I've spent the last 6 months compiling everything I've documented over 5 years. Thousands of photographs, plaster casts, hair samples, DNA analysis reports, GPS data, interview transcripts, historical research. The evidence is overwhelming and irrefutable. But evidence isn't enough. I learned that the hard way. In August, I tried to publish my findings. I contacted cryptozoology journals, wildlife biology publications, even mainstream science magazines. Every single one rejected my work. The responses ranged from polite dismissal to accusations of hoaxing. One editor told me bluntly, "Even if your data is legitimate, we can't publish this, it would destroy our credibility." I tried going public, creating a website, and posting my documentation online. Within a week, the site was taken down for violating terms of service. My social media accounts were suspended for spreading misinformation. The message was clear: certain truths are not allowed to be spoken. So I'm writing this account, this document you're reading now. I don't know how widely it will circulate or how many people will believe it, but it needs to be recorded. Someone needs to know what's really out there in the wilderness. In October, I returned to the Boundary Waters, unofficially and without authorization. I needed to verify something, a theory I'd been developing about the seasonal patterns I'd observed. The Wendigo attacks always occur in deep winter when temperatures drop below zero and food becomes scarce. The creature is driven by starvation, by metabolic desperation. I believe the Wendigo isn't a separate species but rather a condition. What happens to certain individuals, possibly humans, when they're exposed to extreme starvation conditions in the northern wilderness? The transformation is both physical and psychological, a complete corruption of normal human physiology and behavior. I found evidence supporting this theory at an abandoned hunting cabin about 30 miles into the Boundary Waters. The cabin hadn't been used in years, probably decades. Inside, I found human remains, skeletal, scattered across the floor. The bones showed signs of gnaw marks of having been broken open for marrow, and on the wall, scratched into the wood with what appeared to be fingernails, was a message. "So hungry can stop eating, eating, God help me, I'm still hungry." The handwriting started out neat and controlled. By the end, it devolved into barely legible scratches. Carbon dating of the wood scratches suggested they were made over a period of several months, all during one winter approximately 40 years ago. I believe this was patient zero, or at least one of them. A hunter or trapper caught in the wilderness during a brutal winter, unable to escape, slowly starving, and in that desperation crossing a line beginning to consume whatever was available, including possibly human remains from a companion who died first. The act of cannibalism combined with extreme starvation and isolation triggered some kind of transformation. Physiological changes driven by desperate metabolic need, psychological fracture, the creation of a Wendigo. But the Dogman and Bigfoot are different. These are biological species, creatures that have evolved to fill specific ecological niches in North American forests. The Bigfoot is clearly a large primate, possibly a surviving population of Gigantopithecus or a closely related species. The Dogman is harder to classify, possibly a canid that evolved bipedal locomotion, or something else entirely, a unique evolutionary branch that has no living relatives. Both species have learned to avoid humans, to stay hidden, to exist in the marginal spaces where our civilization doesn't quite reach. But they're there, and as human activity expands further into wilderness areas, encounters are becoming more frequent. The spring convergence I witnessed in Wisconsin isn't unique. I've found historical records of similar events, areas where multiple cryptid sightings cluster together, where different types of creatures seem to share the same territory. These are ecological edge zones, places where different habitats overlap, creating rich hunting grounds that attract multiple predator species. The creatures compete for resources, establish territories, and occasionally conflict with each other. But they've also developed a kind of hierarchy, an understanding of boundaries. The Bigfoot is dominant, able to drive off both Dogman and Wendigo through sheer size and strength. The Dogman is more aggressive, more territorial, and won't back down from the Bigfoot without a fight. The Wendigo is desperate and opportunistic, taking whatever scraps it can find, attacking when it can, retreating when faced with stronger opponents. And humans? We're in the middle, not quite prey, not quite threat. The creatures avoid us when possible, but when we enter their territories, when we camp in their hunting grounds, when we disturb their convergence points, we become targets. Last week, I hiked into the Hiawatha National Forest, following up on reports of missing hikers. 2 backpackers had disappeared in late October, their camp found abandoned with signs of a struggle. Search and rescue had been called off after a week with no leads. I found their bodies 3 miles from their last known location. The scene was horribly familiar. The campsite torn apart. The bodies partially consumed. Clear signs of predation. The tracks around the site were dogmen, those distinctive canine prints showing bipedal locomotion. But there was something new, something I hadn't seen before. The bodies had been moved after the initial attack, dragged about half a mile to a different location. And at that second location, I found evidence of a second predator, massive footprints, 16 inches long. Bigfoot. The 2 species had shared the kill. This suggested a level of cooperation, or at least tolerance, that I hadn't previously documented. The hierarchy I'd observed was more complex than simple dominance. There was some kind of understanding, some way these creatures coexisted despite competing for the same resources. I documented everything, took my photographs and samples, and hiked out. I filed an anonymous tip with the local sheriff, providing GPS coordinates to the bodies. The families deserved closure, even if they'd never know the truth about what killed their loved ones. This morning I received a phone call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was distorted, electronically altered. The message was brief. Stop investigating. Stop publishing. This is your final warning. I don't know who called. Government agency maybe, or private interests. There are organizations that know the truth, that have been covering up evidence for decades. They have resources far beyond what I can access. They can make people disappear. But I can't stop. Not now. Too many people have died. Too many families have been told lies about how their loved ones were killed. The truth matters even when it's dangerous, even when it's terrifying. So I'm writing this account and I'm distributing it as widely as I can. I'm uploading it to multiple servers, sending copies to journalists and researchers, posting it on every forum and platform that will accept it. They can't silence all of them. The creatures are real. Dogman, Bigfoot, Wendigo, they exist in the forests of North America. They hunt, they kill. They've been here longer than our civilization, and they'll be here long after we're gone. If you hike in the wilderness, be aware. Stay in groups. Don't camp in remote areas alone. Be especially careful in early spring and late fall, when the creatures are most active, when territorial boundaries are being established or defended. And if you see signs, unusual tracks, strange vocalizations, evidence of large predators that don't match known species, report it, document it, but don't investigate alone. Don't become another statistic, another animal attack, another unsolved disappearance. I don't know what will happen to me. The threats are real, and the people making them have already demonstrated their power. But this document exists now. The evidence is recorded. The truth is documented. My name is Ezra. I was a park ranger for 11 years, and I'm telling you, the monsters are real. They're out there in the forests. They're watching from the shadows. They're hunting. And we're not alone in the wilderness.